Good afternoon and welcome to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, downtown St. George's, as we welcome you to the Relay Meet 2022, an event put on by the Grenada Athletics Association, and it comes to you from the production team of TNR Communications. We welcome you, and we hope that you will have a very interesting and exciting relay meet with us here this afternoon. It's very, very nice conditions here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The games have already started. As a matter of fact, the Javelin is in progress. It's the Javelin throw for the under-17 girls and the girls open, as we see a competitor here on the runway for the St. David's Track Blazers. We have about 14 competitors lined up for this one, as we just saw there. One of the competitors in the Javelin. So they're actually throwing together. That's the under-17 girls and the open, and the event for the open girls. They actually competing together, and their distances will be separated to determine the winners of the two categories. So very overcast conditions here at the National Stadium, and it's another opportunity for these young athletes again to showcase their talent and to put the training that they would have endured for the past few weeks into action. Another effort here in the Javelin. The Javelin being one of the events that Grenada has been doing very well, both at the regional and international circuit. And in most recent times, we saw the humongous throw from our own Anderson Peters at the Diamond League in Doha, where he was able to establish 3 new records in one event, and he now holds the national record, throwing over 93 meters. It's the first time we've had a Grenadian throwing over 90 meters. And that throw would have definitely landed him a medal at the Olympics. So we look forward to see what Anderson Peters can do later on this year at the World Champs. He's the Commonwealth champion, the world champion. And of course, we've been doing extremely well at the Carifta Games in the Javelin as well over the years. It's an event that Grenada is famous for, amongst others, including the 400 meters. So it's just the first event of the day, the first 2 events on the day. We have just about 37 events to be completed. So although it's been dubbed as a relay meet, we do have some field events. We're also going to have the girls high jump, the boys shot put, as some of the field events carded for today. And then of course the exciting relays. We're going to start with the 8x50 meters relay for the under 9s. And we're going to continue with a whole series of relays, including mixed gender relays and mixed distances, and to culminate with the 4x400 meters as well. What is interesting is that we've seen from very early, from just about 1 o'clock, quite an appreciable crowd turn up here at the National Stadium. They were here very early and very patient as well, although there was a slightly late start. A number of spectators have already made their way to the National Stadium to again enjoy some great athletic action. A number of clubs and schools have also been registered to participate. And amongst them we have the likes of Bolt, Runners, SJC St. George's, St. Mary's. We also have 473. We have SAS as well. Fusion is here. A number of the different track clubs and schools taking advantage of another opportunity. On the runway now is Aishona Charles, is one of our para athletes who competes for Grenada at the para events. That's Aishona Charles right there for you. Not a bad effort. And she has been campaigning for several years, being coached by our international coach here, Paul Phillip. And Aishona Charles is competing for the Track Blazers. Track Blazers, one of the prominent clubs in Grenada, out of the St. David's area. Amongst them also we have Ace Track Club from St. Andrews, Speed Zone from the western side, a new club now, the 473 MVP. We also have the South City Rising Stars, Lee Coffee and others in that camp. Another good effort here by Trackblazers. So most of the competitors in the javelin throw are from the St. David's Trackblazers, and maybe the reason for that is because of the presence of Coach Paul Phillip, who is one of the coaches that identifies talent very early and works with a lot of talent in that area, and has produced quite a number of outstanding athletes in the javelin. Most notable for him, of course, is Anderson Peters, the world champion. So it's good to see that we can have a local coach that can actually produce world champions. And some people are of the view that our coaches here can only take you to a certain level and can't bring you to the international level. But Paul Phillip has denied that notion and has produced a world champion in Anderson Peters. So that's Donisha Kalis from Trackblazers on the runway now. Later on, we'll be joined in the broadcast by Prudence Lewis and Bernard Twine. I'm Leslie Smith bringing it to you. In the meantime, the exciting relay meet. And I'm sure later on in the afternoon, we'll have thousands more joining us here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for the live track and field action. From SAS, we have Delicia Francois. She's going to have an attempt at the javelin now. That's Delicia Francois on screen here. We're going to try to get you the distances that they're throwing as well. But to recall, I'm a little bit disappointed that Prudence Lewis is not here, because herself being a Carifta gold medalist at the javelin, it would have been nice to get a perspective from her as to what these athletes are going through, especially when they're on the big stage, and how do they prepare technically and otherwise for events like these. But whenever Prudence comes, we will still entertain her and ask her about it, an event which she has done very well for Grenada. She may be more known for her netball abilities, and might be surprising to others to know that she has won a gold medal at the javelin at Carifta. So today we have the relay meet. We still have one more track and field event in the athletics calendar here. We have the Whitsundays Games coming up later on Whit Monday. So those of you who can't make it down here at the National Stadium today, you still have another opportunity to witness and enjoy exciting track and field at the National Stadium. Paul Phillip here, going through some technical paces with some of the competitors in the javelin. As we see again, a bunch of competitors or athletes from the St. David's Trackblazers. And I'm sure Paul would have identified those talents and worked with them and provide them with an opportunity here to compete at this level. Serena Alexander, she seems to be the next one to take to the runway. And she's competing in the under 17 girls category. Today we know track and field is competing with a lot of other interests, but we're happy to see so many persons already here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And for those of you who are very familiar with the stadium, the secondary pavilion today is housing most of the athletes. It's like the athletes' village, and the main pavilion and bleachers are where most of the spectators are. So it seems as though they have completed the preliminary stages, and the finalists are now being announced by the official. As we see here, a beautiful shot, a cross-section of some of the spectators who are here. We expect much more this afternoon, but the point is that They were here early. They were here from since 1 p.m. and some even before that. And that is because of the support and the love that they have for track and field here in Grenada. It's good to see so many of them already here to enjoy the Relay Meet 2022. And again, this event is put on by the Grenada Athletics Association. You may be familiar with this event being referred to previously as the Kentucky Relay Meet. It's the same event actually that has been put on today. And this is an event that attracts in several thousands of spectators, and we expect them to be here later on this afternoon. As I mentioned earlier on, we have 4 field events that will be contested as well. The Javelin under 17, the Javelin Open for girls, the girls high jump, and the boys shot put. These are some of the field events scheduled for today. The relay meets will be in several different categories. We'll have the under 9s, the under 11s, the under 13s, the under 15. We'll also have the under 17, and of course the under 20 and the open category. So those of you who are in Grenada and who are within the vicinity of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, there's lots of room here for you. Lots of events still to be contested. We have 37 events listed. And so you can make your way onto the Kirani James Athletic Stadium to enjoy beautiful conditions and exciting track and field action as well. Not very often these javelin throwers get to be in the spotlight, especially on TV, on the big screen, on the big stage. And now we are happy to bring them to you so that you can see who they are. You can assess their technical abilities. You can actually see how far they're throwing. And it's a good opportunity for them to be there and to be featured in this particular way. 17 teams would be competing today. Moments ago I was trying to give you some of them. So as I have the full list in here. What is also interesting is that there are quite a number of parents who are here to support their kids, parents and grandparents and godparents, a lot of relatives and family members as well. As we look at another effort here, another attempt, that is from Serena Alexander from the Trailblazers. Delisha Francois is next. She's going to be throwing for SAS. Seems to be throwing a little bit wrong-footed here is Delisha. And so following the javelin event, we would have the girls high jump open, and then the boys shot put. And then we will segue to the track for the live track action. The girls 8 by 50 meters in the under 9 category. Shauna Charles here with another attempt. A very interesting track and field season we've had here in Grenada, in the sense that a number of the schools were very late in preparation because of late announcements of these school meets and other events. And some would even argue that most of the schools, the level of preparation could have been much better, considering that the time that they had to prepare, not much time. And that was very evident in the performance of some of the athletes at the intercall games. I'm not sure how much preparation continued after intercall games for this event here today, but some of the more organized clubs definitely would have continued with the training and get the athletes in tip-top shape for today. A number of the clubs in the St. George's area still continue with preparations. The 473 MVP, South City Rising Stars. Not sure what's been happening outside of St. George's with clubs like Speed Zone and Ace in Grenville. We also have CAC from Carriacou, the Carriacou Athletics Committee. They're here too. And they've been always here whenever there is track and field action at the National Stadium. Later on in the afternoon, we're going to have some more field events. We're going to have the boys javelin throw under 17 and under 20. There's also going to be the boys javelin throw open.
So remember, you just heard 17 teams here today competed for monetary prizes for the various clubs and schools that are used to assist the athletes in sports. So we have sponsors. Here we have Javelin and Victor, Jonas Brown and Havertz, Blue Bubbles, Lakia White, Ribena, Frontline Electrical, FQ Sports Incorporated, Kirani James, Blue Bubbles, Mr. Royce Hay, Annie Francine, Grenada Cooperative Bank, Arisa Credit Union, Najifo Insurance, Communal Credit Union, Anderson Peters, Frontline Electrical, George F. Huggins and Company Grenada Limited, D. Sport Shop, Leonard Springwater, and Liberty. So these are the sponsors of today's event, making it a success.
So a while ago we saw Naomi Jones on the runway and throwing. Now we're going to see Aliyah Gittins of the Carriacou Athletics Committee. That's Gittins here from Carriacou. Not a bad throw compared to what we've seen from the others. That's just still things that she needs. A little bit more aggressive run-up. Aliyah Gittins from the Carriacou Athletics Committee. And she's competing in the under-17 category. Also, we have Serena Alexander. She's also in the under-17 girls category. She's from the Trailblazers. I've just been announced that she's the Carifta bronze medalist in this event. So she has some reputation behind her as well. That's Serena Alexander. So she must be an obvious favorite to win this event. That's Delicia from SAS. Delicia Francois. Next we would see Aishona Charles, national para-athlete. Represented Grenada at the Commonwealth Games for para-athletes. And she has been doing the javelin here for several years. Aishona Charles. Must be a little bit more difficult for Aishona in terms of maintaining balance and momentum, and in that final delivery stride to get it right, and to be competing amongst the more able, what we call the more able-bodied athletes as well. Must be a special talent that Aishona Charles has to be able to compete at this level. That's Maya Charles now, also from Trailblazers. She's in the open category. Not a bad effort here by Charles. On the runway is Donisha Calise from Trailblazers. Calise. Good whip of the arm here. Just under the 40-meter mark. Very still conditions here at the Athletic Stadium. I'm sure the javelin throwers would love to have the wind behind their back to help propel the javelin. But it's pretty much very still here at the National Stadium. Looks like Naomi Jones, just over the 30-meter mark. Talisha Collins getting ready for a throw. Again from the St. David's Trailblazers. We yet to have any events on the track. The officials are getting themselves ready for the track events that will be starting soon. It's the National Relay Meet 2022. Besides the field events, it's only going to be track relay events. So what we're going to do, we're going to leave you to enjoy some of the javelin that's going on, and we're going to come back to you momentarily. So you're going to be seeing the javelin going on. We're going to come back to you with the commentary momentarily. So stay tuned and enjoy the javelin that's going on for the moment.
Bear with us. As soon as the first one gets off, you're going to be having the second one. So, eat, drink, and be merry. So make sure you're really have enough in it, because it's going to be one relay after the other. Thanks for your patience, thanks for bearing with us. Remember, we have time for a long time, so we just have to get things in order. We had a few technical difficulties this morning, but we know the organizers are working really, really hard to ensure that we have a very competitive relay here today. So it's on the 9 for my 15 relays.
Always together.
The girls' 8x50-meter relay on the 9 is about to take place. It's sponsored by Miss Lakia White. We have runners in lane 2, Bolt in lane 3, runners again in lane 4, St. Joseph, Convent St. George. We have St. Mary's and St. Joseph's again. The girls' 8x50 relay is about to take place. As you can see, they're getting ready on the track. This is just a reminder of all the competing teams. We have 473 MVP, Ace, Boca Secondary School, Bolt, Breaking Out, Legends Together, CAC, Caribou Athletics Committee. We have FA, Fusion Athletics, GBSS, Grenada Boys Secondary School, PBC, Presentation Brothers College, RAC, Runners Athletics Club, SCRS, South City Rising Stars, SP, Southern Pros, SJCSG, the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, SAS, SDTB, St. David's Track Blazers, SMJS, St. Mary's Junior School, Track Stars, and Velocity Track Club. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all the competing teams today. 17, we are anticipating a splendid show of athletic prowess today at the Grenada James Athletics Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, just a correction, you are about to witness the girls 4x100 meter relay under 11, sponsored by Ryby. The girls 4x100 meter under 11. If you direct your eyes on the track, you will see them preparing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about to be...
Viewers, we welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletics Stadium for the start of the first event on the track in the 2022 Relay Meet. The girls on the track are the under 11 girls, and they will be competing in an 8x50 meter relay event. So they're going to be 8 legs here, each of 50 meters, and this is for the under 11 girls. Actually, yes, so it's an 8x50 for the under 11 girls. And we have here in lane 1, we have the Carriacou Athletics Committee. In lane 2, Bolt. Lane 3, Velocity. Lane 4, Fusion. Lane 5, Runners. Lane 6, St. Mary's. Lane 7, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. And in lane 8, Track Blazers. Lane 7 seems to be scratched. There is no St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, but I see St. Mary's there in 6. Runners in 5. Fusion in 4. Velocity in 3. Bolt in the red in 2. CAC from Carriacou in blue in lane 1. It's the first event on the track. We've been waiting for quite some time now, and the officials were having some technical difficulty with the mid manager system. They seem to have overcome that now, and we're ready for the live action here at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. My name is Leslie Smith, and I'll be bringing it to you live, and it's been produced by T&R Communications. And so we welcome you wherever you are, wherever you're viewing on your mobile devices, on your televisions, whatever, wherever you are, we welcome you and we say good afternoon to you and welcome to the live track and field action at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. Earlier on today, we had the Javelin in the under 17 and open girls category. Later on, we'll have the shot put, and then also we'll have the Javelin for the boys in under 17, under 20, and in the open category. 17 teams competing in the games today. Just to give you a quick rundown of the teams, we have the Carriacou Athletics Committee, St. David's Track Blazers, Runners Track Club, or the Runners Athletics Club, SAS, Bolt, and Bolt means breaking out a legacy together, SCRS, South City Rising Stars, Fusion, GBSS, 473 MVP, Velocity, ACE, St. Mary's Junior, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Boca Secondary, Presentation Brothers College, Southern Pros, and the Track Stars. 17 clubs competing in the 2022 Relay Meet. Competitor here from the St. David's Track Blazers in their very noticeable purple and yellow. St. Joseph Convent St. George has now joined them in lane 7. And in lane 6, we have St. Mary's. Lane 5, another team from the St. Joseph Convent St. George. Sorry, in lane 5, we have Runners. In lane 4, Fusion. Lane 3, Velocity. Lane 2, Bolt. And lane 1, the Carriacou Athletics Committee. This is in the under 11 category. It's actually a 4x100 meters. For the under 11 girls. I may have said a 8x50 earlier on. But the 8x50 is for the under 9 category. The under 11, they will be competing in the 4x1 relay. From the Carriacou Athletics Committee, we should see Francois, Ikwana, Alexander, Ikwana Francis, Naya Alexander, Janaya Lewis and Isaiah Williams. From the bowls we should see Isla Scott, Shania Downs, Sophia Noel and Asia George. Velocity we should see Naraya Cadet, Paris Antoine, Leah Campbell and Vanessa Flavini. From Fusion we should see Conor Mary Monroe, Dominic Joseph, Chelsea Rogers and Ziley Hostin. From runners we should see Micaiah George, Katia Frederick, Aquinda Lawrence and Abia Jones. St. Mary's, Casey Hostin, Naila Peters, Josiah Mitchell and Keikli George. St. Joseph Convent, Osana Batiste, Oceana Batiste, Jelona Edwards and Adania George. And from Trackblazers, Denaya Francis, Rihanna Ross, Duisha Julian and Kaylee Jones. So leading off for Trackblazers, we should see Lenaya Francis. So young Francis there from the Trackblazers. So we get ready for the start of the first event on the track. 4x100 meters under 11 girls. Quite a number of persons have joined us now. We saw very long lines outside. And already we start to hear the horns. It reminds us of Intercall 2022. The atmosphere very noisy. So they're on their mark. They're about to start. 4x100 meters for under 11 girls. The first event on the track. St. David's Trackblazers out there in lane 8. And they're up and running. The first event of the day. Let's see who makes up the early stagger. It looks like Velocity in the middle of the track. It's too early to call this one. Fusion is also looking good. St. Joseph Convent, St. George in the green. Trackblazers out there in lane 8. And then we have Bolt in the red and white. Bolt is looking good. So too is St. Joseph Convent, St. George. The second hand over now. She's running away from it. Bad batter mixed up here by Bolt. Followed by SJC, then Trackblazers. But it is Bolt. It looks like Bolt up front. The final handover for Bolt. St. Joseph Convent will be trailing. There goes Bolt. Fusion, it is. It's actually Fusion in lane 4. Fusion that's looking to run away with this one. In red and white, it's Fusion. It's going to be an easy victory for Fusion here. As she wins it now. And I make it in lane 3. It's Velocity in second. But a good run here by Fusion, especially on that third leg. They really distance themselves from the rest of the field. And there we see the final competitor there for Fusion. That's Dominic Joseph. She anchored the team home here. She looks very happy with her performance. Dominic Joseph of Fusion winning the first relay of the day for Fusion. And what a good run it is from the entire quartet. Naraya Cadet, from Fusion we had Conor Mary Monroe, Casey Rogers, Dominic Joseph and Zaylee Hostin winning the first event today.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we direct your attention to the scoreboard, you will see in first place unofficially Fusion Athletics, unofficially second Velocity Track Club, and third Carrick Athletics Committee, unofficially the top 3 positions.
As we look back now to see young Dominic Yes, sprinting and power into the finish line to win this one for Fusion. What a good run indeed. Dominic Joseph anchoring her team home. The official results for this one: Velocity Track Club in second, St. Joseph Convent St. George in third, Carrick Athletics Committee in fourth, St. Mary's Junior in fifth, the results of the first event on the track, which is actually the 4x100 meters for the under 11s. And this looks like now the 8x50 for the under 9s. They were supposed to compete just before the under 11s. We're happy to see that the under 9s can pick up their positions now and join us for live action.
Currently, we're making preparations to get back into the 8x50 relay.
In the 8x50 relay for the under 9 girls, we will see the likes of runners, we will see Bolt, we will see SJC St. George, St. Mary's Junior. So SJC St. George actually has two teams, so too are the runners.
The 8x50 on the 9 girls.
That's young Gabriella Peters Woodruff of the St. Mary's. She'll be starting off for St. Mary's in the under 9 8x50. Looks as though she's eager to go. And from the St. Joseph Convent St. George, we have Lindsay Thompson. So that's Lindsay Thompson here. Seems as we're going to have two teams in this event, St. Mary's and St. Joseph Convent St. George. St. Joseph Convent St. George should have a quartet of Lindsay Thompson, Destiny Marriott, Siva James, and Kaylee Thomas. St. Mary's, we expect to see the likes of Isaiah Charles, Alifa Clarence, Gabrielle Woodruff, or Peters Woodruff, and Zyla Joseph. I like the enthusiasm of the youngster from the St. Mary's. That's Peters Woodruff. Gabriella seems to be real pumped up and ready to go, keeping herself warm and active just before the start of the event. In a moment, we will join by Mr. Bernard Antoine, who would assist in bringing the live commentary to you and to provide some expert comments as well. We expect to have Prudence Lewis joining us later on too in the broadcast. But in the backdrop, you can see quite a number of spectators already here. And moments ago when I looked outside, the line was from the stadium ticket booth all the way back to the main road. So a number of persons on the outside. Outside was maybe just as noisy as inside, with the horns blowing and glaring as well. And it seems as though we'd have a very, very noisy atmosphere here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium later on today. It reminds me of Intercall 2022. I think that's the noisiest and the loudest levels on the decibel meter that we've had at any Intercall games. It was just very, very loud. And the horns are already here for that. So we can expect that kind of environment and that kind of fervor later on this afternoon. So these are the youngsters in the youngest category, the under 9s. And again, just look at Peters Woodruff here. She is just enjoying herself on the track. She seems as though she's ready to go. She seems as though she's well coached and well coaxed too, either by her parents or by her coach, saying to her that you need to keep warm, you need to keep those muscles twitched and nice. And she's there just keeping herself active.
Ladies and gentlemen, lane assignments in lane number 6. We have the St. Mary's.
Let's see what Gabriella can do here for St. Mary's. She just heard her school name called on the microphone, stadium microphone.
The St. Joseph's
So it's an 8x50, so we're going to have 8 legs here. And all of the competitors are there for the 2 teams, St. Mary's and St. Joseph Convent St. George. St. Joseph Convent St. George is essentially the sister school, the Mother Rose and others that have combined here. As the St. Louis Girls RC School. They're on the mark. Let's see Gabriela Peters Woodruff, and let's also see Lindsay Thompson of the SJC. And they're up and running. There they go. Peters Woodruff and Thompson. Looking good, these 2 youngsters. First hand over. Thompson. Woodruff comes in first. There they go again. SJC and St. Mary's. It's very even at this point in time. The second hand over, St. Mary's. Wrong hand over by St. Joseph Convent St. George. They get it right this time. But in the lead now is the St. Mary's Junior. St. Mary's Junior handing over now. Again, these youngsters. And there comes St. Joseph Convent St. George. They're going to battle for it here. Another exchange here. St. Mary's in the lead. Convent giving good chase and been very competitive as well. St. Mary's, St. Joseph Convent St. George. They're going to hand over just about the same time. They bump into each other here. There they go. Here comes Convent on the outside. But St. Mary's is holding her own. She's doing well on the inside is St. Mary's. She hands over first. There they go again. With one more exchange to go. It's St. Mary's and St. Joseph Convent. St. Mary's, St. Joseph, the final handover it is. They're going to battle for the finish line. St. Joseph Convent in the lead. She's looking over her left shoulder to see where is St. Mary's. And she moves her way and wins now. St. Joseph Convent wins this one. What an exciting event for these youngsters as the lead was changed back and forth. But in the end, it was St. Joseph Convent St. George with Tahia Williams bringing home the battle for St. Joseph Convent St. George. There they are in the penultimate leg here. A good run by 407 for Convent. And that's the Maya map. And just about an even exchange here. And then we see them peeping over the shoulder, looking at each other, gauging themselves. But in the end, it was Williams, Tahia Williams of the SJC, who was able to distance herself from the youngster from the St. Mary's Junior. Nice event indeed. So Bernard is going to join us in a while and help us with some of the comments. That's Mr. Bernard Antoine. As we see the official results now, St. Joseph Convent St. George and St. Mary's Junior in second, the 2 clubs competing in the event. So I want to welcome Bernard Antoine, who is going to assist with the commentary, to join me. And Bernard, you've just seen the first event, or the second event on the track for the under-9 girls, St. Joseph Convent St. George and St. Mary's, the 2 competing clubs there. An interesting race for the youngsters.
Very interesting, and one would ask the question how early you can start. This is a good start.
Indeed, a good start. And what I like was the level of competitiveness. You saw the final leg. They were actually looking at each other. St. Mary's glanced over her right shoulder. St. Joseph Convent looking over her left shoulder. And the level of competitiveness was there right through. One little mix-up, and we expect that from the youngsters, where St. Joseph Convent actually brought the batter into the athlete from the St. Mary's Junior. But that in itself created the excitement for these youngsters.
That actually adds to the entertainment, and we really have to take our hats off to the coaches that would put these young children to run races like this, because really, as we know, a relay race is not a selfish entity.
As we're getting ready for the next event, which looks like the 4x100 meters for the under 13 girls. And we have in lane 2 Bolt. So this is the athlete from Bolt. That's Tishona Bascom. And we also have the Trackblazers from St. David's. And the youngster there looks like Kaylee Agard. We have a list of 7 teams here. Unfortunately, only 2 teams. Here we have the other team here, that's runners. And starting off for runners is Kimasha Francis. That's Kimasha Francis here for you. In lane 4 we have SJC St. George. And we also are from Carriacou, that's in lane 6. And running for Carriacou in lane 6 is Kayla Allen. She's going to start off for them. So we have Bolt in 2, Trailblazers in 3. In 4 is Runners. And in lane 6 we have Carriacou. Also in lane 7 we have Fusion. And running for Fusion to start it off is Angelica Stroud. Or Street, I beg your pardon. Angelica Street.
So it is event number 7, the girls 4x100 meters under 13.
Again, we have Bolt, Trailblazers, Runners, SJC, Carriacou Athletics Combined, that's CAC, and Fusion. Fusion, having already won the first event on the track for the under 11 girls 4x100 meters. And they've been now called to the status orders. They're on their mark. Let's see if the excitement continues just like what we've had in the first 2 events. 2022 Relay Meet. Up and running here now. The 4x100 meters under 13 girls. There they go, and looking good already is the athlete there from Carriacou Athletics Combined. She has already made up the stagger and leading this one. Carriacou is looking good. Let's hear it for Carriacou. But here comes Fusion. Carriacou still in the lead. Fusion is giving good chase. And then we also have Runners coming in nicely, but it is still Carriacou in front. The second handover is Carriacou. Here comes Fusion doing their handover now, but Carriacou has a good 15 meters lead on Fusion. Carriacou looks as though they're going to win this one. On the inside and making good ground too is Runners. But the final handover, Carriacou standing up for the batter here. Fumble here by St. David's Trailblazers. Carriacou with a slender lead here. Fusion on the inside. Here comes Trailblazers. Trailblazers on the inside looking good. Coming from nowhere. But Carriacou is holding their own. Carriacou is going to win this one. She wins it now over Trailblazers. What a good run here from Trailblazers. Coming back, but running out of time and space. And a good win here for Carriacou Athletics Combined, Bernard.
Very good win and very competitive race. And they showing very good form is the entire team from Carriacou. The passing was rather smooth. And they have really accounted well for themselves in this one.
Well, as we look back here again, Bernard, the batter passing by Carriacou, not that good one. On the inside, Bolt got it early. St. David's got it in third, and look how she was able to motor back and pass Bolt on the inside, almost caught up with the athlete from Carriacou.
Very good comeback for the Trailblazers after sort of a mix-up in the last leg.
That's Joanna Gilbert of Trailblazers running back nicely there. The official results. Carriacou Athletics Committee putting the name on the scoreboard here for the first championship relay. St. David's Trailblazers would have come in second.
And what we are noticing is some new named clubs. And that speaks well for athletics in Grenada.
Well, Bernard, there are 17 clubs participating today, and you're right.
17.
There are some new clubs. Many persons might not be familiar with the names like Track Stars and Bolt. And Bolt actually means breaking out legends together. There is also the Runners Athletics Club. We're more familiar with the St. David's Trailblazers and the ACE and the SAS and the South City Rising Stars, Fusion, GBSS. 473 MVP, a relatively new club as well, being coached and managed by Albert Joseph. There's Velocity. I mentioned ACE, St. Mary's Junior, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Boca Secondary, Southern Pros, and of course I mentioned Track Stars.
You are witnessing live the G2A Relay Meet 2022 at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. Lovely weather for today.
Indeed, I mean, it's very still, not much of a breeze been blowing to impede or to assist the athletes. They have nice conditions. The sun is out. Some overcast conditions as well, but good conditions for track and field.
Almost ideal conditions, and I think the young people who are on the track will do very well today.
As we give you the lane assignment for the 4x100 meters under 15, in lane 2 we have Trailblazers. In lane 3, 473 MVP. Lane 4, Boca Secondary. Lane 5, St. Joseph Convent St. George. And in lane 6, South City Rising Stars.
So five teams are taking the track in this one. It's the girls 4x100 meters.
Lane 6
under
seems
15.
to be scratched. I've not seen South City Rising Stars. So we have 4 clubs here. Trailblazers in 2. 473 MVP in 3. Boca Secondary in 4. And St. Joseph Convent St. George in 5. For St. Joseph Convent St. George, we have Chadija Walcott. For Boca Secondary, to lead off for them, we have Jazara Johnson. For MVP, it looks like Emma McIntosh, is it? Yeah. And for Trailblazers, it looks like Shadi John.
And just to assist you with the different clubs, we are going to try to identify them at the lanes they are running in. The uniforms is now that uniform today. So in lane number 2 is Trailblazers, and 473 MVP is in lane 3. Boca is in lane 4, and St. Joseph Convent St. George in lane 5.
It's the 2022 Relay Meet. It's an event much looked forward to in the athletics calendar in Grenada. It's an event that really brings out a lot of spectators here at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. And so far, there are quite a number of spectators here already.
Traditionally, it's one of the premier track events, second only arguably to intercall games.
For sure. For the share of spectators that are here, and for the excitement and for the interest it creates as well, the Relay Meet is indeed a big event in the national athletics calendar.
Yes, absolutely. So these young persons who have been on the sideline for the past 2.5, 3 years, they are getting their fair share today, and they are on the starters' orders.
They're on the starters' orders. Remember, Trailblazers in 2, MVP in 3, Boca in 4, SJC St. George in 5. They're up and running. And let's see who makes up the early starter here. Looks like even Steven here, but SJC holding their own. On the inside also is MVP. Coming out nicely now is Boca Secondary School. Boca leading the way here. It looks as though MVP in second in the red, and then Trailblazers in third, St. Joseph falling behind. But look at Boca go. The second and over, Boca in front. Here comes MVP and Trailblazers. But Boca holding their own still. It is still Boca Secondary in the gray in front. The final and over now. Boca is out. So too is Trailblazers. Here comes MVP. Can Boca hold on? Trailblazers moving on nicely here. It is Trailblazers in the lead now. Boca in second and MVP in third. But what a good run here indeed by Trailblazers. In the likes of Shade John, I think it is. A good run indeed by Shade John to anchor her team home.
Wonderful
and she has
comeback.
been having a phenomenal season, Shade John. Bernard, a great run indeed.
Wonderful.
A good comeback by St. David's Trailblazers.
Absolutely. The second leg for Boca was absolutely brilliant second leg by Boca, where the final leg for Trailblazers saw them home and in good time to spear.
Indeed, Shade John it is on screen there now, anchoring the Trailblazers to a victory. But I must agree with you, Bernard. That second leg by Boca Secondary School was indeed maybe the most impressive leg in the relay. The final over, Boca comes out just ahead of Trailblazers But look at Shade John making up the curve nicely on the competitor from Boca Secondary School. That's Monique Binder, it was, and going past Monique and anchoring her team to a great victory indeed in the under 15 girls category for the 400 meters.
Very competitive.
So there we see the official results. Trailblazers 51.14 seconds. Boca Secondary in second, 51.65. And 473 MVP in third, 52.67 seconds.
You are watching live the G2A Relay Meet 2022 at the Karani James's Athletic Stadium.
The next event on the track, the 4x100 meters under 15 girls. Already we see on the track the competitor from runners in lane 3. And that's Michaela Benjamin. She will be leading off for runners in lane 4. We have Bolt. And leading off for Bolt, we have Olivia Stevens. Young Olivia Stevens there for Bolt. So runners in 3, Bolt in 4. In 5, we have Velocity. And that's Riel Alexis for Velocity. She's in 5. We expect to see Karakou in 6. Karakou already winning a relay here today. And she seemed to have run earlier on today. That's Kayla Allen from Karakou. Young Kayla will be leading off for Karakou. And the folks in Karakou have a lot to shout for today. Bunna, they already won a gold medal in one of the relays.
Yes, they do. And Karakou is really accounting well for themselves here. The event on track now is the girls under 15. And we have 4 teams that are competing. Again, lane number 3, runners. Again, lane number 4, Bolt. 5, Velocity, and Karakou combined in lane 6.
So both Bolt and runners are actually in red. Well, they're on the starters instructions now. Let's see who wants this one more. Runners, Bolt, Velocity, Karakou. The under 15 girls category, 4x100 meters. National Relay Meet 2022. There they go, up and running nicely here. Let's see who makes up the early stagger here. Karakou is looking good with a slender lead. But on the inside, runners already making up the stagger on Bolt. But Karakou with a nice lead here with the first handover. Karakou still in the lead. Velocity is giving good challenge. But here comes Bolt on the inside. Still up front is Karakou. The second handover now, Velocity. Here comes runners on the inside. Runners with some very lengthy strides, making up the stagger on Karakou. Runners actually need an athlete goes down here in lane 5 from Velocity. But it is on the inside in lane 3. Runners. Here comes Karakou with a good run back here. A good run back by Karakou to win this one. What an impressive run here by Karakou. And that's
very
Dejana Brung from Karakou. She was out of sight for a moment, but a good run back indeed by Brung. Karakou winning the second relay on the day here. But a Misha Bernard on the third leg here for the competitor. I think it was from Velocity.
Yes, she fell, so we will probably get some update as to.
We hope she's okay as well. But a good run back here by young Brung from Karakou. We're going to look back to the final leg to see how Brung would have done to compare with the athlete from runners, I think it was, that had a slender lead on her. But Brung making the folks in Karakou very proud indeed.
There she is, good running. She caught her and went past her rather easily. Just for the sake of clarity, we had 2 sections in this relay for about 100 meters under 15 girls. And section 2 is the one that just finished, and it will be a matter of best times.
So the official results: Karakou Athletics Committee 55.11, runners in second 55.77, and Velocity in third 58.71. So it's actually the athlete from Bolt that did not finish. The next event, the 4x100 meters on the 17. And we see here in lane 1 runners. And the competitor here, Jenik Belgrave. She'll be leading off for the runners. In lane 2, we have St. Joseph Convent St. George. At St. Joseph Convent St. George. In lane 3, we have 473 MVP. That's the athlete here from the 473 MVP. That's Alena Dikoto. In lane 4, we have Trackblazers. And for Trackblazers, it's going to be Denisha Scott. In lane 6, we expect to see Carrico Athletics combine. Apparently, they're not here, Carrico. So, and then we have in lane 6, South City Rising Stars. That's Amia Sylvester. And out there, we also have Track Stars. And then Boca Secondary in the likes of Deslia Davidson. For Track Stars, the competitor for Track Stars, that's Shania Thomas. She'll be starting for Track Stars. So a full lineup here. I think the only team that's missing is Carrico Athletics Committee. Carrico doing well so far. They have already won 2 relays. And Bonner, these are some of the bigger competitors, the bigger females. This is actually the under 17 category, so we expect to see guns blazing here.
Guns blazing. They are the older girls, and almost full tracks. We have 7 lanes occupied in this one. So it is a girls 4x100 meters under 17 girls.
So in lane 1, runners. Lane 2, SJC. Lane 3, 473 MVP. 4, Trackblazers. 5 is Scratch. 6 is South City Rising Stars. 7, Track Stars. 8, Boca.
And it certainly gets more competitive as we go up. And the competitors get older, the passing are usually smoother and certainly faster runners.
And Bernard, what we expect also is that some of the schools that are not competing as schools here, their athletes have actually been integrated in some of the other clubs. And so even though you don't see a particular school being represented here, a lot of the prominent athletes from these schools are part of the various clubs, be it the ACE, be it the Trackblazers, be it 473 MVP, South City Rising Stars, any of the clubs. We have athletes from different schools and different parishes being part of it. Most of the clubs participating though are from the St. George's Parish. The outside parishes, we will see ACE later on. We have SAS. We also have Carrico Athletics Combined.
And Trackblazers.
And Trackblazers.
Yes.
Speed Zone, I've not seen Speed Zone, and Speed Zone is generally from the western side. But the new clubs like Track Stars and others, I'm sure they would have some athletes from the outer parish of St. George as well.
And we really applaud the advent of more clubs. What it does is that there has been a complaint year after year that after our athletes leave secondary school, that's the end. But with a club system, in fact, they can continue. And that augurs well for the growth of the track and field in Grenada. We say we have 17 clubs at this meet? 17
clubs participating.
That's good.
So we're getting ready for the start of the 4x1 under 17. We're not sure what the holdup is here, but there was some issues, some technical issues earlier on today, and we had a late start on the track. It was a fairly prompt start, maybe by 15 minutes or so with the field events. The track events were delayed a bit, but they're up and running now, and so far we've seen some very exciting relays. They're on the starters orders, but we see the athlete from Boca Secondary indicating that she may be having some difficulties hearing the starter. We noticed that from a few of the other athletes as well, but they're on the starters orders. They're on the mark. Again, runners, SJC, MVP, Trailblazers, South City Rising Stars, Track Stars, and Boca. Again, Boca not hearing the gun. Some of the athletes here are called back, some are still running. And I believe that's an issue we had at Intercol as well, Bernard, when the athletes out there in lane 8 are not hearing the starters call. And
it's not as loud as it was at Intercol, but somehow the sound of the gun.
And it's very obvious the athlete from Boca here did not hear the call.
No,
she
that's
basically
correct.
just used her own intuition, and there she was going, and then she recognized the athletes were coming, and then she picked up a little bit again. So it's not as noisy as you said as it was at Intercol games, but nonetheless a fair amount of noise, and I'm not sure if the starters are using the microphone as they normally do, but it seems as though there are some issues with the athletes out there in lane 8 hearing the starters' instructions. But they're going to have another go at it, and the competitor there for Boca out there in lane 8 is Deslia Davidson. She's the one that seemed to be having some difficulty hearing the starter, and I'm sure maybe the athlete for Track Stars, that's Shania Thomas, out there in lane 7, might be experiencing some similar difficulties. But Bernard, it's difficult for us to tell who are the obvious favorite in these races, because remember it's a combination of athletes from different areas and different schools and so on.
Absolutely.
And so it makes it nice and even for us to just anticipate, and for the viewers out there to anticipate who is going to be winning. And I'm sure they already have their favorites as well. They know some of the athletes, they know some of the clubs, and they'll be rooting for their favorite clubs as well.
Yes, and this is especially so this year after 2.5, 3 years layoff. So what we have to go by is what would have happened during Intercol. So it's even. It's the 4x100 meters girls under 17, lane 1 runners, lane 2 St. Joseph Convent St. George, lane 3 473 MVP, lane 4 Trailblazers. Carriacou combined should have been in lane 5.
Yeah, they're actually here now, Bernard.
And they have joined us in lane 5. This actually speaks well. In lane 6, South City Rising Stars, Track Stars lane 7, and Boca Secondary. Boca Secondary is well represented here.
As a matter of fact, we must comment on that. Boca Secondary was very impressive at Intercol games this year.
They were.
To me, they were the school that created the biggest surprise, so to speak. I felt that they did very well at Intercol games this year, Boca Secondary School. Albeit it was a special Intercol games, but the coaches and the management of the Boca Secondary School must be commended for the effort that they put forward at Intercol games this year.
I am in total agreement with you, and to keep the young people focused to have the number of competitors as they did, and even to be represented here. Somebody's doing something well at Boca. Keep it up.
The past pupils of Boca must be feeling very proud of the performance of the school this year. We know how past pupils feel about their schools, Bernard. I'm sure you were an old GBSS or PBC boy, Bernard. Where did you attend?
No. I'm an old PBC boy.
So I'm sure you were impressed with PBC as well, Bernard, at Intercol game.
Yeah, so I don't refer to the PBC's performance as a special Intercol. I just think they did well.
That's right. That's right. So they're on the mark now. It's the 4x100 meters under 17 girls. Again, runners, SJC, MVP, Trailblazers, Carriacou, South City, Trailblazers, and Boca Secondary School. Up and running now. Nice even start. Who is going to make up the early stagger? The horns are glaring. Looking good. Looks like the athlete from 473 MVP in red. Making up the stagger. 473 MVP. Boca is also there. And also looking good is Track Stars. But look at MVP go in the red. St. David's Trailblazers giving good chase on the inside as well. But it looks as though it's Shante Augustine here. Hands over now. It is indeed 473 MVP. Here comes St. David's on the inside. It's going to be a battle for the finish line. But it is still MVP 473. Trailblazers hands over now. But coming up nicely now is 473 MVP. Giving good chases Trailblazers, but she's not going to catch her. 473 MVP is going to win this one, and she wins it comfortably now. Trailblazers in second, and it looks as though in the middle of the field could be Carriacou Athletics Committee, maybe in third, but a good run here by the quartet from the MVP, the 473 MVP, to win this one, Bernard.
And it was from start to finish. The passing was smooth. Obviously, this team must have done some serious practicing. The passing was quite smooth, and they were in sync. They ran well.
Well, they've been coached by Albert Joseph.
He's doing a good job.
A well-known name.
Yes, this is a good end result for Albert. The end result sometimes doesn't show the amount of work that go in, but it's for relays. The end result and the passing is a reflection of the work that is put in.
Talia Sampson, I think it was, who anchored the 473 MVP. 48.65 the winning time.
That's not a bad time.
Trailblazers in second with 50.17. South City Rising Stars, it was indeed in third position with 50.73. The top three for the 4x100 meters under 17.
This speaks very well for track and field in Grenada, and that the time was a good time for under 17 girls. That's a good competitive time. And remember, this is club relay, so for club relay, that's a really good time for under 17 girls.
So the athletes on the track are getting themselves ready now for the 4x100 meters open, and we see already competitor from Velocity, and that's Danaya Daniel. She's in lane 2. Southern Pros is in lane 3, and that's Whitney Bowen. Whitney Bowen of Southern Pros, lane 3. In lane 4, 473 MVP, hot on the heels from a victory in the previous relay, and 473 MVP.
And one of the interesting features in this year's program, there are individual sponsors for particular events. And I think, again, that speaks well to the maturity.
So Rhea Flanders, 473 MVP in lane 4. In lane 5, we have Trailblazers, and Rihanna Frederick will lead off for them. That's young Rihanna Frederick here from Trailblazers. In 6, we'll have South City Rising Stars. And South City Rising Stars will be led off here by Nicoda Alexander. We expect to see runners in lane 7. So Velocity in 2, Southern Pros in 3, MVP in 4, Trailblazers in 5, South City Rising Stars in 6, and runners in 7.
The girls 4x100 meters open.
Unfortunately, we do not have the lineup for runners, but the young competitor there, 297, she'll be leading off for runners in the 4x100 meters open for girls. And Bernard, you were making the comment that each of the events have various sponsors. The previous event was actually sponsored by our world champion Kirani James, and this current event is sponsored by Blue Bubbles.
Yeah, and I was speaking that it's really putting your money where your mouth is, and it speaks to the maturity of this sporting fraternity in Grenada. Certainly the track and field fraternity.
They're under starters orders. Velocity, Southern Pros, MVP, Trailblazers, South City, and runners. And they're up and running here. Looking good already. Great start. Making up the stagger nicely. St. David's Trailblazers on the shoulders of South City Rising Stars. Trailblazers in the lead. Nice smooth handover by Trailblazers. But South City Rising Stars on the outside is in the lead now. And a good run here coming back by MVP as well on the inside of Trailblazers. But handing over first is South City Rising Stars out there. A good run here now by MVP, 473 in the red on the inside. 473 MVP looking good. And that's 473 MVP in the lead here now. What a good run indeed. Velocity and South City Rising Stars giving good chase. They're going to battle for the finish line here. But MVP would hold on to it. A close call here. MVP wins the event. And it was South City Rising Stars in second. But I can tell you, Was very competitive all the way through.
It was competitive, and even the last two teams maintain competition right to the end. And this is what you want to see, really. You want to see that they maintain the form, maintain the competition, let the training speak for itself, and the better team will win on the day. And
well, Krista Abel, that is here, that is anchoring the MVP. She had good challenge from South City Rising Stars, but Abel was able to hold on. But Selena Alexander, who ran the third leg for MVP, did a very good third leg, and she's actually a student at the Boca Secondary School.
There we go.
And representing MVP here, a blistering leg indeed by Serena to bring it into Abel for an outstanding victory for MVP, a time of 49.43. South City Rising Stars 49.55.
You are witnessing live the G2A's Relay Meet 2022 at the Karani James's Athletic Stadium in St. George, Grenada.
So we finished the boys segment for a moment, the girls segment, I beg your pardon, and then we're going to move into the male category. To start with the 4x50 for the under 9s, and then we'll make our way up all the way to the open event for the male category. But Bernard, so far we've seen some very competitive races, very exciting races. In some instances, very good batter transition. In other instances, some work could be done. But so far, I think the excitement is there. The level of competitiveness is there. Exciting day for track and field.
In fact, I think the teams have done themselves very well today, even starting with the under 9s. Very exciting. And then we have to put all of this into context. We are in a season that has not allowed for much training early, and the results that we are seeing today is really born out of real serious determination.
A good observation I made, Bernard, in that relay which MVP won moments ago, Shante Augustine, which is one of our national athletes, Carifta athlete as well, she actually ran the second leg. And that tells you that there is some strategy behind that by Coach Albert Joseph.
Absolutely.
Because we expect somebody like Shante Augustine to anchor the team home. And there she was on leg 2. And that tells you that they did some preparatory work to actually have that formation to have Shante run on leg 2. But I can tell you, leg 2 could be a very good strategy if you can put your best athlete there who can actually run 110 meters instead of 100 meters. So they can take it very deep into the zone and deliver it just past the 100 meter mark into the other zone. And so your fastest athlete can in fact run more than 100 meters.
Absolutely, absolutely. What we have seen traditionally and historically, not the fastest 4 runners oftentimes end up the winners in a relay. The relay is about teamwork, strategy,
and batter transitioning.
And really, the team that is well coached and practiced are usually the victors. I mean, many big meets we have seen 4 really quick runners.
And they're not winning. They're not the winners.
Well, and sometimes not even finishing the race.
So we still have a lot of space here for you at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Those of you who are in the St. George's area, St. Andrews, St. David, St. John's, within close proximity, access to transportation, you can still come on down and join us here for the exciting GAA Relays 2022.
And
some of the clubs that have done well so far, Bernard Carico, of course, winning 2 relays.
Yes.
MVP, 473 MVP, have done well. Trackblazers have won 1 relay as well and have been in the top 3 in most of the other relays. We've come to expect good performances from Trackblazers. But it's good to see some of the other clubs being featured and their names being called in the top 3. Track Stars, Velocity, South City Rising Stars. We've yet to see the appearance of Ace, and I believe Ace, I saw Wayne Maxwin earlier on today, who is the coach of Ace Track Club. But we generally tend to see them in the senior categories and the open categories. They have a very formidable 4x400 meter relay team that did well recently in Barbados to win a gold medal there. And maybe we would expect to see the Adam Peters and the the other competitors there later on in the program this afternoon.
So we are about to witness the next event on track. We have just completed the female portion, and we are going into the males. So the next event on track on paper here is the boys 4x50 under 9.
And Bernard, we also have some field events to roll off later on this afternoon. We have the Javelin for the under 17, the Javelin for the under 20, and the Javelin for the open. We also have the girls shot put, and I think there's also a shot put for the boys as well. So although it's a relay meet, the organizers have always included some prominent field events for the athletes to be able to be given an opportunity to showcase their talents.
And that's actually a real good thinking on the part of the organizers in this. We know that we are coming to look at a relay meet, but to put a little bit of spice in it, it only adds to the entire package to program.
Because I'm sure there are persons here, Bernard, who are just as interested in field events as track events.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's very rare you get somebody who is interested in track and field not to be interested in both.
Well, the next event is actually sponsored by Mr. Royston Lahaye. We know Mr. Royston Lahaye has been a former president and a president for several decades of the Grenada Olympic Committee. It's good to see that he's making his contribution in this particular way towards the 4x50 meter relay for the under 9 boys.
And again, we go back to making a point that how young is young when you start this? Well, we know of the history, what history would have tell us with the likes of the Tiger Woods and so forth, who started playing golf at the age of 4.
Lewis Hamilton started go-kart racing at 4 or 5 as well.
Absolutely. And so to the parents and the guardians and so forth who encourage their kids to put their all into whatever sport and discipline that they have interest in, we take our hats off to you. So the boys 4x50 under 9 should be something to look at.
So we're going to have a short break and head for a medal presentation, the first medal presentation. So what we would do, we would break from the commentary. We'll go over to the stadium microphone to get the medal presentation, and then we'll come back with more live track action right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. So stay with us, stay for the medal presentation, and then we'll be back with more action. See you then.
This is the first prize giving ceremony for the day, GAA Relays. We welcome Miss Latia Victor, sister of Lyndon Victor. Event 5, Lakaya Girls, Lakaya Whites 8x50 meter relay under 9. Second place, St. Mary's Junior School. A time of 1 minute 22.23 seconds. First place, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. 1 minute 22.09 seconds. Thank you very much, Miss Latia Victor, sister of Lyndon Victor. We welcome now Mrs. Najuma Francis Patrick, Marketing Manager at George F. Huggins & Company, Grenada Limited. Ribena girls 4x100 meter relay under 11. Third place, Runners Athletics Club. A time of 1 minute 04.42 seconds. Second place, Velocity Track Club. 1 minute 04.31 seconds. And in first place, ladies and gentlemen, Fusion Athletics. 1 minute 02.22 seconds. Thank you very much, Mrs. Najuma Francis Patrick, Marketing Manager, George of Huggins and Company, Grenada Limited. Now we welcome Mr. Lyndon McFarlane, representing Frontline Electrical. Event 7, Frontline Electrical Girls 4x100 meter relay, under 13. Third position, Boats. 59.81 seconds. Second position, St. David's Strap Blazers. 58.17 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, position 1, Karakou Athletics Committee. 57.95 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Lyndon McFarlane, representing Frontline Electrical. Now we welcome Mr. Robert Samuel, representing Life Quality Sports Incorporated. And this event, Life Quality Sports Incorporated, Event 8, Girls 4x100 meter relay under 15. Third position, 473 MVP. A time of 52.67 seconds. Second position, Boca Secondary School, 51.65 seconds. And position 1, St. David's Strat Blazers, a time of 51.14 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Robert Samuel, representing Life Quality Sports Incorporated. Now, please welcome Mr. Colin Peters, the Coordinator of Sports in Grenada. This event is sponsored by our Olympic star, Kirani James. Girls, Annie Pamela James. Annie Pamela James, girls 4x100 meter relay under 17. Third place, South City Rising Stars, 50.73 seconds. Second place, St. David's Strat Blazers, 50.15 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, position your first place. Winner, 473 MVP. A time of 48.65 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Colin Peters, Coordinator of Sports in Grenada. Now we welcome Ms. Jocelyn Mitchell, representing Blue Bubbles. And this event, Event 10, Blue Bubbles Girls, 4x100 meter relay open. Third position, St. David's Strat Blazers. A time of 50.73 seconds. Second place, South City Rising Stars, 49.55 seconds. Presenting position 1, 473 MVP, 49.43 seconds. Thank you very much, Ms. Oslin Mitchell, representing Blue Bubbles. This is the end of this prize-giving ceremony. Thank you all. All of the presenters, we thank you so very much for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all the winners.
We welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for the live track action in the 2022 National Relay Meet. You just witnessed the first prize-giving ceremony. We referred to it earlier on as a medal presentation. They're not actually receiving any medals, but I think it's actually cash prizes that they would earn for their victories or for their performances. And so it's actually a prize-giving function. Bernard, good gesture, good performances, pristine conditions for track and field, appreciable crowd as well. We're getting ready for the boys, so to speak, or the males.
For the track fan, this is goat heaven.
That's right. So if you're not here and you can be here, you should come down to the National Stadium.
I went and I had a peek outside just now, and the lines are still, we still have some lines going there. So I imagine by the time we get around to the early part of the evening, 6:30, we should have a substantial crowd in here by that time. And at that time, of course, we'll be in this real swing of things with the older competitors.
So what is going to happen today is that we're going to have the regular relays like the 4x100 meters, and then we're going to have some novelty events and mixed events, male, female, different distances as well. We're going to describe them to you, but on the track now are the competitors for the 4x50, and that should be the 8x50 meter relay for the under 9. It's actually a 4x50. It's actually a 4x50, so they're just on the 100 meter track only, and they're going to be 4 legs for the youngsters in this 4x50 event. In lane 1, we will see runners. Lane 2, Fusion. Lane 3, Bolt. Lane 4, another team from runners. Lane 5, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. And in lane 6, St. Mary's.
So we have 2 teams from runners. 1 from Fusion in lane 2, lane 3, Bolt. And 5, St. Joseph Convent and St. Mary's.
Well, there they are. We have not seen St. Joseph Convent, St. George. And some people might be wondering, how come we have males running for St. Joseph Convent, St. George? Again, it's a club structure today. And so a lot of the clubs have integrated other athletes and other schools into their teams, or into their club for today.
But this is a big time for a young man under 9 years old.
But I came to see St. Joseph Convent, St. George. I came here to see Elijah Antoine on the team for St. Joseph Convent, St. George. He's a pupil of the St. Mary's. I'm not sure if he's participating for St. Mary's, but these youngsters under 9, I mean, a great opportunity, a great platform for them to harness their talent.
Absolutely, and it's something they will remember right throughout hopefully their long track and field career. You don't forget something like this at 7, 8 years old. You don't forget that.
We saw a youngster this morning, a young female in the under 9 category, and she was all well pumped up and she was bouncing on the track before the start of the event. And,
Absolutely.
and that's the kind of excitement. She will remember that forever.
She will.
At the National Stadium in front of a pretty decent crowd and being at the center of things, you know.
And it really becomes a center of conversation when they get back to their schools and so forth. And this is really literally what they refer to as sowing the seeds at early age. Under 9 boys.
And the other aspect to it is that they on TV, so to speak, they on the screen. So even though they're not seeing themselves, I'm sure when they get back home, the parents, the guardians, the aunts, whoever it is, would replay the event for them so that they can see themselves on the track in a national event.
Absolutely.
And we know what happens now. Everybody archives these things. So maybe 5 years, 10 years from now, when they become more prominent in the events, we can look back at the footage and see from whence they came and compare what they did back then and how they were to how they've progressed to where they are 5 years afterwards.
That is so true. And again, we must take our hats off to the organizers of this, that would see it fit to have an event that recognizes and have kids as young as under 9 participating in an event like this. This event is broadcast on the web, so it's all over the world.
Just recently we saw Justin Gatlin with a team of under 10s that he sent to Jamaica to compete in an event there, and so there is scope for these on the 9s and on the 10s that they can participate against maybe others from bigger regions as well.
And that's exactly what the hope is, that there are so many competitors out there, competition with these, attention for these young children, and they are on the starters orders. Let me turn it to you.
Right, so they're on the starters orders. One of the officials here just offering some guidance to the athlete from St. Mary's, asking him to get a little closer to the line so that he can take use of all the advantage that he would need. So they're on the mark one more time. Runners, Fusion, Bolt, St. Mary's. We see 3 competitors. St. Mary's was way out front here. St. Mary's still in the lead, a commanding lead indeed St. Mary's have. They were actually outside of the camera shot. There goes St. Mary's. St. Mary's Junior. But coming in nicely on the inside in lane 2. It looks like Fusion. Mix up here, but they go. There goes Fusion on the inside. St. Mary's battling to see if they can run back. But it's going to be Fusion in lane 2, I think it is. Fusion winning over St. Mary's. But again, the third leg for Fusion. I think that's where the race was won.
Yes, and again, that's part of the excitement of kids under 9. The runner from St. Mary's, he was so far ahead that he just stood up as if he was waiting until he was caught.
So that's Jehu Roberts, who anchored his team to victory. Fusion. But there was St. Mary's up front here. But look at that comeback here now from Fusion in lane 2. Look at that run back here from Fusion.
Right here.
That's Wayne Clovey.
We stopped.
Right? And Clovey handing over to Roberts, and Roberts took it home.
Yes. St. Mary's had a wonderful second leg.
But even more so, they had an impressive start. The starter was actually outside of the camera shot.
And an impressive start. The third leg was sort of a waiting until his competitors reached them. But that's on the 9. We must put all of this in context.
He's going to look back. The coaches are going to look back, and they're going to make amends next time around.
Absolutely. And there you had it. That was 4 by 50 meters under 9 boys. The next event on the track is a 4 by 100 meters boys under 11. Lane 2, we should have Bolt. Lane 3, Carriacou combined. Lane 4, St. Mary's. 5 is runners. 6, Fusion. And 7, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George.
Well, we mentioned that the previous event was sponsored by Mr. Royston LaHaye. This upcoming event is sponsored by Ribena. And the distributors are George F. Huggins. Say good afternoon to George Cherubin Poggi, the Ribena man as we call him. So we have 5 teams here. That's the competitor in lane 2 for Bolt. That's Jaden Samuel. He's going to be leading off. He has the track shoe on, not the spikes. And for Carriacou, we have Micah Cox. I'm sure he has some relationship to Nolan Cox out of Carriacou. He's running with the socks. From St. Mary's, They're in lane 4. Not sure who the competitor is, but he's representing St. Mary's in lane 4. We expect to see runners in 5. Again, we don't have the team listing for runners. And Fusion should be in 6. Again, the track shoe. But I can tell you, the reason for some of these athletes not wearing the spikes is that there has been a shortage, a growth shortage on the island and even internationally. I mean, all of the suppliers of spikes on the island are out of spikes now, I can tell you.
So we're going
and
back.
that is because of the whole pandemic situation, the supply chain issue, and the production issue, and that has affected that. So you have to pardon the athletes, you have to pardon the coaches and the teams, because they are really in a difficult position getting spikes for these athletes. And I'm speaking from personal experience, being a supplier of spikes myself, and that has been a huge challenge. And I say to people, maybe if I had spikes, I might have been a millionaire today.
No, but it's quite amazing, you know. You only know how and the far-reaching effect of the shortage in all around the world. Just about every commodity you can think of is struggling today. And let's hope that things will come back to some semblance of normalcy sometime sooner rather than later. Because even young kids like this are feeling the effect of all that's happening globally, and so far removed from us here in Little Grenada, feeling the effect. So don't be too surprised if you see your kids running without spikes today. We just get the answer right here.
So that looks like Thierry's Brave Boy for Fusion in lane 6.
So St. Joseph Convent seems to have scratched this one. So we have 5 teams on the track.
The excitement continues here. We've seen already one relay in the male category. That's in the under 9, 4x50. And now we're going to see the 4x100 meters for the under 11s. They've been called to their marks by the starter. Bolt in 2, Carriacou in 3, St. Mary's in 4, runners in 5, and the Fusion in 6. They're up and running. There they go. 4x100 meters on the 11. Looking good up front is the athlete from Fusion in the white and red. But making a good move on the inside is Carriacou Athletics Committee. Carriacou Athletics Committee actually handing over first. But Fusion has a slender lead here now. Carriacou looking good on the inside. It's Fusion out there in lane 6. And then in between them we have runners. But Fusion handing over now is Fusion. Then Carriacou, then runners. Runners fumbling a bit here now. But it is still Fusion. Carriacou making a comeback. Here comes runners as well. But it is indeed Fusion with a nice lead here. Carriacou is going to hand over second on the inside. There goes Fusion on the outside. Can Carriacou catch him? Fusion, Carriacou, and then on the inside again we still have Bolt. What a run from Carriacou. Carriacou is looking over his right shoulder, but Fusion is holding on. Here comes Carriacou, he's very close. Carriacou wins it here now. What a good comeback here from the youngster from Carriacou, Bernard, to win this event.
I think we need to go to the tips.
It was close, but Carriacou definitely the winner here. Nickwan Roberts it was who anchored his team to victory. Look at it here. Fusion handing over first. Maybe Carriacou was, but there goes Carriacou. He glanced over his right shoulder to see where his competitor was. There he was. And then change a gear, so to speak. Look at his competitor again. Fusion was pumping hard. We can see the chicks enlarging in there. And as they battle to the finish line, a nice view here, Bernard, indeed. Carriacou just edging him out here just about now, I would think, for the victory.
Very, very competitive race. And this is what you want to see.
Nickwan Roberts from Carriacou. 1 minute, 0.54 seconds. Fusion in second with 1 minute, 0.58 seconds. And Bolt in third, 1 minute, 2.37 seconds.
That was the boys 4x100 meters on the 11.
But I like the level of competitiveness between those teams.
Right to the end.
Carriacou was right there. The lane staggering didn't show him up as matching Fusion on the stagger. But when he came down to the final and over, they virtually handed over just about the same time. But a good run here by young Nickwan Roberts for Carriacou to bring home the gold. Their third victory I make it in the relay so far, Carriacou.
Carriacou's doing very well. The next event on the track is the boys 4x100 meters under 13, and this event is sponsored by one of our well-known names internationally, Aline Francisque.
Indeed. In lane 2, we have track blazers. Lane 3, runners in the likes of... And then we have 3 in lane 4, I beg your pardon, MVP. And they were starting off with Shamari Wildman. In lane 5, we have Fusion. And leading off for Fusion is Jamari McQueen. Interesting attire for McQueen Bernard.
It is.
And then we have in lane 6 Bolt. And Bolt will be led off by Tristan Charles. And then we have Carriacou again. Been impressive so far. This time they'll be led by Anthony Frank. And Frank choosing to run barefooted here. I'm sure he's one that has been affected by the supply chain. And then, of course, we have St. Joseph Convent St. George in the likes of Jaden Isaac to lead them off. So we have track blazers, runners, MVP, Fusion, Bolt, Carriacou, and SJC St. George. They're on the mark. The 4x100 meters under 13 boys.
Looking for young foresight and Bolt.
There they go, up and running. SJC looking back slightly here. Well, there they go. Looking good is Carriacou already making up the stagger on the outside over SJC. Bolt is also looking good. The first handover, Carriacou comes out looking good. So too is Fusion and runners. But Carriacou with a slender lead, I would think. A stumble here by SJC. But look at the athlete here on the inside for Bolt. I think it is in lane 6. Bolt looking good in lane 6 here. There they go. Carriacou still in contention. And here comes 473. I think MVP in lane 4. MVP in lane 4 in the red and black. The final handover now. And there they go. It's Malika Campbell of the 473 club. Campbell for 473 MVP. Carriacou giving a good run. Here comes Carriacou on the outside. What a run back here by Carriacou to win another medal and another championship. What a run by Carriacou.
What a run.
Back-to-back victories, I would think, for Carriacou.
And similarly, seems to be coming from behind.
Impressive indeed from
Very
the
impressive.
relay teams out of Carriacou.
Very impressive.
Doing very well. This time it was Tyler Davis who anchored Carriacou to this victory. The folks in Carriacou must be beating all the drums up there and jumping and shouting, Bernard.
Absolutely. Tyler Davis, Kyle Stanislaus, Anthony Frank, and Elton Lazama.
Well done, Carriacou.
Fantastic quartet. That
Look at Davis run back here now. Measure of concentration, powering, putting out everything here. And the youngster from MVP, who had a little lead up ahead of him, saw his lead diminish here. And a good run indeed for Carriacou.
it says a lot how these young boys keep holding their form right to the end, and that really speaks a lot for training.
So Malachi Campbell it was who anchored for the MVP. Carriacou 54.95. MVP 55.12 in second. Fusion in third with 55.65. And St. David's Track Blazers in fourth with 55.91.
Very competitive race.
We're getting ready now for the 4x1 under 15 Bernard. The bigger boys, we see Sass here in lane 1. And Sass will be led by Tevez Lewis. In lane 2 is GBSS. And that's Linton here.
And we should let you know that they have 2 sections in this particular race, 4x100 meters under 15. We have section A, and SAS, GBSS, PBC, Track Blazers, South City Rising Stars, MVP in the first section.
So PBC is in 4, and that looks like Daryl Lambert. St. David's Track Blazers in 5, and that's Keston Bailey. In 6 is South City Rising Stars. Kimani Joseph, he will lead them off. And in 7, we expect to see MVP.
This should be a quick one.
Indeed, this should be a quick one, the under 15 boys.
It's always competitive at the intercalls.
And there is MVP.
So in section 1 we have 6 teams on show, and in section 2 we will have an additional 4. It's the best times from the 2 sections.
There they are, the starters for the 4x100 meters under 15 boys, section A.
So keep your eyes on the track. In lane 2 is SAS. GBSS is in lane 3. 4 it's PBC, and then 5 Trailblazers. South City Rising Stars in lane 6, and in 7 473 MVP.
Alien Dakota will lead off for 473 in lane 7.
Remaining assignments for this event. In lane 2, St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School. In lane
So
3,
Tevez Lewis will lead off for SAS.
Secondary School. In lane 4, Presentation Brothers College. In lane 5,
Winner Sean Linton will lead off for GBSS.
in lane 6,
For PBC
City Rising Stars.
is going to be Daryl Lambert. For Trailblazers, it looks as though it's going to be Keston Bailey for Trailblazers. Kamal Joseph, South City Rising Stars, and Alien Dakota, MVP. They're on the starters' orders. 4x100 meters under 15 boys, section A.
And this event is sponsored by the Grenada Cooperative Bank.
And there they go, they're up and running. Let's see who's going to make up the early stagger here. Looking good already is the athlete out there, lane 6 from South City Rising Stars. South City Rising Stars handing over first. PBC is also looking good, so too is GBSS and SAS. It's going to be a very competitive one. Look at GBSS go. GBSS going past SAS, PBC now. SAS also going past PBC. Handover now, GBSS fumbles. SAS looking good with Calice on the inside, but GBSS still has the lead. Calice in second for SAS. GBSS, then SAS. The final handover, PBC yet to hand over. GBSS goes out, SAS is giving good chase. Look at that good run back here from SAS. But GBSS is holding their own. PBC is in third. GBSS and SAS. GBSS it is, SAS in second, PBC in third. What a great race indeed from the teams from all the clubs here today, Bernard.
What an amazing run from lane 2 from GBSS.
On leg 2 it was.
Lane
Second leg.
2. Leg 2, sorry, not lane 2. Leg 2, absolutely, he was flying.
He went flying past everyone on that leg. The athlete from GBSS, he went past PBC in a flurry. As we see here, the third leg here before the final handover. Calice it was for SAS on the inside that was giving good chase. But GBSS fumbling the battle, but handing it over ahead of SAS on the inside. SAS made a comeback here. They really narrowed the gap on GBSS, but it was just a measure of strength and determination from GBSS. They got the better of SAS on this occasion, and PBC had to settle for third position.
That was very competitive. The race seemingly was won in leg on the second leg by GBSS, but SAS came back on the third leg with a bang, and very competitive, absolutely competitive. Look at the time, 47.90 seconds.
And that's in the under 15
Under
category.
15 boys. That's a good time.
We're getting ready for section B now in the 4x100 meters under 15 boys. Here's our favorite so far for the day, Carrico Athletics Committee. And they're going to be led off here now by Tabil Joseph. The folks in Leicester, Harvey Vale, Winwood, 6 rows, wherever you're in Carrico. Proud moments for you indeed.
Absolutely.
In lane 3, we have Bolt. And Bolt will be led off here now by competitor 110. And ahead of Bolt in lane 4 are the runners. And runners will be led off here now by Competitor 318, we don't have his name listed here.
Oh, CJ, welcome.
Indeed, it is CJ Welcome for bold. And then we have the impressive Boca Secondary School. And the Boca will be led off here by Rickdon Edwards. Rickdon Edwards to lead Boca Secondary School. So there are 4 teams, 4 clubs here: Carriacou, Bolt, Runners, and Boca. And I'm sure Carriacou has gained a lot of fans here today, and some people might just be rooting for Carriacou in this one.
So let's look at the winners after we combine 2 sections, Section 1 and Section 2. Look at the times of the winner in this one.
Exciting relay continues. Spectators growing in numbers all the time, and we expect them to peak later on this evening, in the early evening, late afternoon. The shadows begin to lengthen here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in the 2022 National Relay Meet. They're on the starters orders now. The 4x100 meters under 15 boys, Section 2 of 2. And they're up and running here. We have Carriacou, Bolt, Runners, and Boca. But on the inside is Carriacou already making up the stagger nicely on 2 athletes. Carriacou handing over first and moving nicely here. We have to compare the time with the first event. But Carriacou and Boca Secondary, the 2 top competitors in this event. Carriacou on the inside in lane 2. Handing over first is Carriacou. Then it is, I think, Runners. Boca is somewhere behind in terms of the batter handover. But Carriacou is in the lead here now. On the inside in lane 2, Carriacou Athletics Committee handing over first. But here comes Boca. Look out for Boca. Carriacou with the lead still. Boca is not going to catch that athlete from Carriacou. Carriacou wins another event that will take it, Bernard. What a great performance here by Carriacou one more time. Boca in second. It looks as though it's Runners on the inside, or Bolt on the inside in third, and Runners in fourth.
They absolutely blaze the track. They won this easily. And when you win a 4x100 meters relay by 25 meters, you have won that easily.
So a lot to be desired with the batter handover, but nonetheless, the athletes not dropping it. And from the time they picked it up, it was high gear all the way to the finish line.
So it's Carriacou, and again, Boca continues to distinguish himself at this meet in second place in this section.
But that first leg by Carriacou was a very impressive one indeed. Tabil Jones, if I make it here. 49 seconds, Bernard, very competitive with the Section A result. Boca Secondary in second with 50.68. And it was Bolt in third with 52.46. And Runners in fourth.
Wherever you are listening or watching, it is the G2A's Relay Meet 2022 at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in St. George, Grenada. Beautiful day.
Well, the under-17 boys are on the track now for their 4x100 meter relay. In lane 2, or lane 3, I beg your pardon, we have SAS. And SAS will be led off here by DeAndre Andel. In lane 4 is the 473 MVP. And they will be led off here by Shemrick Gibbs.
And once again, we have 2 sections for this under-17 boys.
In lane 5, we have the St. David's Track Blazers. And it's going to be Mikel Redhead to start it off for them. Lane 6, South City Rising Stars. And they will be led off here by Timothy Greenidge. Sorry, they will be led off here by Emilio Bishop. Emilio Bishop would lead South City Rising Stars in the relay. And we expect to see GBSS in lane 7.
So it's SAS in lane 3, 473 MVP lane 4, Track Blazers in lane 5, South City Rising Stars lane 6, and GBSS in lane 7.
Bernard, you know, it just crossed my mind as GBSS has scratched this event. There's no Tantin Bullets.
There's no Tantin Bullets anymore.
What has happened to Tantin Bullets?
Tantin Bullets seems to have died a death.
Is it the birth of the 473 MVP that has?
And South City Rising Stars. There are a lot of the athletes.
I know there are some GBSS old boys and some high school old girls that the Tantin Bullets name is like a dagger in the side of many track and field supporters, and they'll be disappointed to know that there is no Tantin Bullets participating here today.
Might just be a high test. So let's see what happens in 2023, God's willing. So 2 sections in this one. It's the 4x100 meters boys under 17. Again, in section 1 in lane 2, SAS. Sorry, lane 3.
Yeah, lane 3 SAS.
Lane 3 SAS.
Lane 4 MVP. Lane 5 Trackblazers. And lane 6 South City Rising Stars. And this event is sponsored by the Ariza Credit Union.
Ariza Credit Union celebrating 75 years this year. Again, the individual events are sponsored individually.
So they're all the starters orders. 4x100 meters under 17 boys, section A or section 1. There they are. Nice start here. Who's making up the early stagger? Star seems to have a little edge here over the athlete in lane 2. Handing over first, looking like the athlete out there from the South City Rising Stars. Here comes the athlete from the MVP in the red and black. Star struggling a bit here now. MVP. St. David's Trackblazers looking good, but it's MVP. 473 MVP in the black and red. Star somewhere behind. Final handover. MVP looking good. St. David's Trackblazers. South City Rising Stars. A battle between three clubs here. But it's neck and neck between Trackblazers and MVP. Trackblazers ahead of MVP. Trackblazers wins it on the line. A very competitive one. Bernard, I saw you leaning on the edge of your seat here. That's how close this one was.
That's good competition. And Trackblazers, with about 50 meters to go, they were about 10 meters behind. And they caught up. Good competition right to the end. And they were able to ease past 473.
What a run indeed by Trackblazers. Going past MVP there and winning it for his club, St. David's Trackblazers.
It's 43.87. 43.87 under 17 boys.
The MVP 43.98. South City Rising Stars in third, 44.35, and SAS in fourth with 44.74.
Okay, 43.87. You keep those times in mind.
These are our guys again, Bernard, on screen. The folks out there in Carriacou.
There we go.
We go to section 2 of 2 in the boys 4x100 meter relay under 17. Carriacou in lane 3. And they will be led off here by Randy Jones. Seems to be concentrated heavily here is Randy. He's in lane 3. Can Carriacou do it again, Bernard?
We put nothing past Carriacou today. Carriacou has continued to impress.
In lane 4 from Bolt, it's going to be Zaidan Alexander. In lane 5, we're going to have runners. And to lead off for runners, it will be Kenzie Matthew. And we expect to have Boca Secondary. There they are, Boca Secondary in lane 6. And I think it's Jamie Penny. No, it's not Penny for them here now, but Anthony Charles will start for Boca Secondary School.
Anthony Charles is. And this event is, again, we just to repeat, is sponsored by Ariza Credit Union.
So for whatever reason, Carriacou is placed in section 2 of the 2 last finals. They won the previous one. Here again, they are in section 2. Let's see what happens here on this occasion. But now we didn't keep a track of the time of the previous section. I think it was
43.79, I think.
So that's the time that the folks here would have to go beyond. Let's see what happens here now.
They're back on the starters orders.
Carriacou, Bolt, runners, Boca Secondary. The chants are on. Let's go, Karakou. Let's see what happens here. Karakou looking good already, making up the stagger, but so too is the athlete from Runners out there in lane 5. First standover, Karakou looking good again, going down the back straight. Already going past 473. 473 is making a run back, but Boca Secondary School up front looking good. Followed by Bolt. Bolt handing over first, then Boca. Karakou looking good on the inside. Look out for them as well. But it is Runners, then Karakou on the inside. Final hand over. Karakou hands over first. They fumble the batter. Bolt looking good up front in the red. Boca Secondary School is also there. MVP is trailing, but it is Runners. Runners is going to win this one. Karakou would have to settle for second, and Bolt third. Boca Secondary fourth. But again, a good run up to maybe that final leg by all of the competitors.
Lane 3.
And then
the third leg.
And then it was Runners running away with it in the end.
Continues to be competitive though. And
very competitive indeed, these events.
The transition is not as smooth as it has been in section A.
So let's look at the final hand over. Karakou fumbling a bit there. There we see that they fumble bad and they lose time. Runners looking back, which is also a bad sign. So very poor batter passing by all the teams here. But in the end, it was that athlete there from the Runners who was able to distinguish himself as Hossein Jabbar. Hossein Jabbar of Runners pumps his fist into the air to celebrate the victory.
Not nearly as fast as section A. It's 45.76.
45.76 the winning time. Karakou 46.45. Bolt 47.02. And Boca Secondary 47.14.
The next event on the track will be the 4x100 meters under 20. So that comes the big boys.
So viewers out there, we're still encouraging you to come on down to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. You've seen for yourself the excitement that has already been created, and so you can come here and feel it and be part of it and experience it yourself. Lots of spaces here for you at the National Stadium.
And there are 6 teams that will be represented in this one. Under 20 4x100 meter boys. Fusion, South City Rising Stars, 473 MVP, Runners, Trailblazers, and SAS. And this is sponsored again by Kirani James.
I want to say a special good evening and good afternoon to Keezy Thomas. Keezy, we know you're a die-hard supporter of many things, track and field being one of them, and I'm sure you were shouting there for Shanti and the others from the SJC. Good evening, Keezy. So there they are, the athletes for the 4x100 meters under 20, making their way onto the track. The big boys in the business, so to speak.
Big boys in the business, but they will be followed by the 4x100 meters seniors.
The bigger boys in the business.
The bigger boys in the business. So it's under 20. And again, we have 6 teams represented in this one.
This one should be fast.
This one will be fast.
Fusion, South City Rising Stars, MVP, Runners, Trailblazers, and SAS. The bleachers beginning to fill up as well, Bernard. We see them we see it in the backdrop here.
Yes, we are slowly we are getting there. I still expect many more people to be here as it gets a little bit later. For some reasons, people like coming just in and around 6 p.m. So we should be getting into. Oh, we are some ways away from 6 p.m.
As we'll see here, the athlete from Fusion getting himself ready out there in lane 2. The noise level picking up as well. We can hear some drumming. We can hear the horns, of course. If it's going to be anything close to what we had at Intercall, it can be very deafening indeed. And so in lane 3, we have South City Rising Stars. Lane 4, we would have MVP, 473 MVP. There we have him, the athlete from 473 MVP, Randy O'John. And then we have in lane 6, lane 5, I beg your pardon, runners. In lane 6, St. David's Track Blazers, Aaron Campbell. He will lead off for the Track Blazers. Track Blazers not as impressive in the male category as they were in the female. And then for SAS, to lead off, we have Shondell Antoine.
And Boca seems to have joined.
So Boca seems to have been a late entry. And so they're here to run in the under 20 boys category.
Ladies and gentlemen, the latest signings for this event.
So this one is expected to be quick, Bernard, the under 20 boys. This will be like the senior boys at the secondary school level.
We do expect this one to be quick. And again, we have been very impressed with the level of competition among the various teams today.
For those who couldn't make it to Intercall, which was held during the week, today I'm sure they are here to enjoy this lively and exciting track and field. To actually see some of the school-age athletes perform and to look at the level of competitiveness outside of the typical track and field season, maybe towards the tail end of it as well. Knowing that the athletes may have peaked already for Intercall and for Carifta and some of the other school meets that were held. It's good to see them back out here. We've not seen any injuries. We saw a few athletes falling on the track, but no injuries to show lack of fitness or anything like that.
And that's a real positive in this meet.
So they're on the mark. Fusion, South City Rising Stars, 473 MVP, Runners, Track Blazers, and SAS. And they're up and running, a nice clean start here. Who is going to make up the All Stagger? Looks like the athlete from Boca Secondary School looking good on the inside. South City Rising Stars it is actually. South City Rising Stars, but they have good competition from 473 MVP. Switching the batter from left to right. Handing over first now, South City Rising Stars. Good chase here. And on the inside is Fusion as well with a red headband. It's a very close one as they enter for the final handover. Who comes out first is South City Rising Stars. Fusion on the inside. South City Rising Stars holding his own nicely here. They're going to dip for the tip. What a close one it is. Bonner definitely too close to call.
Too close
this
to
one
call.
has to go to the photo finish.
This one will go to the photo finish. Too close to call. Very, very competitive right from the start.
Right from the start it was. But I thought South City Rising Stars was there from start to finish. Fusion actually handed over first on this occasion here, and it was really gaining ground on the inside. MVP was also there, and with the final handover, South City Rising Stars came out with a blaze. And look at the run back here from the athlete on the inside from Fusion.
Yeah, the third leg on South City Rising Stars.
And there they go for the tip. What do you make of it? It looks like South City Rising Stars to me, Bernard. What do you make of it?
Too close to call. The third leg for South City Rising Stars gave them the edge.
And there we see it, the official results. South City Rising Stars 42.59.
And they're tied.
Actually the same time here, but the torso, I think, of South City Rising Stars was just ahead. The spectators are up in arms. I'm sure they're not satisfied with the results, but from the way I saw it from the replay, it looked like South City Rising Stars. This is the athlete who anchored here for Fusion. Looks a little bit disappointed with the result, but was a very close one indeed. Let's go back and look at it again. It looks like South City here to me. Look at the torso. The torso definitely to me is South City Rising Stars. What do you make of it, Bernard?
Yes.
Still too close to call?
From this angle, I've seen it a third time. The South City Rising Stars seems to have had the edge just.
Well, we would have liked to give you the name of that athlete here. We don't have him in the lineup. But what a great finish that was from the under-17 boys.
But
we anticipated, Bernard, it was going to be a quick one.
And
but we never anticipated it was going to be that close.
It was quick, it was close, but more so, these athletes are well trained. They both dipped. They both were looking for that final edge on the line.
As a matter of fact, one of the athletes leaned forward so hard that he tumbled after the finish line. And that's what you expect.
That's
that
coaching.
You have to exert everything at the end of the race and really lean and be aggressive for that tape. Remember, Wibo in the 400 meters.
That's right.
A stumble on the finish line got her the gold medal at the Olympics.
Well, some people think that she actually dove.
Well, whatever it was, it was a tumbling finish and she won.
It was a tumbling finish. And you really have to do what it takes to win, because sometimes that is the one chance that you have.
Again, we want to say good evening to Podgy. Podgy, we notice you're on the live. And Ribena is here as well, Podgy. So I'm sure you're happy. I mean, if we can get more exciting finishes as the one we saw moments ago, it definitely means that folks have to come on down here to the National Stadium to enjoy in live and living colors these youngsters as they put on show an excellent, a phenomenal performance so far as we've seen. And
this is the final of the 100 meters, and we will have the boys, well, young men, 4x100 meters, seniors.
So what has been referred to here as the seniors, these would be the athletes that are over 20 years. And we have...
I don't know if this is true.
8 teams line up here.
But I'm looking at 473 MVP, and I see Marshall Cedeno.
Well, he has been training here for a while, so I'm sure it's National Relay Meet. He can perform. So let's hope he's here for the 473 MVP.
That would be an exciting addition to this meet.
Ace is also here. Ace has been producing some phenomenal athletes over the years, especially in the senior category. The starters having some kind of convergence here.
So we expect a team from runners, we expect MVP, we expect Ace, Southern Pros, Trailblazers, South City Rising Stars, GBSS, and Carriacou combined. If all the teams turn up for this one, this is going to be really
well, we have a submission here of 5 guys from Ace Track Club. And we're not sure who the final 4 is going to be, but I just want to call in names so that the fans who are following track and field would be able to assess this team for themselves. Kyle Regis, Adam Peters, Brent Charles, Troy Mason, and Michael Francois. A phenomenal 5, so to speak. A famous 5, maybe.
This would be interesting. It would be interesting who makes the cut, actually.
Exactly. So Will Maxwell has his work cut out there for him. Let's look at the 473 MVP. Jelani Franklin, Marshall Cedeno, Erlen Charles, Keishon Pursuit, Nathaniel Mark Butters is here, Albert Joseph. Nathaniel Mark, we must take a pin here for him. He just came from Barbados, where he placed 2nd, I think, in the 100 meters and 3rd in the 200 meters. And for those people who have been following track and field would know Nathaniel Mark, formerly of the GBSS, reigning supreme for GBSS in the sports meet and intercall games as well. Nathaniel Mark, still on the circuit and still doing well.
And also Albert Joseph. Albert Joseph was one of our premier athletes a few years ago.
So that's going to be a close one between MVP and Ace so far from what we've seen.
I encourage you to keep your eyes glued on the track because this is going to be quick.
The son of our producer is also going to be featured in this event, Ronnie Olivier. His nephew, I beg your pardon, we've just been corrected here, and he'll be competing for Southern Pros.
And it's a long time we haven't seen Ronnie on the track.
So Richie is actually on the edge of his seat here looking out for Ronnie.
Oh, there is some nostalgia here. There is Shamoy Jeffrey here and Brian Thomas. This is pulling back the years.
That's good. These guys have gone past 20 and they're still on the circuit.
Well, I hope they can finish the races.
Well,
this is really pulling back the years. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something to witness.
Trailblazers has Elisha Williams, Kadim Telesford, Jarrell Blessdeal, Kazim Collins, Zillan Cox, and Kimon McSween to choose from.
We haven't seen the names of the GBSS.
Jelani here is a guy who trains all year round. he's competing for the MVP, Jelani Franklin. And he's one of the athletes that I would love to see get a real break and make a name for himself for the amount of effort and work that he puts into his training. And he has some kids that are very good as well at the secondary school level that are doing well. So he's one of the guys that I would really love to see get a good break one of these days, Jelani Franklin.
We have some very interesting names in South City Rising Stars here. Ronaldo Williams, again, pulling back the curtains.
So these are the bigger men in the business, as we were saying earlier on, and a lot to look forward to in this event.
And some of the guys here, they come with some big egos behind them. So let's see how all this really shake out in the end.
We can't leave out Carriacou, of course. So Carriacou still have Devin Thomas, Jaim Tika, Alistair Emmons, and Chad Samuel. Tika, a sporting name in Carriacou, has been here. The Tikas have been here performing several times. Just recently we saw some outstanding performance from Jaden Tika, I think it was, who has been a familiar name in track and field here.
I thought I saw Kyle Boeing, so that must be part of the GBSS team. Again, pulling back the curtains.
Good to see. I'm sure you, the viewers, are on the edge of your seats or your couches. Your mobile devices must be firmly gripped as well, I would think. First, you are anticipating what this race is going to be like.
And this is a good way to end this section of 100 meters relay with, if you will, some real stars on the track in the yesteryear.
That's Devin Thomas here from Carriacou. He has a lot of pride and a lot to run for here. His teammates have been doing pretty well so far. Been very impressive. And then we also see in the background for South City Rising Stars,
so it's runners in lane 1. In lane 2, 473 MVP. Lane 3, Ace. Lane 4, Southern Pros. Lane 5, Trackblazers. 6 is GBSS, South City Rising Stars 7, and 8, Carriacou combined. On the starters orders.
keep your eyes on the screen wherever you are. This one is going to be a scotcher. It's going to be quick. Some uneasiness already shown here by South City Rising Stars. GBSS was expected to be here. They're not here. So their lane is scratched. That's lane 6. Is this going to be called a false start or just a technical issue by the starters? The athlete saying he can't hear. And we mentioned that earlier on that the athletes out there in lanes 7 and 8 seem to be having some difficulty in hearing the starters call. So this is going to be an interesting one. It's definitely one of the clubs to look forward here to. So too is 473 MVP. And I'd also think that South City Rising Stars would fancy their chances as well. Runners, Southern Pros. There are some unknowns in this event as well, so maybe they can spring a few surprises here and there, Bernard.
Yes.
But the familiar names are the Ace.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with most of the names from Carriacou, but the others seem to be well known.
Mini conference here by the starters. It's a little bit quieter now to Bernard in anticipation of this race. We're not hearing the horns and the vuvuzelas and the the bells and shells as we were hearing moments ago. I think there's just anticipation for this race. As soon as it starts, the atmosphere would change.
Yes.
So the entire field is given the green card. But we see here some words being ushered to the athlete from South City Rising Stars. He was the obvious person who jumped the gun, so to speak. Shamoy Jeffrey. He's competing for Southern Pros in this one. Not as quick as he used to be.
I'm not sure who's the odd man out on the listing here for Southern Pros, because we have 5 here.
So they're on the mark one more time. The 4x100 meters senior boys. An event sponsored by Nagico Insurance. And they're up and running this time. It's a nice clean start. Who is going to make up the early stagger here? Ace is looking good on the inside. Karaku is still in the mix here. Ace hands over first. Look at the length he tries of Ace. Look at Ace go in the pink and black. Ace in the lead at the moment. But runners and fusion. But look at Ace go. There goes Ace on the third leg. It's going to be difficult to catch Ace from here. The final handover now. Ace it is. MVP in second. But they left in the dust left by Ace. Look at the run back here by Nathaniel Mark for MVP. But it is going to be Adam Peters, I think it is, or Michael Francois who wins it for Ace over Nathaniel Mark of the 473 MVP. But Ace on the second and third legs, Bernard, were very impressive indeed.
Very, very, very impressive. Very impressive. Good competition with it. Ace and 473.
As we see here on the third leg, Ace really moving away. MVP left in the dust and having to struggle a bit here. A good run back by Cedinho. That's Cedinho for MVP on leg 3 here. Couldn't do enough here. And then Michael Francois, it was, better known for 400 and 800 meters, was able to anchor Ace home. Although Nathaniel Mack gave a very good account of himself, but he was running out of real estate, so to speak. Couldn't catch up with.
He ran out. And 41.55.
Ace Track Club out of St. Andrew, the winner of the 4x100 meter relay for seniors. 473 MVP out of Tantin area. In second with Michelle Cedinho in the lineup. And the South City Rising Stars in third with 43.51 seconds.
Let's hope we see those guys in the 4x200 a little later. This was a beautiful competitive race.
Well, the Ace Track Club, some of the athletes you saw, they just returned from Barbados, where they won the 4x400 meters. So Michael Francois and Peters and the others will be back again later on tonight in the 4x400 meters. The Javelin, the guys are getting ready for the Javelin. Earlier on today, we saw the Javelin in the under 17 girls category and the open category. Now we have the under 17 boys and the open category for boys. Also getting themselves ready are the competitors for the shot put. We're going to break for a short moment to bring you the next prize giving ceremony. Until then, we ask you to stay tuned. We're going to be back with some more exciting live track and field action at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium at National Relays 2022.
We begin with event 1, Lincoln Victor Girls Javelin Throw, under 17. We welcome Lyntia Victor. Miss Lyntia Victor, she is the sister of Lincoln Victor. Third place, Naomi Jones, St. David's Track Blazers, 26.94 meters. Second place, Aaliyah Kitchens, Caribou Athletics Committee, 34.97 meters. And first place, Serena Alexander, St. David's Track Blazers. A distance of 39.73 meters. Thank you very much, Miss Lyntia Victor, sister of Lyndon Victor. Now we welcome Mr. Dominic Blackman, Marketing Officer at Jonas Brown and Hubbard Grenada Limited. And this is the Jonas Brown and Hubbard Grenada Limited event, Girls Javelin Throw Open. Third position, Lakota Alexander, South City Rising Stars, 32.62 meters. Second place, Donessa Police, representing St. David's Track Blazers, 34 meters. First place, Aaliyah K. Harry, St. David's Track Blazers, 34.94 meters. Thank you very much, Mr. Dominic Blackburn, representing Jonas Brown and Hubbard Grenada Limited. We re-invite Miss Lyntia Victor for the next event. And this event is sponsored by Lyndon Victor. It's Lyndon Victor Boys Shot Put under 20. Third position, Peter Hostin, Fusion Athletics, 12.02 meters. Second position, Sheldon Hosford, SAS, 12.85 meters. And in position 1, Cameron Thomas, representing St. David's Track Blazers, 13.24 meters. Thank you once more, Miss Lyntia Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Gwenny LaHaye Hostin, daughter of Mr. Royston LaHaye. And this event is the Royston LaHaye Boys 4x50 meter relay under 9. Third position, breaking our legends together boats, 39.29 seconds. Second position, St. Mary's Junior School, 36.12 seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, in position 1, Fusion Athletics, 35.77 seconds. Thank you very much, Mrs. Gwenny LaHaye Hostin, daughter of Mr. Royston LaHaye. Now we re-invite Mrs. Najuma Francis Patrick, Marketing Manager at Georgia Huggins and Company, Grenada Limited. This is the Ribena Boys 4x100 meter relay under 11. Third position, Bolts, working out legends together, 1 minute 02.37 seconds. Second place, Fusion Athletics, 1 minute 58 seconds. And presenting position 1, Caribou Athletics Committee, 1 minute 54 seconds. Thank you so much. This is the Najuma Francis Patrick, Marketing Manager, Georgia Huggins and Company, Grenada Limited. Now, please welcome Mr. Dominic Jeremiah. Principal of Presentation Brothers College. And this is the elite fancy boys 4x100 meter relay under 13. Third position, Fusion Athletics, 55.65 seconds. Second position, 473 MVP, a time of 55.12 seconds. Presenting position 1, Caribou Athletics Committee, a time of 54.95 seconds. Thank you so much, Mr. Dominic Jeremiah, Principal of Presentation Brothers College. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Francis St. Hilaire, Marketing Officer at Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited. And this is the Core Bank Boys 4x100 meter relay under 15. Third place, Presentation Brothers College, BBC, 48.83 seconds. Second place, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, SAS, 48.07 seconds. And presenting position 1, Grenada Boys Secondary School, GPSS, 47.90 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Francis St. Hilaire, Marketing Officer at Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited. Now we welcome Mr. Lyndon Barr, President of Ariza Credit Union. And we present third place now, South City Rising Stars, boys 4x100 meter relay under 17. South City Rising Stars, 44.35 seconds. Second place, 473 MVP, 43.98 seconds. And position 1, St. David's Trailblazers, a time of 43.87 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Lyndon Picture, President of Ariza Credit Union. I'm sorry, Mr. Lyndon Barr. I'm attaching athletic excellence to your name, sir. Mr. Lyndon Barr, President of Ariza Credit Union. Now we present Mr. Rondell Johnson, Assistant General Secretary, Grenada Olympic Committee. And this is the Karate James boys 4x100 meter relay under 20. Third position, 473 MVP, 43.58 seconds. Second place, Fusion Athletics, 42.59 seconds. And position 1, ladies and gents, South City Rising Stars, a time of 42.59 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Rondell Johnson, thank you very much. And of course, he is the Assistant General Secretary of Grenada Olympic Committee. Now we welcome Ms. Chantal Bristol, Branch Manager, Nagical Insurance. And this is the Nagical Insurance Boys 4x100 meter relay senior. Third position, South City Rising Stars, 43.51 seconds. Second position, 473 MVP, 41.98 seconds. And position 1 ace, 41.55 seconds. Thank you so much, Ms. Chantal Bristol, Branch Manager of Nagical Insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all the winners. And for our presentation party, thank you, ladies and gents. We appreciate all of you. You're a part of GAA Relay Meet 2022. We're very live at the Grenada Athletic Stadium. Let's head back to my colleague announcers. I'll see you in a while.
Indeed, our sponsors, Mr. Lyndon Victor, Jonas Brown and Harris, Blue Bubbles, Mr. Kyle White, Ribena, Frontline Electrical, LQ Sports Incorporated, Mr. Kirani James, Mr. Royston Ray, Mr. Amin Francis, Grenada Cooperative Bank, Riser Credit Union, Magical Insurance, the Communal Cooperative or the Communal Credit Union is Mr. Anderson Peters, the Sports Shop, and Leonard Springwater along with Lucasing. We are entering our evening session of the GAA Relays. Of course, it's been an amazing first session. We anticipate what will happen in the races and events to come. We look onto the field.
Dear viewers, we welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for some more live track and field action. And we did mention to you earlier on that in addition to the relay events, there are also some field events taking place. And we are about to see the start of the boys javelin through under 17 and the boys javelin through under 20, as well as the open event. And then we'll have some more exciting track events with the 4x800 meters relay open for girls. To bring you the live commentary is Mr. Bernard Antoine and myself, Leslie Smith, and it's been brought to you and produced for you by TNR Communications. It's the Grenada Athletics Association National Relay Meet 2022, and earlier on today we saw some very exciting races, Bernard. And do you want to put in perspective what you've seen, some of the impressive performances or clubs that have really stood out at the National Stadium today?
Well, in terms of clubs standing out, right from the start, we can speak to Carriacou Combine, and as well as we can speak to we can speak about Boca Secondary School. We speak about Boca Secondary School from where they have been in the last few years to what they have been doing this year, 2022. And certainly they did very well in the call games. And in this meet in particular, they continue to distinguish themselves. Carriacou has been a revelation in this meet. I think they would have, four victories so far?
Well, they've won some races. I didn't keep the count, but we had to be careful because some of the races they won were when they were two categories or two sections.
Actually,
so they were not the overall winners.
Absolutely.
But I want to agree with you that Carriacou has been impressive. I felt also that some of the other clubs really lived up to their names, like the 473 MVP. They were good ace in the very few events they participated in. They've won and did well. I also felt that South City Rising Stars, to me, they look very sharp.
Yes.
Maybe not winning many races.
Technically.
They won a very close one against MVP, I think it was. But they look very sharp.
Technically,
and then we must mention that we've had an appearance by Marcel Sideno out of Trinidad and Tobago running for the MVP in that relay moments ago.
And I am not sure if a lot of people remember who Marcel is, but Marcel is a big name.
He's an Olympian from Trinidad and Tobago, a gold medalist as well for the 4x400 meters. And I think it was at the World Championships.
World Championships.
And he's been training here, and I'm sure we will see him again later on in the 4x400 meters, which we want to urge you to stay around for, because we've looked at the lineups for both the 473 MVP and ACE, and it's going to be a race that's going to go down to the wire. Ace has just been fresh from a victory in Barbados. MVP with Cedeno in it is going to be a tough challenger, I would want to say, at this stage, because of the records of the Ace. We would have to call the MVP a challenger at this stage. And then we still have South City Rising Stars that can do well. But from the other teams that have done well, I think in the female category, St. David's Track Blazers was featured very heavily there. They're not as impressive in the male category, but they really showed some dominance in the female category.
Absolutely.
And that again goes back to the St. David's Catholic Secondary School and their impressive performance at Intercall 2022 and the work that has been done there by the coaches, the Paul Phillip and others who have been working with the athletes in the St. David's area.
And again, the foresight of the planners of this meet must be applauded. When you see the kids, the under 9s, the 50 meters, the relays at the 50 meters for both girls and boys, under 9, this speaks a lot. We have a good crop of young athletes, 17 and under, that you can actually see a lot of promises.
And I want to get back to the under 9 because I feel that a lot of people were impressed with what they saw from the under 9s. But what impressed me most is that some of them look very knowledgeable and comfortable being on the track. It was not like a first time thing for them. They held the battle well, they were ready, they knew how to start, etc. And so it means that at the fundamental levels, at the formative years, something has been done there, which is good. I want to recognize some people who are viewing. We have some athletes who are out there in Jamaica and who are enjoying the broadcast. Moments ago, I mentioned the name Jaden Tika. So Jaden Tika is amongst the athletes, the Grenadian athletes who are out there in Jamaica. The son of our producer, Richie Olivier, that's Kyle Olivier, he's out there too. Christian Gabriel, Shavin Charles, and Isaiah Patrick. These are some names that we've grown to know and like in track and field here, and they're out there in Jamaica viewing the live broadcast.
Yes.
I also want to say a special hello to Shalima. Shalima is what I call a track mom. She has a daughter that does track for Anglican High School, and she's at every meet to support her kid, and she's here on the live again, and I'm sure she'd have closed her business to be here today. That's Shalima, so we want to say good evening to you. And all of the folks out there who are tuned in and who, for whatever reason, can't be at the National Stadium, but because of your love for track and field, you're out there supporting and viewing and participating as much as you can.
And you have to, really have to.
So what we're going to do now, we're going to take a break to go over for the official opening ceremony, and then we'll be back with some more track and field action. So stay with us, please.
Bow our heads acknowledging God is almighty and powerful. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. This is the day that the Lord has made. We rejoice and are glad. We are glad, Father, because you have blessed us with good weather here today. We are glad, O Lord, because you have blessed the organizers and given them the initiative to organize such an event. We are glad and we rejoice for all those who have sponsored every event here today to make the meet possible. We are glad and we rejoice for all the officials that are here working tirelessly to ensure the success of the meet. We are glad and rejoice for the athletes who gave us all. They gave up their best, dear Father, to represent the various clubs and schools. We are glad for the patrons that are here today to celebrate with us. We pray, Father, that you will continue to look over us, that you will continue to guide us, that you will continue to give vision and wisdom to the organizers, so that we will continue to have more meets, whereby we can showcase the talent of the athletes, the talent that you have blessed them with, dear Jesus. We pray, O Lord, that you remove any incident or any injury from this meet, dear Father. Continue to bless us, dear Father. In your holy and precious name we pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Miss Williams. Introducing Zariel Jeffrey, a student of St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS, to deliver the rendition of the national anthem. Please stand for the national anthem.
Hail, Grenada, land of ours, we pledge ourselves to thee. Heads, hearts, and hands in unity to reach our destiny. Ever conscious of God, being proud of our heritage, may we with faith and courage aspire, build, advance as one people, one family. God bless our nation.
Thank you, Zariel. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Conrad Francis, Grenada Athletic Association, to officially welcome you to the GAA Relay Meet.
In the interest of time, I will just like to say pleasant good afternoon to all our invited guests, all our dignitaries who are here this afternoon. There is an old adage which says, out of adversity cometh good. This holds true today, because this games was edged out of the fact that the KFC preferred and agreed with us to stage this relay meet as usual. Next year, on the 25th of February, we will be having the KFC relay meet. However, we could not wait, neither the athletes, and even you, our beloved fans. Therefore, we decided to have another meet. Note that I said another meet, because next year, God's will, we are going to have both relays instead of one. Our federation, over the decades, have created and executed successfully many competitions, which today have become the bedrock of our organization and a clear pathway for our athletes. We can speak of our renowned Whitsuntide Games, the Prep Games, and the KFC Relays. These games have assisted in identifying athletes for future development and provided needed competition for them to showcase their talent. Today, that's why today we can boast as a nation of having a triple Olympic medalist in Kirani James, a double world indoor 400 meters, and now coach of Olympic silver medalist Aline Francis, a world champion and the holder of the 5th longest javelin throw in the world, Anderson Peters, and also a Commonwealth decathlete champion in Lyndon Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is no easy feat for a tiny country of ours. This is why competition like this is so important to us, because the aforementioned champions all competed right here in your very own eyes. You have watched them grow from zero to world heroes. That is why today we dedicate this inaugural G2A relays in their honor. This is their games. They came forward and supported us 100% in the delivery of these games by sponsoring various events. We also give thanks to all of our sponsors who are on board with us today. We hope that this partnership will be long-lasting and beneficial to the development of our sport. To all our athletes today is your day. Have fun, but in the midst of it, remember, you can be the next Burden, Kirani James, Alan Francis, Anderson Peters, or Lyndon Victor. And lastly, but by no means least, to you, the spectators and viewers, we thank you for your boisterous support over the years. Without this encouragement, our stars of today may not have achieved their dreams. We thank you for your continued support and hope that all of you present and viewers enjoy the games. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francis. To deliver remarks today, please welcome Mr. Curlin Peters, Coordinator of Sports, Ministry of Sports, Culture and the Arts, Fisheries and Cooperatives.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me acknowledge the President of the Grenada Athletics Association, Mr. Conrad Francis, all the other invitees. We have the PS here, tourism, other ministry officials, spectators, athletes, supporters. We want to say in the ministry that I'm very pleased, and we are very pleased for the initiative of the Grenada Athletics Association in putting on this meet today. We all have seen the struggle for the couple of years with the absence of track and field and other sports meets. And we must say that we want to thank the supporters of track and field for coming out today and give the athletes the support and show them that we are behind them 100% for the continuous sports. To me, this sports here does not only mean the start of a new relay, but the time is very important in the sense that it extends on the track and field season and it helps the athletes to start a new preparation for the next year's season very early. So I want to give the GA and its members, the organization committee, the officials a round of applause for putting on these games today. So let's give the GA a round of applause, please. We'll continue in the Ministry of Sports and Government by lighting some of our playing fields, most of our playing fields in the community. And the parish, you should see some new ones starting from next week, some lighting of some playing fields. We continue with the work on the surface so that we can help the athletes to continue training on better surfaces. So we are looking and we are working hard to see how we could extend the training days so that more athletes will come out and prepare for the track and field and other sports meets. I want to say thank you very much for the support of all the sponsors. And I heard some of the sponsors that come on board and make this possible. We are pleased with what's happening and we continue giving the GA all the support so that the sports could be a success. So let's continue enjoying it. Let's support all the athletes. Let's clap them and cheer them on. And there is no losers in track and field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Introducing Aidan McIntosh, representing 473 MVP, to deliver the athlete's oath.
In the name of all competitors, we promise that we shall take part in the first GAA relays, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern athletics, committing ourselves to a sport without doping and without drugs, in the true spirit of sportsmanship, for the glory of sport and the honor of our teams.
Thank you, Aidan. Now here's Ms. Erica McIntosh, Technical Officer, Technical Official, to deliver the official's oath.
In the name of all the technical officials, I promise that we shall officiate in this first GAA relays with complete impartiality, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern the sport in the true spirit of sportsmanship.
Thank you so much, Miss McIntosh. Ladies and gents, we've come to the end of the official opening. Thank you so very much to the opening ceremony party. Thank you all. Mr. Colin Peters, Coordinator of Sports in Grenada, Mr. Conrad Francis, representing Grenada Athletic Association, Zariel Jeffrey, Ms. Denise Williams, Ms. Erica McIntosh, and not forgetting Aidan McIntosh. Thank you all for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, you're a part of GAA Relays.
2022. All the action is going down right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Viewers, we welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for the Grenada Athletics Association National Relays Meet 2022. And we're happy to bring it to you live and in living colors wherever you are on your mobile devices throughout the world, following on our different social media platforms and TNR Communication, Party Grenada, both on Facebook and YouTube, and of course the Facebook page of the Grenada Athletics Association.
We want you to stay tuned because we have some very interesting races coming up. The 4x800, we have the 4x200, the mixed relays, and the 4x400. The 4x400 promises to be something grand.
We're going to come back to that, but we just want to let you, the viewers, know that the Javelin is going to start in a short while. That's the Javelin in the male category. And there'll be 3 categories, the under 17, under 20, and the open category. And then we're going to have on the track the 4x800 meters for the girls, as we see them here making their way onto the starting point. You mentioned the 4x4, and that is a much anticipated set of events based on the various athletes we see in the lineups. And we urge you to stay tuned indeed for that and all of the other events that are upcoming. Bernard, we heard from, during the opening ceremony, from Mr. Conrad Francis, who is the relatively newly elected president of the Grenada Athletics Association following the resignation of Mr. Charlie George. And it's good to see Conrad still being very active, notwithstanding some of the health challenges he's had in recent times. But we must be able to acknowledge, to recognize and acknowledge and appreciate the sterling contribution that a person as Conrad Francis would have made to track and field in Grenada, both as an athlete and now as an administrator.
And the thing about Conrad is his name, once it's mentioned, and not just in Grenada, by the way, Conrad is very widely respected right across the region. It has been instrumental in a number of character games as technical director and so forth. But to the point, what he has contributed and continue to contribute to track and field in Grenada today, really, it's something of quite significance, and it's something that we cannot overlook just easily.
Exactly so. As a matter of fact, Conrad had a record here in the 800 meters as an athlete for over 30 years that was recently broken. And that tells you how much of an athlete he was back then. But then we knew him from Boca Secondary School as the track and field coach there. And then working with a number of athletes over the years. And then as an administrator in the, back then it was the Grenada Amateur Athletics Association and the Grenada Olympics Committee. And now as the president of the Grenada Athletics Association. And he has really been there for several decades. And when the history of track and field is written in Grenada, Conrad would feature prominently, I would think, in that as well.
Absolutely. I think it's a fair thing to say that the track and field with Conrad at the helm is in safe hands.
All right, so we're going back trackside now as we see the young ladies are making their way onto the track to pick up their positions for the start of the 4x800 meters. And we should see Bernard in this one, St. Joseph Convent St. George in lane 1, and that looks like
don't see her name here.
It looks like Ziana Bain to me. I'm not too sure if she's the one there. Her name is not listed here. And then we have South City Rising Stars out there in lane 3. St. David's Track Blazers in 4. And Track Blazers will be led off here by Alison Gidhari. And then we have in 5, looks like Bolt. So they're not listed here for us, but Bolt is out there in 5.
So it's St. Joseph Convent, St. George, South City Rising Stars, St. David's Track Blazers, and Bolt.
The 4x800 meters relay open, an event that is sponsored by Frontline Electrical.
And this is an open event. It's the 4x800 meters open. And again, for those of you that are viewing, maybe not used to track and field technical terms, open mean any age.
So although it's an open event, quite a number of youngsters, Bernard, and I can tell you from the secondary school level, it's very difficult to get young ladies into the longer distances. Even at the school sports, the 400 meters, sometimes they have to integrate it with other categories, or they may have 2-3 young ladies participating. The 800 meters, again, sometimes they merge the juniors and the seniors together for the limited number of seniors that I would have, and then the number of persons who are capable of participating as well. And so we see here only 4 clubs being featured, and if you look at them closely, they look pretty young, maybe under 15, under 17.
Yes.
And this is an open event.
Yes, and this is historical. We have always seen very, very, very few participation, actually, at not just girls, but especially girls, and especially in the girls category, long distance and the whole. Anything after 400 meters, usually very, very few competitors. But we are about to witness the start of the 4x800 meters ladies open.
So just in case you missed what has happened before, we had some very, very exciting races in the sprint relays, the 4x1s, and for the under 9s, they had actually 4x50s and 8x50s, but very exciting races indeed. And the men's 4x100 meters was a cracker. The under 20 was a cracker between South City Rising Stars, almost a photo finish, and 473 MVP. And we anticipate that there are going to be many more very exciting relays later on this afternoon.
And noticeably the crowd has really picked up, and it's a beautiful atmosphere down here today. The weather is good.
For over 2 years, Bernard, we've been really yearning and waiting for exciting track and field as we've grown accustomed to for several decades. And this year with Intercall and with now we also had the national champs, now with the relay meet. And later on we're going to have the private primary school sports on June 2nd. And of course we're going to have the Whitsuntide Games on June 6th. So we still have a lot of nice track and field coming up before the season actually closes out for us here in Grenada.
It's a full calendar and it's something to look forward to.
So the prep sports, as we call it, the private primary school sports, we're going to bring that to you live as well on June 2nd, and also the Whitsuntide Games on June 6th. So stay with us throughout the season. TNR Communication has been doing a splendid job in bringing to you high quality broadcasts and the pictures and everything that comes with it. And so it's going to continue on June 2nd and June 6th.
So once again, it's 4x800 meters open relay. And this event is sponsored by Frontline Electric. 4x800 meters Open female. Seems to be a slight delay. I would imagine momentarily we should be on our ways.
In the background, you see the javelin event in progress. And maybe, Bernard, we can just stop for a moment to, again, recognize and appreciate what Anderson Peters has done for Grenada at the international circuit at the recent Diamond League Games, where he established a new record, a phenomenal performance that would have given him or landed him a medal at the Olympics, over 93 meters in a javelin.
And to put things in perspective, not a lot of throwers have passed the 90-meter mark.
Absolutely.
And
it's sort of a benchmark for a medal at the Olympics, 90 meters.
And if you want to call elite status, you throw 90, you are in elite status.
So that has really lifted our noses, so to speak, here in Grenada and really give us another feature at the international level. So it has not only done well for our track and field, but I'm sure it has done well for our tourism product as well, that Grenada has been featured. And for persons not knowing where Grenada is, who Grenada is, anything about Grenada, the likes of Anderson Peters, Kirani James, Arlene Francis, Lyndon Victor, and others in the track and field arena would have really contributed towards that status Grenada now has.
Absolutely.
Internationally.
Absolutely. It's really something of distinction when a small island of supposedly 110,000 people can produce international world-class competitors. Well, not just competitors, champions.
Exactly so.
And what is interesting with the javelin this year in the Carifta, we gold medaled on the 17, on the 17 boys at the Carifta this year, and it says.
Well, javelin is one of the events that Grenada has won the most gold medals at Carifta.
Yes.
And we can go back. Selwyn Smith, I think he won 3 or 4 consecutive gold medals. Kim Fullerton, Cullen Peters in the male category. We've had others as well in more recent times.
Modest
and then in the female category, we've had the Candessa, we've had the Prudence, and my friend from Dunfermline there, who went to SAS, who would have won a gold medal as well. So Grenada has been doing extremely well at the javelin event at the regional level. Meryl Peters, that's the name I was trying to remember, who would have won gold medal for Grenada at Carifta several years ago as well.
So we have been right throughout our region, and I dare say further than that, we are being recognized and respected for what we have been doing in track and field. And what we have seen thus far, and I expect continue to see today, the future looks bright. Future looks absolutely bright. So everything now seems to be in place. So I imagine momentarily we will be on our ways. So the slight delays, we don't know the exact reasons for the delays, but it gives us an opportunity to talk about a little bit of this and that.
And Bernard, we must, while we pause for the start of the race, to recognize the folks out there in the diaspora and those maybe in the region and at home who aren't able to make it here to the National Stadium but are really enjoying what TNR Communication and ourselves are bringing to them. And they're off, actually. So we continue with that conversation. That's the 4x800 meters for girls open. We have 4 clubs participating here. SJC St. George in the green and white, South City Rising Stars in the gray, in the purple and yellow, St. David's Track Blazers, and in the all-red Bolt. So they're going to scratch now to the inside lane. South City Rising Stars in the lead, just a slender lead over the St. David's Track Blazers. Bolt is in third. And St. Joseph Convent, St. George is in the 4th position at the moment. So each leg, the athletes would have to complete 2 laps around the track. And St. David's Track Blazers, we've known them to be very good contenders in this event. It looks like Shadi John out there for them on the first leg. We saw her running a blistering ankle leg in the relay earlier on today. The field stretched out a bit here. We have about 300 meters to go on this leg. It is still South City Rising Stars.
Looking quite fresh, I might say.
Followed by the St. David's Track Blazers. That looks like maybe Alison Gidhari there for Track Blazers. It's difficult to pick up the athletes. But the field nicely spread out here. Bold somewhere behind and St. Joseph Convent still out of the shot. Now they've entered the shot. Nice spread of the field. 100 meters to go. Just about that. Trailblazers picking it up a little bit and narrowing the gap that South City Rising Stars has on them. The youngsters are going to push for the first handover. But Bernard is pretty much a pedestrian pace.
It is.
As they're picking it up slightly now for the handover, but it is going to be South City Rising Stars to hand over first. St. David's with a last bus to close the gap here. The Rising Stars doing well here. Track Blazers.
It's South City with a lead of about 35 meters.
Bolt looking to hand over third, but she's struggling coming in here now. But gone up front is South City Rising Stars. I make it she has about 40 to 50 meters lead over St. David's Track Blazers. Using up a lot of energy going down the back straight and motoring on with consistent strides. The athlete from the St. David's Track Blazers. Not much of a leg lift, Bernard, but yet still been very effective with consistency with her strides.
Yes, very economical in terms of hand movements and everything. The athlete from Track Blazers. South City Rising Star athlete, as she has kept a consistent pace and the lead continue to grow.
Very comfortable up front. South City Rising Stars. As a matter of fact, that looks like Boca Secondary School, Bernard, not South City Rising Stars.
Oh, it is Boca. It is Boca. Much apologies. It is Boca. It's Boca Secondary School.
Again, we spoke about Boca earlier on today, and we apologize for the mix-up here, but Boca Secondary School looking good. St. Joseph Convent now moves into 3rd position. And Bolt is in 4th.
And the athlete from St. Joseph Convent has now closed the gap to about 8 to 10 meters on St. David's Track Blazers, and even less, and continuing to close.
But Boca is looking as though she's tiring. Here comes St. Joseph Convent moving now into 2nd position. And we can hear the noise level beginning to increase. There must be a lot of SJC fans here in the pavilion. Boca looking tired, laboring with about 220 meters to go. Convent looking to narrow the gap here, but she too is running out of gas. And I think it is Track Stars that's actually in the 4th position. We were calling them Bold, but it's actually Track Stars. Boca Secondary still in the lead. In cruise control, so to speak. Convent continues to narrow the gap, but she's getting tired herself. Boca looking to accelerate as she enters the home straight. Let's see what St. Joseph Convent St. George's has left in the tank. There goes Boca Secondary School. The lead that she had really meant a lot for her as she's able to maintain maybe 30 meters ahead of St. Joseph Convent, and she's giving it all she's got now to make that handover. Boca Secondary School, hands over first. We expect to see now St. David's Catholic Secondary. And that's an indication that she really gave off all as she collapses on the track. St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, then St. David's Trailblazers. You see the intensity picking up here now. Convent in a good position here.
She is
closing the gap on Boca Secondary. St. David's Catholic Secondary is moving good. Here comes Convent now. Convent moves into the lead and she extends the lead over Boca Secondary School. Is it a good strategy at this stage? Should she has just kept on the heels of Boca Secondary? But I guess she knows her ability and she knows her talent and is really pulling away from Boca and making it difficult for Boca to catch up with her. Here comes now Trailblazers moving into second position. So Convent in the front. Trailblazers in second. Boca has been relegated to third position. Convent looking good, but St. David's Trailblazers has run a good race as well. It's going to be a battle here, but SJC St. George is looking good. SJC St. George. She's going to win this one. She wins it now. But it's 800 meters. She still has one more lap to go. Can St. David's Trailblazers catch up with her? She's run a good race. She sprinted it from the start. We were concerned whether or not she'll be able to maintain that momentum. She has done so far. Convent St. George. She's beginning to tire, but she still is maintaining her form. Can St. David's Trailblazers catch up with her? St. David's Trailblazers looking a little bit jaded now. I don't think she'll be able to catch up with her. It's just about 80 to 90 meters ahead is the athlete from St. Joseph Convent St. George. And she still looks as though she has a lot more in the tank. Trailblazers tiring up. Boca is also tiring up. The Convent is still looking good. The athlete from St. Joseph Convent St. George. A good leg indeed. St. Joseph Convent St. George. That looks as Camille Phillip. Phillip for Convent it is. Convent having a good run at this one. They're going to hand over now.
And this is the final leg.
The final leg, St. Joseph Convent St. George. With a commanding lead is St. Joseph Convent St. George. We always prefer to see a lot more competitiveness in a 4x4, but for this one, with almost 200 meters ahead is St. Joseph Convent St. George. Bernard, maybe we can call this one by now.
The 800 meters. So let's see what the first lap at the last leg looks like. As of now, it seems to be a foregone conclusion. But let's see what the second 400 would look like.
A good run indeed a while ago by Kamali Phillip for SJC to bring our team back with a good lead. The final leg here is on. She has a commanding lead here, over 100 meters. It's going to take a lot to catch up with the anchor athlete of the St. Joseph Convent. She still has over 400 meters to go. She has a final lap to complete now. St. Joseph Convent St. George. She's maintaining a good form. She's not looking too tired at this point in time. And that's looked like Dowden, Sarah Dowden for St. Joseph Convent St. George.
She has maintained her form right throughout.
It's going to take a humongous effort, a Herculean effort to catch up with Sarah Dowden here for St. Joseph Convent St. George. She's running all by herself, so to speak. Trailblazers in second. A long way ahead is St. Joseph Convent. Sarah Dowden. We're almost witnessing a lap here in the 4x4, in the 4x800 meters. That's Dowden for you here now. She has her eyes on the finish line. She's going to have one last buster speed here. She changes again now. We can see the arms pumping a little harder, the legs going up a little more as well. Sarah Dowden for SJC St. George. A rising ovation she receives from the appreciable crowd here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. St. Joseph Convent St. George wins this one in fine style. Sarah Dowden. St. David's Trailblazers will have to settle for the second position. Boca Secondary some distance behind as well. Trailblazers in second. A race that St. Joseph Convent didn't start too well. Boca Secondary at least led for the first leg. Trailblazers to pick up the second position.
The St. Joseph Convent on the second leg really took hold of the race.
That's Boca Secondary School coming in here now with over 100 meters to go, just about 100. They will pick up the third position. But a good run indeed by Kamali Phillip on the third leg for St. Joseph Convent, and also Sarah Dowden on the anchor leg.
It's always pleasing to see, in spite of the distance and the gap, that the ladies are still finishing the race. That makes a big difference in track and field.
But brother, I must admit, for an open event, the expectation would have been to see much more competitiveness, and not only that, but better performances from athletes for open events, because you expect
Absolutely.
that it's any age that can participate here. And I think wow, she's tired. That's Boca Secondary.
Yes.
Exhausted, so to speak. She's given off all that she's got.
Yes. The quartet of the four teams, they must all be on the Sydney on the 20. So though it's titled open, it's looking more like on the 17.
Yeah, quite a number of youngsters here. The next event on the track would be the 4x800 meters for boys open.
You are witnessing the G2A Relay Meet 2022 at the Kirani Stadium. The next event on the track, as we say, it's the boys 4x800 meters open. And in this one, we have 8 teams should be lining up in this one. PBC, SAS, ACE, Trailblazers, GBSS, Boca, Carriacou Combined, and Runners. So we expect much more competition in this one.
Well, again, we see the likes of Kieran Charles, Michael Francois, Brent Charles, and Leveran Thorne for ACE. That's a phenomenal quartet here. It's going to take a lot from any of the other clubs to beat them. SAS is also in this one with Ashad Date, Devonta Hilaire, Aviel Williams, and Jordani Lewis. GBSS is there with Kyle Victor, Tyrone Jacob, former student of GBSS, Devonnie Ferguson, and Shakim Williams, also Shakim being out of school a few years now.
Yes, we should, but we should see some competition in this one.
And then we will see from PVC Blackett, Mackenzie, Lewis, and Adams. Carriacou is here with Brent Edmond, Jeremy Batiste, Kofi Adams, and Aaron Bullen. Runners with Rennie Frederick, Kieran Roberts, Levon Phillip, and Ruel Modeste.
So we have a full lineup in this one. All 8
Trailblazers.
lanes.
Aaron Campbell, EJ George, Elon Alexis, and Jonathan Noel. No Elisha Williams in the Trailblazers lineup.
And this race is sponsored by Frontline Electric. It's the boys. It's the males 4x800 meters open.
This is going to be an interesting one. It's definitely going to be much more competitive than their female counterparts. Some big names here, but the obvious favorite here are the athletes in lane 3 for the moment. That's Ace Track Club.
Yes, yes. A
club out of the St. Andrews area coached by Wayne McSween.
I agree. We have some informed persons in the Michael Francois and so forth. So this should
and
be.
And Kieran Charles, who is starting for Ace, he's actually the brother of Junior Charles. And anybody who follows Intercall here in Grenada must know who Junior Charles is.
Yes.
That phenomenal 4x400 meters on the last day of Intercall. With Junior Charles coming up running for SAS. And the likes of Kyle Neptune for GBSS. That race is still etched in the memory of all track and field fans. Seem to be the same recurrent issue where the athletes are there in lane 8 not hearing the starters. Situation we expect that would have been rectified by now. And we can see the athlete here from runners indicating his inability to hear the starters. So PBC is in 1, SAS is in 2, Ace is in 3, Trackblazers in 4, GBSS in 5, Boca is in 6, Karakou in 7, and runners in 8.
They should be competitive. They are on the starters.
GBSS also has a good team with the likes of a Tyrone. But they're up and running, and we see right away Ace in the likes of Kieran Charles. Moving up front in the lead. PBC in 2nd. GBSS in 3rd. But it is Kieran Charles of Ace. The field spread out nicely. It's the 4x800 meters. Each leg, the athletes have to complete 2 laps around the track. And as we suspected, Ace would start in the lead. We expect them to finish in the lead as well. But they will receive a lot of strong challenges from the likes of GBSS, from runners, from PBC, from SAS, and from Boca Secondary School.
Yeah, Boca Secondary School should be the wild card in this one.
But Ace has athletes that are seasoned campaigners. They all left school already.
So it's Ace followed by GBSS followed by PBC.
Look out for Tyrone Jacob for GBSS when he gets his turn on the track. He's pretty much adept at the 800 and 1500 meters. But Kieran Charles, as the gap is been narrowed here now on Kieran Charles, as they're about to run the last 40 meters or so for the first handover. It is still Ace in the lead, followed by GBSS in Shakim Williams. Boca with a strong finish here for 3rd. On the first handover, then we have Presentation Brothers College to be followed by runners. And that's Shakim Williams there for GBSS in lane 2. Shakim is better known for the longer distances, like the 3,000 and 5,000. But he has to do a lot more in this 800 meters here.
So it's still Ace leading, followed by GBSS. And coming towards the 100, 150 meter mark for the first 400 meters of the second leg.
So there is Ace still. Shakim Williams giving good chase for GBSS. A lot of athletes spread out on the turf here, being very tired from the first leg. They're on the second 400 meters in the second leg of the 4x800 meters for Boys Open. Boca Secondary School is still there in 3rd. Shakim Williams has an opportunity here now to narrow the gap on Ace. Shakim, very consistent stride, but not speed. But he has still narrowed the gap on Ace. Let's see what Shakim has left in the tank. Ace looking a little bit tired here. With 120 to go. Shakim is definitely closing in on Ace. Shakim closing in on Ace. Ace in the likes of Brent Charles. Brent turns on again here now as Shakim urges him on. Brent Charles for Ace. Shakim Williams for GBSS. The second hand over. Still no Tyrone Jacob yet. Of course, maybe he's there for the finish. Michael Francois must be in the lineup for Ace as well, or maybe he's saving himself for the 4x4. There they go.
So it's Ace followed by GBSS. The gap
PBC just making the handover. St. David's Track Blazers.
The gap is closing.
That's actually Tyrone Jacob now. We asked for him.
And the gap is closing.
No, that's not Tyrone Jacob, but the gap is definitely closed here now. Ace has now been moved to second position. Liveron Thorn it is, who had a good lead here, and the lead has been eroded by GBSS. But they still have over 400 meters to go. They're going stride for stride. Thorn is not giving up. Thorn is there with GBSS.
So GBSS and Ace is side by side.
We expect that these two teams to do well. Ace had the majority of the lead, doing a lot of early running.
300 meters to go.
But now GBSS coming back. Here comes Thorn one more time. Maybe it was just too much of an early kick by GBSS. Thorn keeping good form, maintaining the stride, and takes back the lead. Slight advantage over GBSS.
And there is a noticeable slowdown in the turnover by GBSS here.
GBSS definitely beginning to tire up. Thorn, Liveron Thorn pulls away from GBSS. He paced his race well, didn't panic when GBSS went past him. Kept his composure. Now he's extending the lead on GBSS. GBSS struggling a bit here now. The grimace on the face tells it all. Tells a sad story for GBSS. But Liveron Thorn running a smart race, keeping his composure, and that looks like Michael Francois to anchor it. And Tyrone Jacob for GBSS, who is a well-known 800 and 1500 meter athlete, has his work cut out for him definitely. As you see, the athlete from what looks like a run has been lapped in the process. But Bonnet, I think Ace has maybe a good 60 meters lead over Tyrone Jacob. But it's an 800 meter leg. It's early to call this one. But Michael Francois, if indeed it is Michael Francois, is no slouch as well. He has represented Grenada at Carifta. He has done well for himself. And that's indeed Michael Francois. And no catching Michael Francois on this one.
Just another 400 meters to go.
Francois, a national athlete, has done well for his school back in the day and for Grenada, and now favors the 800 meters over the 400 meters, which he was well known for. Is going to take a lot to catch Michael Francois. Tyrone Jacob, as good as he is, has his work cut out for him. Michael Francois with 200 meters to go. Tyrone is not giving up. He's motoring on nicely as well. Francois has some encouragement from the athlete from PBC, I think it is, who is trying to avoid the lap. So that's good motivation for Michael Francois. He comes around the bend now with just 100 meters to go. Michael Francois for Ace Track Club.
With a commanding lead.
And everybody is trying to evade that lap here. Michael Francois is going to win it now for Ace Track Club in fine style as well. GBSS would have to settle for second position as Francois wins it. GBSS is going to pull up for second.
Unless it's a battle for third place.
And there's going to be a battle for third, of course.
So it's Ace, GBSS, and let's see third.
You're witnessing the 4x800 meters for boys open. This looks like St. David's Trailblazers. Also in the lineup here, looks like Boca.
Just Boca for third place.
So Boca really, they were, I think, third from start to finish. Well, look at a run here now by SAS. Or maybe too late. St. David's Trailblazers in fourth, SAS in fifth, runners in sixth. Runners still have a lap to go, it seems. Carriacou was also in there. Carriacou finishes now, but runners still have a lap to go. That was PVC, I beg your pardon. Now we have Carriacou coming through. But again, good contest between GBSS and Ace up to the third leg, I would think.
Not unexpected that Ace would pull this one off. They had stronger runners. They had runners more in form, and they perform as was expected. For a while, that GBSS did contend in the second leg, but once that was put to rest, it was Ace all the way.
So the excitement continues here. Moments ago, we were speaking about the contributions that Mr. Conrad Francis has made to track and field, both as an athlete and as an administrator. In a short while, we'd actually hear his voice. We'd have him here in the commentary position to give us a perspective on the games and the thought processes behind it and what he has seen today and how satisfied he is as president of the Grenada Athletics Association. So right after the conclusion of this event, as we see the athlete here from runners completing the 4x800 meters, and the fans who are here actually cheering him home towards the finish line. As he finishes now, we're going to hear from Mr. Conrad Francis. So you're witnessing live track and field action here at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. Is the 2022 edition of the Grenada Athletics Association National Relay Meet. And earlier on today, we saw the official opening ceremony, which was graced by many dignitaries and officials. And of course, the keynote message from the Grenada Athletics Association was delivered by its president, Mr. Conrad Francis. So Conrad is going to join us, and we're going to have a nice little chit-chat while some of the events are ongoing. And he's going to give us the perspective from the GAA, as we affectionately call them, on this year's meet. Conrad, track and field in Grenada is a big thing. We were starved for a couple of years from quality track and field, and this year we have the National Relay Meet back on stream, put on by the Grenada Athletics Association. How difficult was it for the association to get this meet going again under these circumstances and the absence for the last 2 years?
Thank you, Leslie, and good evening to all our listeners. Very good question, but it was a no-brainer. We knew that there was a dearth for track and field after they hired us from the pandemic. So we knew from the outset that if we organize our games, we will get the support from our spectators.
And maybe we can transition quickly to what has been happening here today. From your perspective and from the association's perspective, how satisfied are you with what has been happening? We knew there were some hiccups earlier on today with some technical issues, but from the time the games have started, from the level of performance to the organization and everything else, the spectators, what are your own analysis and expectations from what has happened?
Well, we are very satisfied thus far. We think that the public has come out in their droves to support us, and we want to really thank them for that. However, our focus was not really on performances, because we know that the athletes were not training as they should because of the pandemic. So the main goal was to have them come out and participate and to whet their appetite for the next season. As you would have heard, I said in my opening speech that KFC would be on board next year. And we are very pleased about that, because one of our main pillars in the G2As is to provide competition for our athletes. And there are plans next year for us to have the 2 relay meets, and we are also going to convert all the mini meets we've been having over the years into real meets. So we will have about 5 or 6 meets for the year. And when I say meets, we're talking about meet that people, the paying public, can come and support our athletes and have them stream throughout, so our athletes would not be starved from competition. Because we believe that the more the athletes compete, is the better they would get.
Well, Conor, it's good to hear that, and I'm sure the fans out there are feeling very good to know that there will be more track and field events for them next year. We mentioned earlier on in our broadcast the absence of the Kentucky brand associated with the event, and Grenadians have gotten accustomed to the Kentucky National Relays or the Kentucky Relay Champs. It's good to hear that they'll be back on board next year, but what I've noticed is that many of the events today have individual sponsors, so it means that you're still getting a lot of corporate support and individual support out there. How challenging was it for you to put on the games, notwithstanding the absence of a sponsor as KFC?
Well, as I said in my opening speech, that there's this old adage that out of adversity comes good. And when KFC decided that they would not have the games this year, we were already planning to have it, albeit late, at this very set date. And they said to us, listen, we prefer to do this thing next year. And we agreed immediately. But we decided that we will still have the games, because we know that our athletes out there were waiting and ready to go. Our fans were ready also. So we could not have a relay meet this year. So we decided to have it, and we sat down and brainstormed it, and we said, listen, we will go for individual sponsorship. And we set up a plan, and we executed that plan. We decided to go to our corporate sponsors. And not only our corporate sponsors, but we decided that, listen, we have some elite athletes out there. We have given to them, and they are willing to give to us, and they want a way in which to give back. So we reached out to them, and they immediately jumped on board, and they decided to sponsor certain events. And in fact, Linda and Victor even got some people in the diaspora that he is linked with to sponsor some of the events. So that's how we said, okay, if we do this, we will be able to cover our awards, our ceremonies. And then we hope that the patrons come so that we can cover our other expenses to pay people like you.
Okay, good. We'll come back to that, Conrad, as we go to the 4x200 meter relay for the under 15 girls in progress now. MVP lane 3, Boca in 4, South City in 5, Carrico in 6, and Convent in 7, Trailblazers in 8. It's a 4x200 meters. We're on the first leg here. Boca secondary looking good. Conrad, we're going to speak about Boca from Intercall to now and how they've been performing. First handover by Boca as they go around that bend here now to make the second handover. St. David's Trailblazers also in the mix. MVP 473 is making a good run for it in third position, but in the middle of the track, it is indeed the Boca Secondary School in lane 4, and looking good too is Boca Secondary. This is second leg. We're going to have the second handover coming up now. Trailblazers in third, 473 MVP in second. The second handover here, Boca Secondary, 473 MVP. St. David's Trailblazers. Seems as though they're scratching now into lane 1. But it is still Boca Secondary, 473 MVP. St. David's Trailblazers making a good run for it now in position number 3. Real challenge for second and third. Boca with the final handover here now. They have a commanding lead of maybe 30 meters or so. It's going to be hard to catch Boca Secondary. Boca Secondary it is. Trailblazers giving a good run here, but it's too late and too much for Trailblazers. She's running hard. She's narrowing the gap on Boca Secondary, but Boca would win this one with just about 10 meters to go. Trailblazers in second, 473 MVP in third. Again, Boca Secondary, from intercall games, they look good and they continue to look good. Conrad, you've been a coach at Boca Secondary School for several years. You had some phenomenal athletes there to work with. Boca then went in a sort of a doldrum. But in Intercall 2022, we saw them. And here we've just seen them winning a race as well.
Yeah, I think it is very heartwarming to see the performances of Boca Secondary School. And I would just like to correct you, it's not only from last year. From a couple of years back, we saw the signs. But I think what was the real changer is they got a new coach. And that coach, he was one that we trained some time ago, you know, from the kids athletics, and he's waiting to do the level 1. He's very enthusiastic, and it seems that the staff is behind him, and he's getting the support, and he's doing well.
I want us to segue now into the national athletics program and the performance of our athletes at the regional and international circuit. And we want to start with Carifta, Grenada's performance at Carifta. As president of the Athletics Association, we've had some good performances, we've had some disappointments where one of our major athletes was unable to compete, the young lady from Carriacou. But how satisfied is the association with Grenada's performance at Carifta? And then we're going to go and look at Anderson Peters afterwards.
Well, we were satisfied with the performances. We knew one of our policies is that we no longer select athletes for exposure. We believe that gone are the days when we should be doing that. We used to do that when we did not have a stadium, we do not have a track, you know. So we send people to feel out the waters. We have stopped that a long time, and we have set standards. So when we select a team, we expect that team to at least reach the finals or get a bronze medal, right? And having said that, we prove that our policy was right. The medals that we got was people who would have qualified or who would have just been on the borders, because although we have the standards, we do not stick rigidly to it. But people come in close to it, we select them, and those were the people who got medals. So we are pretty satisfied with our selection policy and the performances of the athletes. They lived up to our expectation. Albeit we had the disappointment with Jamora Alves. Some people say that maybe it was not a real test, but we would not go down that road. We believe that if she was there, if she was able to compete, she could have gotten 2 gold medals and at least a bronze medal.
It's unfortunate that she was robbed of that, or devoid of that opportunity. And then, Conrad, we want to segue now to the international scene, because we've had some athletes both at the U.S. collegiate level and at the international, so-called international level, that has been doing well. And we cannot leave out maybe to speak of, firstly, the outstanding recent performance of Anderson Peters in the Javelin at the Diamond League. How does it feel as a Grenadian, first of all, as an individual, and how does the association view that performance?
But we were very elated to see the performances of Anderson. We expected him to perform well, but to throw 93 meters, we did not expect it so soon. We knew it was coming, but not so soon. And it was a sight, you know, to see that javelin among the starry skies of Doha. And it held its own in the air as if it did not want to fall. And when it did land, that 93 meters, I mean, it really caused an uproar.
And you could have seen the elation from Anderson as well. Yeah. He gave the nice little jig and all that.
Yeah, well, Leslie, throwing over 90 meters is rare. It's a rare feel.
But what was also very rare was the progression. He moved from 88 to 90 and then to 93.
Yeah, he had a really tremendous performance.
But that was that's the same stadium, I think it was, where he won the World Championship.
No.
Or was it the same country?
It was the same city, Doha, but different stadium.
Okay.
But different stadium. But Doha seems to be
a good hunting ground for him.
A hunting ground for him. You know, and I mean, it was really beautiful to see that performance.
Looking down the road now, who are some of the more promising athletes that we have as scholarships on the circuit that we can look forward to? Well, we come to that at the end of this race. which is the 4x200 meters for the under 17 girls. We have Boca again, St. Joseph Convent, Track Stars, South City Rising Stars, 473 MVP, Carriacou Runners, and Track Blazers. Track Blazers out there in lane 8, MVP in 7, Carriacou in 6. It's a 4x200 meters, but looking good is 473 MVP in the red and black, already making the stagger up on St. David's Track Blazers. Handing over first is 473 MVP, then St. David's Track Blazers, and then Carriacou looking good, and further back it looks as though it's Boca Secondary, but up front on the second leg is 473 MVP. Boca Secondary now into third position and looking good, but with a good lead here, 20 meters or so, is 473 MVP. That's in the under 17 4x200 meters. And they're going to scratch to the inside lane, but 473 still maintaining that outside lane. Track Blazers looking to narrow the gap that 473 established on them. But it's going to be a huge effort here for Track Blazers. But we still have this final leg to go. 473 MVP it is. Can St. David's Track Blazers catch up with them? A good strong run here by Track Blazers. She's actually narrowing the gap. But is it too late? Is it too much of a lead? Yes, so it seems. But they're going to battle to the finish line as they go along the home straight. Boca is giving good chase as well, but it's going to be difficult to catch 473 MVP. She's going to win this one by some 10 meters or so. She does so now. Track Blazers in second, Boca in third. As we witness the completion of this one, and the rest of the field comes in now. Another good run here by 473 MVP, a team that is being managed and coached by Albert Joseph out of the Tantin area, and doing well for themselves. So Conrad, we are speaking about potential and what we see emerging, right? Not much track meets in the past to really make a good determination, but from the GAA perspective and from your own perspective as a coach, who are some of the names or individuals you think are of promise or people that we can look out for? Not only those at the national level here, but those that we have at the colleges and universities overseas.
Yes, Leslie, but before I answer this present question, I want to go back to answer the first part of your previous question, right? And that is, we have, over the years, worked on 4 pillars in developing our athletes. The first pillar is to provide competition for our athletes. The second one is to educate our coaches, right? To have them to able to coach at a higher level, to give them that knowledge so that they'll be able to produce good athletes. The third one is to improve our administrative level. And the fourth one is to raise funds, to have finances to support our athletes. And we think on these 4 pillars, we have worked very hard over the last couple of decades to ensure that our athletes have the competition, that we as administrators perform at a high level, so we're able to deliver meets like these, although we had some hiccups today, and also to provide good coaches. As you have seen over the years, we have developed coaches like Wayne McSween, Paul Phillip,
even Colin Peters, who's in administration now, was a coach that went through the system, isn't it?
Yeah. And we have all these coaches at present: Wayne McSween, Albert Joseph, and Paul Phillip, right? And we had an outstanding coach in Mr. Neville Glean over the last couple of years. And I do not want to blow my own trumpet, but your humble servant here has been instrumental in developing them with the coaches' education. So when we produce athletes like Kirani James and Lyndon Victor and Aline Francis, this was no fluke. It wasn't. And we are continuing in that vein, albeit we had some lapses. We had some lapses, especially in the coaches' education program, but it was through no fault of ours. So we hope to continue developing that so that our athletes would be able to be exposed to that kind of training so that they'll be able to perform at the highest level. To answer your present question, yes, there are a lot of athletes out there that we think can follow the examples of our recent heroes. There are some of the U.S. colleges that you have intimated. I can quickly recall to memory Josh Boateng, who we just sent to a competition in Martinique, where he threw, I think it was 58.75, just below his best for the year, where he threw 61 in a previous meet. You have Gamali Felix in Arizona State. So there are quite a number of athletes out there.
So do you care to mention that there's an athlete that broke a very long-standing 800-meter record in Grenada?
Oh yes, of course. He is a former athlete of mine, Nathan Hood, and in fact, just a couple days before he broke the record, he called me, and we spoke about it and what he should do and what he should not do. And right after
for the benefit
race,
of the viewers, let them know how old that record stood.
Well, it stood for 40 years, but I think that it should have been broken 39 years ago. All right.
So that's Conrad Francis, both as an athlete and as an administrator, has done well. We're going to continue with Conrad as we go to the 4x200 meters relay open for girls. We have 4 teams here. We have Southern Pros, Trackblazers, 473 MVP, and South City Rising Stars. So in the red and black is 473 MVP, in the gray and black is South City Rising Stars. The purple and yellow, that's the St. David's Trackblazers. And we also have in this event, I think it is Velocity towards the back. But 473 MVP on the first handover in the lead, St. David's Trackblazers in second, and the South City Rising Stars in third. They're coming up now for the second handover. Trackblazers really closing the gap and on the shoulders here of the 473 MVP as they make that second handover now. They're going to scratch towards the inside lane, and still in the lead is 473 MVP. Looks like Selena Richards. We have to look a little closer to see if indeed it's Selena Richards. But South City Rising Stars also looking very good in third position, narrowing the gap on Trackblazers, I beg your pardon. But it still remains 473 MVP in the lead. Coming up for the final and over. Does so now is MVP. Then we have Trackblazers and then South City Rising Stars. The battle is really for second and third at the moment. But a good run indeed looks like here from Trackblazers. But 473 MVP. They off and running. A battle for second and third there will be for sure as South City Rising Stars is narrowing the gap on Trackblazers. MVP will win this one. Trackblazers comes in second and South City Rising Stars comes in third. And it looks like here runners for the fourth position. That was the 4x200 meters open for girls. We're going to move to the boys category and we're going to have our final segment here with Conrad. Grenadians love good track and field. They've been given an appetite of it this year. What's next on the agenda for the GAA as far as track and field 2022 is concerned?
Yes, our next meet will be the Whitsuntide Games on the 4th of June. And we hope that the patrons will come out and give that kind of support that we are getting today. We expect some regional competition. There are some regional clubs that will be coming. In fact, St. Vincent called me just yesterday, and they usually stay at the stadium, and they intend to come with 60 athletes. But unfortunately,
definitely the stadium can't hold that.
Unfortunately, they're experiencing some difficulties. But we'll be hoping at least if they can come with half of that, will be good. We have interest from Trinidad, we have interest from Antigua, across the Caribbean we have interest.
Well, the Vincentians have been coming, they've been doing well here as well, picking up some positions.
Yes, they have a very good program in place now and they're doing well. They have a track, they don't have a stadium, they're doing well. In fact, a couple of weeks ago we sent a team there and they did very well also because we felt it important that we should support them. Right?
We saw
Because
Marshall Cedeno running earlier on today in the 4x100 meters for
Yeah.
I think he was the MVP club.
Yeah.
And we expect to see maybe in the 4x4 later on.
Yes, I think so, because he trains with Albert Joseph here, and in fact, Trinidad we have quite some interest from Trinidad for our Whitsuntide games. So we should see a number of Trinidadians competing at the games. So after this, we have commitments, international commitments. World champions is from the 12th to the 24th of July. We also have a team going to the inaugural Caribbean Games in Guadeloupe. And also we have a team going to the Commonwealth Games.
So there's quite a lot in store for you track and field fans, those of you who are viewing this live broadcast. We've been chatting here with the president of the Grenada Athletics Association, Mr. Conrad Francis. And Conrad, one last thing before you depart. How's the health? How are you feeling these days?
Well, I'm feeling good, at least I cannot forget you, And I saw you in one of my darkest days. And we were able to have a little chat. But I'm feeling pretty good. The fact that I'm here is testimony to
it was a breath of fresh air to see you on the field and moving about in almost a normal manner. Yeah. And we understand some of the challenges you have, but we wish you well. We hope all goes well with you in this regard, and that you will continue to serve with distinction in track and field, in sports administration, to help nurture our coaches, our athletes, as you've been doing over the years, and yourselves along with the likes of Avido Bruno Victor, who has been a trailblazer and a pioneer in track and field and netball here in Grenada. We urge you guys to continue the good fight and to continue to develop the younger ones who are coming after you. Yeah. So Conrad, thank you very much, and I give you the opportunity for some final comments.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I like your parting comments there. I would like to say I want to give God the praise, and I would say, were it not for my participation in sports, and specifically track and field. I know most people know me only as a track and field athlete, but if you go to the village where I'm from, Vendom to be in right under the granite tank, they will tell you that they know me as a cricketer and a footballer. So I have been in sports all my life, and were it not for sports, I can almost be bold to say that I would not have been here with you today. It's through my that mental toughness that I have developed in sports. That is what is having me alive today.
Well, I hope those youngsters are listening, not only for the health reasons, but for the other benefits that sport brings to people. And you're living testimony of that. And I'm sure that's good encouragement for youngsters or persons who are looking for a career, who has that little ability that can be harnessed and can be developed into a world-class athlete. I hope they're listening and taking good note of that.
Definitely. So it's not only about the performance, but it's what you can gain from it, the life experiences that you can gain. Not only this performance, not only the education, but again, I want to repeat, the life experiences that you can gain from it and that can help you to live for very much longer. When you end up in adversities, you call on that inner strength that you have gained from sports to keep you.
Well, you've heard it from the man himself, Coach Conrad Francis, president of the Grenada Athletics Association. Conrad, we thank you very much for spending some time with us here in the commentary position and for sharing all that the GAA has done and what the plans are for the near future, and for giving us the perspective and the 4 pillars that the GAA has that is going to develop track and field here in Grenada. So we thank you again. We wish you well, and we want you to continue to enjoy what we consider to be a very exciting games this year. Some very good performances and level of competitiveness that we've seen from some of the races. So thank you again.
Thank you.
So viewers, we were just chatting there with Conrad Francis, the president of the Grenada Athletics Association. And you've heard it from him, the benefits he's gained and the plans that they have. We're going to go back trackside now and welcome back Bernard and Twine as we bring to you again live action in the GAA National Relay Meet 2022. We're going to have the boys on show now, and we're going to start with the boys 4x2. We're going to continue with the boys 4x200 meter relay in the under 15 category.
And it's really humbling to listen to a man that is quite modest in his accomplishment. So we again just want to personally salute Mr. Francis, who has done so much for track and field in Grenada.
Absolutely. And I remember the days when there were maybe 3 prominent names, or 4 maybe, in track and field coaching. Vida Bruno Victor, Conrad Francis, Job Alexander, and he also mentioned Mr. Glean from MacDonald College from the St. Patrick's area. And these, I think, were maybe 4 of the more prominent names in the 80s, 90s, as far as track and field were concerned. There were others too, but I'm speaking of the caliber of being able to produce successful athletes and teams and had that kind of impact. These would definitely be 4 names in any number of names to be called in that era.
So we're back on the track, ladies and gentlemen, our listeners. We continue the 4x200 meters boys.
So they're up and running. We have Trackblazers in 1, MVP in 2, GBSS in 3, Boca in 4, SAS in 5, South City in 6, and PBC in 7. 4x200 meters under 15 boys. SAS making up the stagger here, and a couple of the teams. GBSS 2 is also making up the stagger as they're about to make the first standover now. GBSS looks good. It seems to be in the lead. There goes GBSS with a flurry as well. SAS giving good chase here. Carriacou on the outside, or PBC is on the outside. But it's GBC, that looks like McIntosh. Is it McIntosh? But a good run from the athlete from GBSS. PBC in second, SAS in third. The second and over coming up now. GBSS, PBC, then SAS. As they break the stagger and scratch into lane 1. SAS still running out there in lane 4. What is GBSS? Presentation Brothers College, then SAS. GBSS with 20 meters ahead of Presentation. Presentation with another 20 meters ahead of SAS. And then in 4th and 5th is very close. The third handover with the final 200 meters. GBSS, Presentation Brothers College, then SAS. GBSS with a lead, an unsurpassable lead as well. GBSS is going to win this one. Presentation Brothers College will pick up the second, and SAS will pick up the third position.
Good baton passing right throughout by the GBSS team. They were quite fluent in their passing, and we saw what the results looked like. So that was the boys under 15 4x200 meters, won by the boys from GBSS. The next event on the track will be the 4x200 meters under 17 boys, and we will have 2 sections. Section 1 will be Boca, South City Rising Stars, Trackblazers, 473 MVP, GBSS, and SAS. And then in the second section, we will have Bolt, Carriacou Combined, and Runners. Bolt, Carriacou Combined, and Runners will be in the second section. And the event that just went, under 15 boys, 4x200 meters, that was sponsored by GOF Huggins and Company, Grenada Limited. And we heard Mr. Francis talk to, after the traditional sponsor was or the traditional sponsors pulled out, the individual sponsors, Corporate Grenada, Elite track and field stars of the past and present, and a few other persons stepped in the breach, and here we have a magnificent game that is being on showcase today. This next event, 4x200 meters boys under 17, that's sponsored by Nagico Insurance, and we want to thank all our sponsors. So this under 17 boys 4x200 meters sponsored by Nagico. They will be on the track momentarily.
Well, the lights are on here at the National Stadium. Cool conditions for track and field. A large turnout of spectators, athletes in razor sharp form. Smooth flow of events now. And we're going to bring it to you wherever you are in live and living colors right here from TNR Communication.
The teams have been competitive, but what's really interesting to note, and again, it shows a crossover. The rivalry has been very friendly rivalry, and I think that's an account that a lot of the different boys have been maybe in the same forms, in the same school, just different clubs, and this is really exciting to see how this is playing out.
So there seemed to have been a change in the schedule, Bernard. We were expecting to see section 2 of 2 in the 4x200 meters under 15. But from what we've seen on the track here now, it seems as though we have the 4x2 meter under 17. And we expect to see in this event, we're going to have 2 finals. We're going to see in the first finals, Boca Secondary, South City Rising Stars, Trailblazers, 473 MVP, GBSS, and SAS.
Yes. So it's the first of 2 sections of 4x200 meters boys under 17.
Again, although we just called this lineup for you, it seems like a different lineup on the track as well. So it's different to the schedule that we have before us, so we're going to take it from the track. In lane 1, it seems to be Bolt. And then we have South City Rising Stars in 2. Looks like Boca in 3. Trailblazers in 4. In 5, MVP. In 6, supposed to be GBSS. So we see an athlete there in the uniform of MVP. Then we have SAS in 7. And then, that's SAS in 7. So there's no GBSS, but it seems to be another team from the 473 MVP out there in lane 6. So according to the stadium announcer, lane 6 is actually Bolt and not GBSS. But the uniforms of Bolt and MVP very much the same, red and black. 4x200 meters under 17 boys. They're on the starters orders. Now they're up and running. Who's hungry for this victory here? Who wants it more? Who's making up the early stagger? 473, making up the stagger on Bolt. Trailblazers also looking good. SAS is out there as well. But it's 473 MVP and the St. David's Trailblazers. The 2 top contenders so far on the first leg. MVP coming out first, then St. David's. SAS is still giving good challenge on the outside. But I would make it is Trailblazers in the lead as they rung the bend here now. But giving up the lead now is 473 to Trailblazers. SAS is still in contention here in 3rd position. Then there is Boca. But it is St. David's Trailblazers. First time we've seen them so dominant on the track in the male category. They've been chased down here by 473 MVP and SAS. 473 MVP looking to take the lead over St. David's Trailblazers. Here comes Boca going past SAS now into 3rd position. But it's still St. David's Trailblazers over MVP. The final hand over here now. There they go. St. David's Trailblazers, 473 MVP, Boca Secondary, and then SAS. It's going to be a battle for the finish line. Taking him on the bend here now is 473 MVP. A battle to the finish line, but it's 473 MVP over St. David's Trailblazers. A good run back here indeed. They're going to die for the finish line, but I make it 473 MVP winning this one over St. David's Trailblazers. But that's how you do for the finish, Bernard. That's
Excellent.
how hungry and thirsty you should be for the victory, diving and giving it all you got for the finish line.
This race was very interesting because we had about 3 or 4 lead changes in that one race. And it was only to the last handover that we had a very, very clear idea of who the first two teams are going to be. And 473 probably wanted it a bit more. So it is 473 first, St. David's Trailblazers second, and again the impressive Boca continue to do very well on the track in third position.
Well, I like the enthusiasm here and the one thing, the hunger for the victory here by 473 MVP. He really left everything on the track, so to speak, and leaning heavily forward to the finish line to pick up the gold medal.
We will get a bit of clarity here, but it seems as though the two sections have been combined.
So MVP, Trailblazers SAS, with Kyle Neder anchoring for them in third. The official result of the 4x200 meter relay for the under 17 boys. Again, Bonner, I think the two events were combined because Caracosta was featured in the second section and they've just participated in the race. So what the officials have been doing now is combining the two sections. I guess we running out of time and maybe some of the teams have been withdrawn as well, and in an effort to move on speedily, they have integrated some of the races.
Yes, and that being the case, then the next scheduled event should be the 4x200 meters men under 20. Listed on paper here, we should have 5 teams in this one: runners, Fusion, MVP, Trailblazers, and SAS.
But what I like is, for many of the races, except maybe for the 4x800 meters, the level of competitiveness. Maybe not great individual performances or team performances, but the level of competitiveness. Athletes diving for the finish line.
Yes.
Athletes going toe-to-toe, stride for stride.
And that's what you want to see.
And that is what creates the excitement for us and for the fans who are here in the thousands as well. And for those of you who are actually looking on the internet.
There's the competitiveness to say no giving up.
As we see a nice pan shot here of the lower deck of the main pavilion. We can almost call that full to capacity, and quite a number of persons also on the upper deck. One side of the bleachers is also densely populated, and there are some spillover on the other side. And there are quite a number of persons also in the secondary pavilion to the far side, as we see here at the National Stadium.
And one can only expect, given what we understand to be the schedule for the rest of the track and field season, it will continue to grow.
Well, we have the prep sports on June 2nd. We have Whitsuntide on June 6th, I beg your pardon. And these are 2 more events to look forward to. We heard from Conrad Francis that a huge contingent will be coming from St. Vincent. I guess the folks from ITDAT and the other track clubs in St. Vincent. St. Vincent now has a rubber track, not a stadium. And so the athletes are now competing. And we only just saw recently that the Prime Minister of St. Vincent gave the athletes who participated and won medals at Carifta Games, I think $1,000, and the others got $500 each, which is some financial incentives, as it were, for these youngsters competing at the national level.
And that really is a shift in how we traditionally would have done things, and with medals now one is looking to more substantial rewards.
But what I love from what Conrad said was the fact that no longer are we picking athletes for exposure.
Yes, that was telling.
That was the case maybe in the 80s and 90s,
yes,
where you just wanted athletes to go out there and experience competition at that level. Now we have set standards that the athletes will have to meet, and they would have to go out there and perform. And what Conrad is also saying, that the standards that have been set at the national level would almost guarantee them a medal at the Carifta.
Or certainly to be in the finals.
That's right.
And that's what you...
But I think some of the other islands within the OECS are still picking or selecting athletes for exposure, but we've gone past that several years now.
That's quite possible. Although this year's Carifta in particular, Dominica and St. Vincent. Well, St. Vincent more so than Dominica really distinguished themselves. St. Vincent had finalists in the 100-meter boys.
Yep.
In arguably the most competitive race in Carifta.
Yep.
And he medaled.
So what I found interesting though is that the stage at which they are now, we have gone past that. For example, they would marvel. If you can actually, I think St. Vincent has not yet attained 10 total medals at Carifta from the history of the games. We were able to do that in one Carifta already.
That's right, that's right.
So the point I'm making is that they're now at the level, I'm speaking about some of the OECS countries, at the level that we were several years ago. St. Vincent only recently have a track. I mean, St. Lucia has one as well. Dominica, I don't think have one yet. And even if when we compare ourselves to Barbados and Martinique and others, St. Kitts has been doing well at the international level. Per capita, their population is much, much smaller than ours, maybe half of what we have here. And they have had the Kim Collins and others, and even in recent times, have been doing well on the international circuit.
Yes, certainly.
So it's not only us here,
meters.
but even St. Kitts is a good example to use for a very, very small population that they have been making their mark on the international scene as well.
Yes.
So we're getting ready to continue the live action on the track, and we are going to resume with the 4x200 meters for the under 20 boys. And we expect to see here in this event runners, fusion, MVP, track blazers, SAS and SAS.
Okay, this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to witness.
So runners should be in lane 2, fusion in 3, MVP in 4, track blazers in 5, and SAS in 6. So track blazers should have in their lineup the likes of Elisha Williams, Aaron Campbell, Zillan Cox, and Joshua Paul. For SAS, we should see Shondell Antwine, Leandre George, Brian Isaac, and Richie Williams. They'll also have to choose from Enoch Allard as well. MVP, we should see Tegan Peterkin, a name that we've grown to love in track and field that we've not seen on the circuit this year. We understood that he was preparing for some exams and also has some health challenges and didn't have much time to train and ready himself. But Tegan Peterkin is a name that we've grown to love here in track and field from very early days as a sub-junior at the GBSS. Has really made a mark here at Intercol Games. So he's there together with Joshua Richards, Jamal Noel again, a name that we know from the GBSS, and Randy O'John. They are competing for the MVP.
Well, we are witnessing 6 teams on the track.
Well, actually, it's more than that now because Boca Secondary, well, they will make it 6. They have just joined. They're not listed here on the schedule, but Boca Secondary is out there now in lane 7.
Yes. So there's 6 teams in this one.
A little bit of fidgeting here, but they're up and running now. The 4x200 meters under 20 boys. Making up the stagger nicely is MVP. SAS is also looking good. Making up the stagger on Boca Secondary School. That's Brian Isaac for SAS. Looking good is Brian Isaac on this 200-meter leg. Making a run back here now is Fusion in the white. SAS hands over first. Not a clean handover by SAS. Boca is there. Here comes, looks like Peterkin here now for 473 MVP. No, it's not Peterkin, but in the lead now is Fusion on the inside. That's Fusion in lane 3. Then we have MVP, then SAS. The second handover it is. It is Fusion on the outside, MVP on the inside, and then SAS, then Boca. Let's see what happens going down the back straight here. It is 473 MVP, followed by Fusion. Sass somewhere behind. Boca making a good run back here on Sass. But it's 473 MVP. Almost fumbling the batter here. 473 MVP. Fusion gaining good grounds here now on 473 MVP. This is going to be a close one. Here comes Fusion on the outside around the bend. Fusion moving away from him. What a good run it is here by the athlete from Fusion and pulling away from MVP to win by a comfortable distance. Boca over Sass now. What a run here by Fusion. Competitor number 2 and 4. A spirited run indeed, a tremendous run.
A tremendous run.
And bringing the victory for his team.
That was a tremendous run.
Well, we don't have the lineup here for Fusion, but he backed his ability with a headband, going past his man on the bend and pulling away from him, going down the home straight. A phenomenal run indeed, a tremendous performance, and showbolting towards the end as well.
Got about 20 meters behind and won by about 25 meters behind, 25 meters with his hands in the air. That's a tremendous
The official results here: Fusion Athletics, MVP, Boca Secondary, Trailblazers coming in for 4th, and starts fading towards the end. But again, a very exciting conclusion to the 4x200 meters for the under 20 boys.
And the next event on the track will be the 4x200 meters seniors. So this should be a good one. Southern Pros, 473 MVP, Ace, GBSS, Trailblazers, and Sun City Rising Stars. There, we are supposed to have 2 sections in this one, so let's see if we are going to have a combined one section or 2. In the second section, we should expect runners, fusions, and Keriku combined. And whilst this is happening, the Javelin is also in progress. So the boys 4x200 meters senior, or males 200 meters, 4x200 meters seniors. 2 sections. Section 1 is Southern Pro, M473 MVP. And if you're familiar with the names of Southern Pros, it would be from Wendell Gay, Shamal Jeffrey, Brian Thomas, Steve Hazard, and Ronnie Oliver. MVP from Randy John, Tasia Peterkin, Albert Joseph, Gimal Noel, Joshua Richard, and Kishore Passy. Ace from Kyle Regis, Adam Peters, Brent Charles, Troy Mason, Michael Francois. We don't have the actual names in the lineup in GBSS. And Trailblazers from Elisha Williams, Kadeem Telesford, Jared Blesdell, Kimo McSween, Zelon Cox, Kizim Collins. South City Rising Stars would be from Akel Francis, Ronaldo Williams, Shamal Mitchell, Lydon George, Tad Justin, and Jasmine McSween. So we are with the start of this event. And as I said, there are 2 sections. There's section 1 and then section 2 we will see runners from, we would see athletes from runners, fusion, and Keriku combined.
We just saw a cross-section of the spectators here, and we can see how the stands are really jam-packed. They're out here in their numbers to enjoy some exciting track and field. But in progress, we still have the javelin going on. We kind of missed it for a while to focus on the track events. But the boys are contesting in the javelin under 17, under 20, and seniors. But a very, very appreciable crowd here at the National Stadium to enjoy this great evening of track and field. But then we still have some very exciting relays to come. And
yes, we
urge you folks to stay with us. We're going to bring it to you. I'm sure you are enjoying what you've seen so far with the level of competitiveness from the athletes from the various clubs. 17 clubs on show here today. Some virtually new clubs and some of the perennial well-known clubs like Ace and Trackblazers and South City Rising Stars, etc. 473, a relatively new club, so too is Track Stars. Velocity has been around for a while. Fusion, relatively new as well. And then we have some of the schools like St. Joseph Convent, St. Mary's, Boca Secondary, SAS, who has been around for ages. So viewers, what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break and come back to you with some more live action. In the meantime, we're going to just run some ads and to come back with the 4x200 meters for the seniors. Stay tuned, more action to follow.
The food fair offers quality foods at affordable prices. Now, with our improved web store, you can make all your purchases from the comfort of your home. It's so simple, easy to log in and navigate. Safe and secure transactions and a quick checkout. All your grocery needs at your fingertips. Convenient and reliable. Food fair, where you can fill your baskets without emptying your pockets.
We set out to build something. Not for us, but for you. In 1932, we set out on a mission to establish an institution that catered to the financial needs of every Grenadian. We envisioned a space where our people felt secure and welcome to do business with familiar faces. This was more than a commercial enterprise. Because we considered you to be family, we saw ourselves as building more than just a bank. We likened this establishment to a house. Since we opened our doors in 1933, you've remained with us ever since, growing with us and saving with us, but most importantly, trusting us to safeguard your interests. Through unrest and turmoil, you put your faith in us to be the shelter against adversity. Your trust is the foundation upon which we continue to build to provide stability and support for your dreams and aspirations. Your trust helped our family to grow, and as we grew, your needs grew in tandem. So we developed, expanding our accommodations to make you comfortable, transforming our humble abode to a modern center of business and commerce, while preserving our warm, friendly, family atmosphere. As we furnished our house with efficient services, you decorated our offices, walkways, and counters with smiles, love, and satisfaction, giving us the impetus to improve and do more. It took vision to build this establishment, and our vision has always revolved around the well-being of our people. It is vision that continues to guide our development, a vision of growth, a vision of expansion, a vision of the future, a vision that recognizes that the world is a global village and that technology has become an integral part of our lives. A vision that embraces the efficiencies of technology and its importance in diversifying our corporate and retail portfolios. A vision that represents your vision, your interests, and your needs. You see, we built a house, but it didn't take us long to realize that people, our people, make it home. Welcome home.
Hubbard's is giving away loads of prizes with Live Free for 1 year 3.0. Same promotion, more prizes to be won. Spend $50 or more at any Hubbard's department and receive a chance to win big every 2 weeks. Win! Free fuel for 1 year. Free cooking gas for 1 year. Cash savings account from the Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited. Free electricity for 1 year. Free Coca-Cola for 1 year. Free property insurance for 1 year. Free drinks for 1 year. Free lunch packages from the Creative Chef. 1 free gas cooker. Free internet and cable for 1 year. And free groceries for 1 year. Promotion runs from April 28 to September 16, 2022. Live Free for 1 year 3.0 is brought to you in part by Chief Brand Products, Grenadian General Insurance Company Limited, Carib Breweries, Danny, Flow, Creative Chef, Grenlex, Supreme Bleach, Promos, Sol, Dutch Lady, Coca-Cola Grenada Bottling Company, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, and the Food Fair Supermarket. Terms and conditions apply.
Co-op Bank introduces e-payments, our new e-banking feature that allows you to save time by paying your bills online. E-payments, the swift, simple, and secure way of transferring money.
Welcome home.
Food Fair offers quality foods at affordable prices. Now, with our improved web store, you can make all your purchases from the comfort of your home. It's so simple, easy to log in and navigate, safe and secure transactions, and a quick checkout. all your grocery needs at your fingertips. Convenient and reliable. Food Fair, where you can fill your baskets without emptying your pockets.
Second position, St. David's Track Blazers. First position, SJC St. George's. We ask you to remain there, Mr. Lyndon McFarlane. We move on now to event 21, Frontline Electrical Boys 4x800 meter relay open. Third place, Boca Secondary School. A time of 8 minutes, 55.30 seconds. Second place, Grenada Boys Secondary School, GBSS. A time of 8 minutes, 22.57 seconds. And first place, Ace, 8 minutes, 12.19 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. McFarlane. We welcome now Mrs. Najuma Francis Patrick, Marketing Manager, George F. Huggins and Company, Grenada Limited. Event 22, George F. Huggins, Girls 4x200 meter relay under 15. Third place, 473 MVP. 1 minute, 53.54 seconds. Second place, St. David's Track Blazers. 1 minute, 50.85 seconds. And position 1, Boca Secondary School, 1 minute, 48.82 seconds. Thank you very much, Mrs. Najuma Francis Patrick. We welcome now Mr. Francis St. Hilaire, Marketing Officer, Grenada Cooperative Bank. Event 23, Corp Bank Girls 4x200 meter relay under 17. Third position, South City Rising Stars. 1 minute, 50.33 seconds. Second place, St. David's Track Blazers. 1 minute, 49.11 seconds. And position 1, 473 MVP. 1 minute, 47.57 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Francis St. Hilaire, Marketing Manager, Grenada Cooperative Bank. Please welcome Mr. Alvin Rod, representing Frontline Electrical. Event 24, Frontline Electrical 4x200 meter relay girls open. Third place, South City Rising Stars. Second place, St. David's Track Blazers. And position 1, MVP, 473 MVP. Thank you so much, Mr. Alvin Rod, representing Frontline Electrical. We re-invite Mrs. Najuma Francis Patrick, Marketing Manager, George F. Huggins and Company, Grenada Limited. And this event, Event 25, George F. Huggins, 4x200 meter relay under 15. Third position, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS. 1 minute, 47.71 seconds. That's third place. Second place now, Karaku Athletics Committee. 1 minute, 40.91 seconds. First place, Grenada Boys Secondary School, GBSS. 1 minute, 39.64 seconds. Thank you so much, Mrs. Najuma Francis Patrick, Marketing Manager, George F. Hutchinson Company, Grenada Limited. Please welcome Ms. Teresa Noel, representing Najacor Insurance. Principal, Representative, and Accountant at Najacor Insurance. Event 26, Najacor Insurance, Boys 4x200 meter relay, under 17. Third position, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS. 1 minute 34.94 seconds. Second position, St. David's Track Blazers, 1 minute 31.98 seconds. And first place, 473 MVP, 1 minute 31.90 seconds. So thank you very much, Ms. Teresa Noel, Principal Representative Accountant at Najacor Insurance. Please welcome now Ms. Giselle Morel, representing Blue Bubbles. And this is event 27, Blue Bubbles, Boys 4x200 meter relay, under 20. Third position, Boca Secondary School. 1 minute, 33.93 seconds. Second position, 473 MVP. 1 minute, 31.86 seconds. And presenting position 1, Fusion Athletics. 1 minute, 30.08 seconds. Thank you, Ms. Giselle Morel, representing Blue Bubbles. This is the end of this prize-giving ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation to all of the winners, as well as the presentation party. You were part of the GAA Relays in 2022. Rivera live at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. It's now 7:19 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. More action coming up in a moment.
Good evening again and welcome back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. You're witnessing the live track and field action in the Grenada Athletics Association Relay Meet 2022. We've just had another prize giving ceremony and then we're going to continue with a marquee event, the 4x200 meter relay for seniors, an event that will see a number of the international athletes that are here. The likes of Michelle Cedinho from Trinidad and Tobago campaigning now with the 473 MVP. That is coached by Albert Joseph, who is also coaching Cedinho while he's here in Grenada. And then we're going to also see the likes of the Adam Peters, Brent Charles, Troy Mason, Michael Francois, who've been a formidable quartet, not only in the 4x1 and the 4x4, but now they're going to be doing the 4x2 as well. Track Blazers is also here with Elisha Williams and his team. Elisha Williams doing a very impressive 49 seconds at the national meet earlier on this year. And then we have South City Rising Stars, 473 MVP, and Southern Pros also to be featured in this event. The event sponsored by Jonas Brown and Hubbards. On the schedule here, there are going to be two sections, sections 1 and section 2. The lineup I called for you moments ago was section 1. Section 2 should see runners and fusion. So in lane 1, we'd have, in lane 3, I beg your pardon, we'd have Southern Pros. Lane 4, MVP. Lane 5, Ace. Lane 6, GBSS. Lane 7, Trackblazers. And lane 8, South City Rising Stars. Obviously, there seem to be some lanes that are scratched. We don't see any Trackblazers in 7, so to South City Rising Stars in 8. Ace is in 5. We should be seeing GBSS in 6, but it looks as though it is South City Rising Stars in 6. So Southern Pros is in 3, MVP in 4, Ace in 5, GBSS is supposed to be in 6, Trackblazer 7, South City in 8. But obviously, as we see again, some of these lanes have been scratched. The team to look out for here, Ace and the teams Ace and MVP. They've been going toe-to-toe for the day so far. Ace getting the better of MVP, both in the 4x100 meters and the 4x800 meters. Now they're going to be challenging each other in the 4x200 meters. We're just waiting on the officials to get this one going.
On your mark.
Then we had a call from the officials. So we're going to see the start of this one. This one is expected to be a fast one as well. It's the 4x200 meters for seniors. And these are the guys who are above 20 years. Southern Pros, MVP, Ace. And there they go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the boys
4x200 meters.
meter relay seniors, sponsored by Jonas Brown and Hubbard.
There they go on the first leg here. Ace in the lead, but a good run by MVP in the red and black. MVP making up the stagger nicely and should hand over first. So it happens indeed. MVP, Ace. Southern Pros. But it's Ace in the lead, a very slender lead here on MVP. Marshall Cedeno it is, who is going to pull away now from Ace to deliver the baton first for the MVP 473. Jelani Franklin for MVP. He has a good challenge on his hand here from Ace. Would MVP get the better of Ace on this occasion? They have the lead at the moment. Jelani has maybe 10 meters over Ace. But it looks as though it's Michael Franco from Ace here turning on the afterburners here and catching up with Jelani here. Handing over just about the same time. There they go, battling now. It's the final leg. It's Ace in the lead, followed by MVP. Ace in the lead. MVP is giving good challenge here. He's not going to catch him. Ace is going to sprint to the finish line. He's pulling away now from MVP. Another victory for Ace in the 4x200 meters over MVP, as these two clubs continue to battle in the over 20 category. But Ace so far getting the better of MVP on 3 occasions so far, and they're going to battle again in the 4x400 meters later on tonight. So a good run by Cedeno on the second leg to bring the battle for his teammate ahead of Ace. But Michael Francois, again, his third event on the day so far, really running back nice. As we see here, Ace pulling away in the likes of, it looks like Adam Peters for Ace, who won this one in convincing style as well. So we're not sure there's going to be the second batch of the senior men, which should feature runners and fusion. But what we can tell you is that Ace won the first section over MVP. We still have the 4x100 meter relay for the under 9s. We saw them in the 4x50 earlier on. And then we're going to have some mixed relays with male and female. 4x100 meters as well in the under 11 category. So a lot of exciting relays still to come. The mixed relays are always very exciting. We see Nathaniel Mark there. He would have been part of the MVP team in the 4x200 meters. They had to settle for second again. A good cross-section of spectators. We see the young, we see the old, we saw the infants as well. The grannies and the grandpas, they're here to cheer on their grands. And of course, the avid track and field fans are always here to witness live and exciting track and field action. So we expect to see in the next event runners. We expect to see fusion and Karikou, but that seems to be scratched. Instead, we're going to have the 4x100 meters mixed relay for the under 11. So we see a combination here of both boys and girls representing the various clubs. And the clubs can determine which legs they're going to put the females, which legs they're going to put the male. It's not set in stone for any of the clubs. And so they will choose their best strategy and the best athletes to compete in the event. This event sponsored by D Sports Shop is the 4x100 meters for the under 11 mixed. So we have in lane 1, we should have runners. In lane 2, so lane 2 is runners, lane 3 is St. Mary's. Lane 4, so this is actually the 4x100 meters for the under 9s, not the under 11s. So we have Fusion, St. Mary's, St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, runners, and Bolt. Under 9s. So these are the so-called tiny tots. They're getting ready to have their fair share of the show here today at the National Stadium. It's a mixed relay. So we see St. Mary's starting off with the boy, with the male. So too is Bolt. But all the other clubs starting with their females. Fusion, St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, and runners all starting with their female athletes. They're on their mark. Set. And some jitters here. We see in lane 1, in lane 2, I beg your pardon, Fusion jumping the gun, so to speak. Not sure if the starters would exercise the false start rules here for these tiny tots on the 9. It'll be a huge disappointment if they don't get the opportunity to run, I'm sure. So some leniency obviously is being exercised here by the starters. It's an opportunity for them to compete at a very tender age. They are the future stars, so to speak. We expect to see some of them again year after year, making their mark on the track. Under 9, 4 by 100 meters. You can see a measure of concentration here from the athlete from Bolt in lane 6. Again, these youngsters may be not very familiar with the starting position, or maybe just too anxious to get going. But they're making their own contribution to the excitement and anticipation of what is happening here at the National Stadium. Bringing out a smile on the faces of the spectators as well. The under 9 mixed 4 by 100 meter relay. So they have another crack at it. This time they're up and running. We expect to see the St. Mary's and the Bolt leading on this leg. But the girls are holding their own, especially here, the one in all red from, I think it's Fusion. The first handover, they mixing it up all way here now, but it looks like though it's Fusion on the inside in lane 2. Now moving into the lead is Fusion. Fusion hands over now. Young lady from Fusion really motoring on nicely. Fusion it is. Fusion with a good lead. They're going to win this one nicely. Fusion on the inside in lane 2. Under 9 mixed relay. There goes Fusion with a commanding lead. A mix up here again in the battle. Seems to get it right now. St. Joseph Convent is there. But Fusion all by himself. He's going to cross over the finish line now to win it for his club. Fusion in first place with a huge lead. A battle for second and third between Convent and I make it Runners. But here comes in the blue from St. Mary's. It was a very close one at the finish line here. We'd have to look back to see what has actually happened. But a very close one. St. Mary's running back really, really strongly and may have just maybe picked up the third position. But Fusion winning this one very easily. Good to see the youngsters on the 9 competing and being very competitive as well. Running hard for the victory as we see Fusion with a good lead here. And then we had a bad mix-up with some of the other teams. There we see that I think it was Runners who was actually looking for their competitor. Found her now, or found him. And then Convent came, but look at the run back here. We're going to see it momentarily from St. Mary's. Fusion all by himself here. No one else in the camera shot as he jogged over the finish line. And then we're going to see a really, really close finish here between these other 3 clubs. The official result, Fusion Athletics. The winners, Runners in second, and St. Mary's indeed running back to pick up the third position. A good run by the youngster from St. Mary's Junior. The next race would be the mixed 4 by 100 meter relay for the under 11. There they are getting themselves ready. We see the likes of St. Mary's, we see Runners, we see Fusion, St. Joseph Convent, St. David's Trailblazers. So Runners should be in 1, St. Mary's in 2, Fusion in 3, SJC St. George in 4, Trailblazers would be in 5, Velocity in 6, and Bolt in 7. There they are, getting themselves ready. We see Dominic Joseph for Fusion over there. She's going to lead off. For SJC, again, the clubs with the better strategies here generally tend to win these events. How they position the athletes, male or female, based on their abilities, is a decided factor in many instances. The under 11 mixed 4x100 meter relay about to start. And this event is sponsored by D's Sports Shop. The athlete from Bolt, right in front of us here. From Velocity, we have Shylem James. As they call to the starters orders now, they're on the mark. 4x100 meter relay under 11 boys. And they're up and running here now. Let's see who emerges first. Runners, St. Mary's, Fusion, SJC, Velocity, Trackblazers, and Bolt. First handover, Trackblazers looking good here. So too is on the outside, it looks like Velocity. Fusion is also there. A good run here by Fusion on the inside. In the white and red, Fusion. Mixing up the baton changes there. Well, there they go. Fusion on the inside. In lane 3, is Fusion in the lead. St. Mary is crisscrossing a bit here. Final and over is Fusion. There she goes for Fusion. It's going to take a lot to catch up with her. Fusion, and on the inside, look as though it's runners. But Fusion is going to win this one easily. That's a Fusion here. And it looks as though it's a close one for second and third between runners and the Velocity on the outside. As the conclusion of the 4x100 meter mixed relay for the under 11. Competitive from Fusion.
And the sponsors of this event was D's Sports Shop. This event was sponsored by D's Sports Shop. And
so that was Conor Mary Monroe who anchored there for Fusion.
And by some distance.
Yeah, very comfortable win indeed for Fusion. And picking up the second looks as though it was Velocity on the outside, and then runners on the inside picked up the third position.
And once again, we must keep making mention of our sponsors for the individual events. And these sports shop would have sponsored this mixed 4x100 relay under 11, as they did for the under 9. The next event on the track is the 4x100 meters mixed under 13. And this one is sponsored by Frontline Electric. The teams we have in this race is 473 MVP, Lane 1. Lane 2, Trackblazers. Lane 3, Fusion. 4, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. 5, St. Mary's. 6,
South City Rising Stars.
South City Rising Stars, 7 Carriacou combined, and 8 runners.
So the youngsters are out there and they're getting themselves ready. Runners, we see there Joshua Modest getting himself ready, and we also see from Carriacou Kayla Allen. We saw her featured in many of the races. And then from South City Rising Stars, Nathan Alexander, he's going to lead off for them. St. Mary's Junior.
And what's always interested in the mixed races is what the team decide to do, whether they do girl, boy, male, female, or female, female. It's always very interesting to see how this works out. And in the end, the team that gets it right usually end up the winners. They're on the starters orders. Just call back momentarily. On the 13, 4x100 meters mixed relay. And in most recent times, the mixed relay it's beginning to gain momentum, beginning to become more and more popular. So much so that it has made its way into the Olympic Games. So this version of the mixed relay here is coming to you live from the Karani James's Athletic Stadium in St. George, Grenada. Local time is 7:43.
So the start has been held up for a moment or two. Maybe we can just tell you that for the 473 MVP, we should see featured Kiana McIntyre, Jaden Strong, Kavon James, and Micaiah Sam. Fusion, we should see the likes of Kay, Charles Maxwell, Giovanni Green, Isabella Mathlin, and Micah Monroe Purcell. But we're getting ready for the start now. They're on their marks. And they're up and running here. Butter drop from the start by Carriacou Combined, Carriacou Athletics Committee. What a bad mix-up there by the youngster. That's Kyla Allen. First handover. Who comes out looking good? It's kind of early to call here. On the inside, looks like MVP. But up front on the outside is runners in the red. They bunch close here now. The handover already been made on the inside. Trackblazers, so too is MVP in lane 1. MVP seems to have the advantage here now going into the final handover. Trackblazers is also there. And out there in lane 7, it looks as though it's South City Rising Stars. But what a bad mix-up here by MVP on the inside. The batter is not yet handed over. Definitely outside of the zone. And St. David Trackblazers, as a matter of fact, MVP has not even handed over the batter yet. Trackblazers wins, SCR in second, and it looks as though MVP in third. But a bad mix-up indeed by MVP 473 in lane 1.
Yes.
Failing to transition the batter on the final handover and losing out on a top 3 position as well. There we see the receiving athlete gone already. Trackblazers handover. South City Rising Stars also faltering badly here.
Yes, there's a lot of blunders in this.
But look at it here. Trackblazers gone. Now South City Rising Stars has made it. Up to this point, MVP hasn't made it. But she continues to run with her arms stretched out, looking for it still. South City Rising Stars will pick up the second, and then in the middle of the track, it looked as though it was Fusion who picked up the 4th position, and maybe it was...
Much confusion in there.
Yeah, too much confusion there for us. But there we see the official results. Trackblazers the winners, South City Rising Stars in second, Carrico Athletics Committee actually picking up the third, and maybe it was Fusion who picked up the fourth position. But Carrico in the end maybe was wearing red. We've known them to be in the accustomed blue uniforms, and that had us mixed up here for a while. But again, I think MVP really messed up on that last batter exchange and deprived themselves of a top 3 position.
Ordinarily, the mixed relays does pose some issues with the male-female and transitioning, and it was no different with these younger people. There was much confusion in just about every single leg of the race. In fact, one of the teams started by dropping the batter right as the race started.
Carrico actually ran back to get third position, but young Kayla Allen, right at the very start, actually left the batter on the track. It's not very often you see something like that happening, that the starter in the relay dropping the batter at the very start.
It's nerves, and one can only say that.
And they were still good enough to run back and come third.
Yes, these young people will certainly learn from this. So we will continue on the track with the mixed relays, and we will turn our attention to the under 15, mixed under 15. That's the next event on the track. And in lane 1, we should see St. Joseph Convent St. George. South City Rising Stars in lane 2, MVP in lane 3, Track Blazers in 4, SAS in 5. Velocity will be in 6, and we should see runners in lane 7. So continuing here on a lovely night in St. George, Grenada, Kirani Stadium. Continuing, this event will be sponsored, or is sponsored by the Grenada Cooperative Bank. Grenada Cooperative Bank sponsoring this event. The mixed 4x100 meters under 17. And again, let's see how they choose to stagger the runners. St. Joseph Convent St. George, starting with a female. So is South City Rising Stars, starting with a female. MVP, starting with a male. Track Blazers, male. SAS, male. It's one of the exciting intrigues in the mixed relays, the transitioning and the changeover. And you never quite know who is in front until the last leg.
Well, that's Boca Secondary. We don't have them on the list here, but she's an athlete out of Boca Secondary.
That's correct.
And then we have runners in 7. In 6 is Velocity. SAS should be in 5. Track Blazers supposed to be in 4.
So Boca is an addition in lane 8. So it's Boca in 8, runners at 7, Velocity 6, SAS in 5, Track Blazers in 4, MVP 3, South City Rising Stars 2, and St. Joseph Convent St. George 1.
So there they are, the competitors that will be starting off the 4x100 meters for the under 15 category. It's a mixed relay.
We're having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the starters are female, and 3 boys starting this one. So let's see how they transition from one leg to the other.
So what causes a lot of confusion for us also, Bernard, is that the fact that 473 MVP and Velocity, I think it is, who is in 6,
Yes.
they're actually in black shorts and red T-shirts.
Identical uniforms almost.
And that's confusing sometimes, because sometimes we can't see whether it's sleeveless or T-shirt, and it poses a problem for us. And then we also have to contend with Velocity, who is also in all red, and that mixes it up a lot.
Red is a popular color.
And then we have 2 clubs in gray. We have Boca in gray and also South City Rising Stars. And that too poses a challenge for us.
Yes, and you had to look very close to see the small markings from a distance. But as it is now, on the track, it's the mixed 4x100 meters under 15. Lane 8, it's Boca Secondary. With a gray top. In lane 7, runners all red. Lane 6, Velocity, black bottom and T-shirt red. SAS in lane 5, traditional grayish black. Trailblazers, distinguishable color, purple and gold in lane 4. MVP, black and red. Exception is sleeve and sleeveless. They are sleeveless. South City Rising Stars. Similar color to Boca. The difference is the markings on the shirt. They're in lane 2. And St. Joseph Convent St. George, traditional green and black. So they are on the starters orders. And momentarily, action would be live.
It's always very uneasy and nerve-wracking when these athletes have to remain that long on the track without having to actually run the races. And if you were to look at it very scientifically, athletes basically time themselves and go through their preparation to run after certain routines. If they've been kept out there too long, it can definitely affect them.
Doesn't help.
So they're up and running finally, the 4x100 meters for under 15 mixed. And we can see SAS making up the stagger already with the male on the first leg. And the female on the second leg. Also going out nicely is Boca Secondary out there in lane 8. And we also see Velocity in 6 doing well. But here comes MVP in the black and red as well. SAS now with a male on the third leg. Doing good and looking to be in the lead at the moment. But Trailblazers is giving a good run too on the inside of SAS. The final handover is going to be Trailblazers with a male, SAS with a female. And then we have on the inside in lane 2, South City Rising Stars coming from nowhere and winning this one too, it seems. South City Rising Stars, Trailblazers, then SAS. And then on the outside, Boca Secondary, but a good run on the third leg. And final leg by South City Rising Stars to win this one.
And you use the right term, seemingly out of nowhere, with a blaze of speed, and the final leg. Well done, South City Rising Stars.
So there we go, South City Rising Stars look to be, coming into their own at this stage here and handing over nicely on the inside, outside of all of the attention, and then pulling away and motoring onto the finish line to win this one. Trailblazers picking up the second position, and SAS in third with a female athlete. So the clubs with the male athletes on the final leg doing pretty okay, getting first and second, and SAS picking up, I think it was the third position on this occasion.
Yeah, it's always quite mixed, and you really don't know what's happening with these mixed relays until the final leg. And so that was the conclusion of event number 32, the mixed 4x100 meters relay under 15. The next event on the track will be 4x100 mixed under 17. And we have listed here 4 teams should be on the track. In lane 3, we should see runners. Lane 4, South City Rising Stars. Lane 5, Trailblazers, and then in 6 we should see 473 MVP. The official results: 50.76 South City Rising Stars. They just concluded 4x100 meters on the 15 mixed relay.
You know where to be, I know where to be. It's at last suggest at the St. David's Trailblazers Invitational, starting from 1 p.m.
So the athletes for the next event are making their way onto the track. It's the mixed relay, as we were just told there, for the under 17. And this event is sponsored by the GUT Credit Union. Some of the youngsters who are here and would have participated, they're now in the stands cheering on their various clubs. It's a real family atmosphere here with a lot of young ones and parents and guardians and the extended family being here to support and to cheer on these youngsters. It's a great opportunity for them to be at the premier track and field venue in Grenada. Some of them may be running on the track for the very first time. Some of them, it may just be an occasion for them to be here.
Building memories for sure. So we seem to all set, ready to go. The under 17 mixed relay.
Just want to make a slight correction to an earlier announcement I would have made with regards to the Whitsuntide Games. It's actually June 4th and not June 6th. So it's not on the Monday, it's actually on the Saturday. And of course, June 2nd would be the private primary school sports, what we known over the years as the prep sports. There will be no national primary school sports this year. That has normally been put on by the Grenada Union of Teachers. So we still have 2 meets to look forward to: prep sports and the Whitsuntide Games. We heard from Conrad Francis earlier on that the Whitsuntide Games would feature a number of overseas athletes, a huge contingent from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well as some interest coming out of Trinidad and Tobago. So there we see some of the competitors for the 4x100 meters mixed relay for under 17. Boca Secondary, right in front of us here.
So Boca will be in addition to what's listed here.
So Boca Secondary will be in lane 7. They're not on the schedule. In lane 6, we'll see 473 MVP. And those of you who follow track and field will see a very familiar face there. Shante Augustine, national athlete, represented Grenada at the Carifta Games this year. She'll be doing the first leg for MVP. And then we have Trailblazers, St. David's Trailblazers. They're in 5. In 4, South City Rising Stars.
That should be interesting. The young man who really ran away in the 4x100 meters relay earlier, he's starting with an all-female contingent in first leg for South City Rising Stars.
So we expect him to maybe lead this leg. Shante Augustine would give him good competition as well.
They're on the status orders.
And they're up and running here. The 4x100 meters mixed relay for under 17. And making up the stagger on St. David's Catholic is the athlete from South City Rising Stars. So they use their 2 males to go. MVP using male and female and male, and MVP in the lead. Trailblazers in 3rd, but it's MVP now using a male, and they're gonna finish with a female. Trailblazers with a female on the 3rd leg. as they come up to the final handover now. 473 MVP with a good lead here. Running hard is St. David's Trailblazers, and on the inside of them, South City Rising Stars. But 473 MVP is going to win this one. Good strategy, good athletes. St. David's Trailblazers in second, South City Rising Stars in third, Boca Secondary in fourth, and Runners in fifth.
And the combination could not have been any more different. The South City Rising Stars started with the two males and finished with the two females, with total contrast to St. David's Track.
There we see the final handover with 473 with a good lead over the rest of the field. Trailblazers looking to make a run back here, but it was just too late and too much gap between the two of them. And then South City Rising Stars finishing third. So good strategy employed here by 473 MVP. The likes of Ashanti Augustine inside there, and doing well for her club as well. Really matching up with the male counterparts on the first leg. Trailblazers taking up the second position. South City Rising Stars for third, Boca Secondary fourth, and Runners in fifth.
And now the next event on the track will be the mix for under 20. Mix for under 20. The teams listed at Velocity in lane 2, Runners in lane 3, South City Rising Stars in lane 4, Fusion in 5, 6 would be 473 MVP, and 7 would be Trailblazers.
It gets more interesting when we go up the age category, and we're going to see the under 20, which are essentially the seniors at the secondary school level.
Becomes very, very, very interesting, especially with the mix of the team.
So today they run as clubs, not as schools. So we have Velocity Runners, South City, Fusion, MVP, and the Trailblazers. Quite a number of relay events remaining. We still have the 4x1 meters relay for the seniors mixed, and then we're going to have the 4x4.
The two 4x4s.
The two 4x4s. So it's not quite a lot. It's maybe just 4 relays remaining.
4.
Before we culminate the 2022 National Relay Meet.
And local time here is just about 8 o'clock, 8 p.m.
And then we're going to look forward to the other events remaining in the athletics calendar. Of course, we're going to have the final closing ceremony with the final presentation of prizes. And this prize is actually monetary prizes that have been presented to the winners. Next year, we're going to be back to the KFC Relay Meet. KFC.
This looks like the 4x4. Female.
No, that's actually the seniors.
Oh, these are the seniors.
But remember, it's the same youngsters that are running in the senior category, especially in the females, in the female category.
So it's a mix 4x100 meters seniors.
Serena Richards for MVP.
And it's an all-female starting lineup for this one. Lane 1, Runners. Lane 2, Boca. 3, Southern Pros. 4, MVP. 5, Ace. 6, Fusion. 7, Trailblazers. And in lane 8, Sun City Rising Stars. Yet a different permutation in terms of the male-female combination. So It's an all-female combination starting here. The last relay we saw all female except one male. That didn't work out as well as maybe they would have envisioned. And this start is not so much a traditional start. The literal mixed male female, but we are starting all female. There's a slight delay. Not really unheard of for relays.
So, but this seems to be actually the under 20 mixed relay.
Oh, that's
not the seniors.
Oh, it's under 20.
Because if you look at the lane lineup here, we have
I think what's confusing us is that we have
Boca, who has joined them in lane 8.
Okay.
So Trailblazers in 7, MVP in 6.
Correct. So it is a 4x100 meters under 20. Much apologies. This is not the senior relays. The 4x100 meters under 20. In lane 8, it's Boca Secondary School. In lane 7, Trailblazers. In lane 6, MVP. Fusions in lane 5. In lane 4, South City Rising Stars. In lane 3, Runners. In lane 2, Velocity. And they are on the starters orders now.
Again, we see
signaling that you can't hear.
Yeah, we see the signal again from Boca Secondary. A lot of the athletes out there in lane 8 have that challenge in hearing the starters. We've seen it happen several times today. It's not very loud here at the stadium. I think it's a matter that the starters are just not audible enough.
Yeah, the mic. It seems to be the mic because it's not a gun really. It's the on your mark, get set that seems to be a confusion.
The commands from the starters.
Yes.
So they've asked for a hush or some silence from the spectators. They tried that at intercall as well. It didn't work. Seems to be working here today though. And so we hope that the competitors out there in lane 7 and 8 can now hear the starters much clearer. For by 100 meters under 20 girls. Sorry, under 20 mixed. All starters are females here. Serena Richards from MVP, one who should do well on this leg. She's out there in the red and black, and she is in lane 6. They're up and running. Let's see who makes up the early stagger. Richards indeed doing well. So too is the athlete there from Trailblazers out there in lane 7. First hand over, looking good is MVP in the red and black, but on the inside looks as though it's South City Rising Stars. Indeed, it's South City Rising Stars. Handing over first to is South City Rising Stars. MVP in second at the moment and Trailblazers in third. But there goes South City Rising Stars. Final hand over now. South City Rising Stars over MVP. South City Rising Stars. 473 MVP. Here comes St. David's. Here comes Trackblazers. Here comes Trackblazers for the second position. And doing so right on the tape. But a good run here by South City Rising Stars, and maybe an even more impressive run by the athlete on the final leg for St. David's Trackblazers.
Again, it's the interesting combinations that was used.
There we see the final and over. South City Rising Stars gone out with a female athlete. And at this point, he looks like Elisha Williams for St. David's Trackblazers. And he really eat up the track here on the athlete from MVP. And just about now going past her and taking up the second position.
And that's one of the exciting things about mixed relays. It's never finished until it's done.
So there we go. The excitement continues. A good run here by St. David's Trackblazers to pick up the silver. But a more balanced approach here by the South City Rising Stars to win this one comfortably in the end. So we're still to see the seniors. We expect to see the seniors next.
Yeah, that's the next event on the track. And we have 8 lanes. So this should be a packed field. Runners in one.
Quite frankly, Bernard, I'm very doubtful that we will get a full lane. All the lanes been filled for the 4x1 mixed seniors. But let's see what happens. What is going to be also interesting, Bernard, is that following the 4x1 mix for seniors is the 4x400 for
girls or female.
For female, which should see some of the same athletes competing.
Yes.
And then we have the 4x4 for the males, which again may have some of the same athletes competing. So we're approaching the final stages of the 2022 Grenada Athletics Association Relay Meet. Next year, as we were told, we're going to go back to the KFC Relay Meet. KFC will again be the major sponsor. What was interesting this year is that all of the events had either corporate entities or individuals been sponsored, and that, as we were told, has enabled the association to meet some of its expenses in terms of successfully running the games in 2022.
We are waiting the mixed 4x100 meters relay for seniors. And what's panning here is a cross section of the crowd.
Well, these spectators, as I know them, would remain for the final event. They're not going to be going anywhere. As we see the seniors make their way onto the track.
We seem to have...
We have not seen Kenisha Pascal on the track this year at all, not at the national champs. I mean, we know she's in a class by herself, but especially for the longer distances, the 3,000 and the 1,500 and so on. And maybe we may see her just making an appearance in the 4x4 later on, but a name from the past, so to speak, was done tremendously well in and out of Grenada, and really lacked competition too, I would say, in the female category for these longer distances. It'd be good to see her make an appearance on the national circuit sometime again.
I think you call this one correct. There only seems to be 3 teams in this one. Nothing close to this, the 8 teams we have listed here.
Yeah, I think it was pretty ambitious to expect to have 8 teams in the lineup for a mixed seniors relay. Earlier on today, all of the senior relays were basically 2, 3 teams, 3, 4 teams maybe. ACE has always been there. ACE has only participated in the senior events, as a matter of fact. MVP also participated in the senior events. And I think South City Rising Stars. So to look to have 8 teams here, I see the likes of Fusion and others, Southern Pros, Boca Secondary, Runners. I think it was a big call for some of these clubs.
Made for good marketing, I guess.
So ACE has already dominated all of the events in the seniors. We expect them to do well in this one, maybe to win this one as well, having dominated, as I mentioned. So I think the others are basically running for second and third once ACE is there in the senior category.
I totally agree. And we should see them on the status orders in a short time. So just 3 teams in this one. It's ACE, MVP, and
so they've been called to the status orders now. They're on the mark. ACE, MVP, and I think we have Southern Pros in lane 3. So ACE leading out with the male in this 4x1 event. And they're actually using a male also on the second leg. So the intention is to establish a huge lead on the rest of the field. And now they're going to use their females. MVP also using a female on the third leg. Well, let's see what happens here for ACE on the final leg. Look how far out she is to receive the baton. Nathaniel Mark, I think it is going to anchor this one easily for 473 MVP. And it's good to see the athlete from ACE. She has been a phenomenal athlete for SJC St. Andrews. That's Bihari. And it's good to see that she's still on the track. Nathaniel Mark, a happy camper here. Bihari still has some good form. Has put on a lot of weight over these years too, but it's good to see her back on the track and competing. Nathaniel Mark had an easy victory here. Picked up the batter first and just in cruise control, so to speak, here. Not really exerting all that he has, just ensuring that he wins comfortably here. But good to see Bihari back on the track.
And it was Southern Pros that
So Southern Pros picked up the third position.
Third position.
Based on the schedule here, Bernard, we have 2 more events, and these 2 events are the 4x400 meters open for girls and the 4x400 meters open for boys. The boys category, we have a full lineup here. As a matter of fact, we have 12 teams. Out of the 17 clubs, 12 have been registered for the 4x4 for the boys open category, and 7 have been registered for the girls category.
So we are winding down here, and we are down to the traditional end of track events. We have the 4x4.
But the 4x4s generally, Bernard, or most times are very exciting in the sense that the lead changes from one club or one team to the next.
Yes.
And sometimes it goes down to the wire. But from what we've seen, the quartet from ACE would be the obvious favorites. We expect that they will get very good challenge from 473 MVP. That is coached by Albert Joseph. And then South City Rising Stars have really given a good account of themselves today.
And
they can pose a good challenge.
And Boca should be interesting too.
I'm not looking out for Boca in this particular event because of the category. It's an open category. And Boca seems to be much stronger in the female than in the male category. So I don't think they will feature heavily in this race. But I think the more prominent clubs like Ace, MVP, South City Rising Stars, and maybe even runners, to a lesser extent, would be those who would really challenge.
So it's a 4x400 meters open female. South City Rising Stars should be in lane number 2. Trackblazer should be in 3. 473 MVP should be in 4. Velocity in 5. 6 Boca and St. Joseph Convent St. George in 7. And in short order, should follow in that will be the 4x400 meters open males to bring down the curtains for today's action on the track.
But maybe we can start summarizing and maybe looking back at some of the outstanding performances and the general atmosphere and the impact that these games would have had today. Normally, the relay meet is held very early. Even before intercall, athletes really gauge themselves for intercall. We heard from Conrad Francis indicating that they plan to have it at this particular point in time. Wanting to have a games, they've lost the sponsorship for just 1 year. KFC will be back next year. But the significance of the games means that, as Conrad was saying, one of the mandates is to create opportunities for these athletes to perform and to participate. And to me, that has really lived up to its expectation. 17 clubs, several hundred athletes on show today, and some very competitive races as well.
And a very appreciative crowd. Knowledgeable crowd too, I might add. And what comes out quite easily is that there was and still is a yearning for track and field in Grenada. It's one of Grenada's favorite pastime, and it has lived up to a lot of what's expected.
So, but I think what has been done here now maybe is appropriate to have the prize-giving ceremony to allow the athletes that performed moments ago to get some rest and to recoup for the 2 4x4s. It doesn't work out too well for me because of my other engagements, but I think for the athletes' benefit in terms of getting some rest between the events, the prize-giving ceremony here is maybe most appropriate. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a break from the commentary and go over to the stadium microphone and with Kenroy Batiste for the prize-giving ceremony. We'll be back momentarily with more live action for the final 2 events.
Representing Carib Brewery. And this event is the communal boys javelin throw under 17. Third position, Chris Clement, Karaku Athletics Committee, 42.10 meters. Second position, Shay Thomas, also representing Karaku Athletics Committee, 43.97 meters. And position 1, Prince Bagwan, St. David's Track Blazers, 45.38 meters. Thank you very much, Miss Leslie, we invite you to stay for the next presentation. And this is the Anderson Peters Boys Javelin Throw Open. Third position, Shellon Hosford, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS, 39.22 meters. Second position, Trent Simon, South City Rising Stars, 49.59 meters. And position 1, Joshua John, St. David's Track Blazers, 58.38 meters. Please remain. Please remain. We invite you to remain there. We move now to event 38. Anderson Peters, Boys Javelin Throw Open. Third position, Davin Thomas, Karaku Athletics Committee, 47.09 meters. Second position, Kazim Collins, St. David's Track Blazers, 51.01 meters. First position now, Cameron Thomas, also representing St. David's Track Blazers, 59.66 meters. Thank you very much, Ms. Akira Lessie. Please welcome Mr. Donnelly Blackman, Marketing Officer, Johannesburg and Hubbard, Grenada Limited. Event 28, Jonas Brown and Hubbard, Grenada Limited, boys, 4x200 meter relay seniors. Third position, South City Rising Stars, 1 minute, 34.51 seconds. Second position, 473 MVP, 1 minute, 26.75 seconds. And position 1, Ace, 1 minute, 25.81 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Donnelly Blackman, Marketing Officer, Jonas Brown and Hubbard, Grenada Limited. We'd like to re-invite Ms. Akira Lessie. Thank you so very much. And she is going to present event 29, D Sports Shop Mixed 4x100 meter relay under 9. Third position, St. Mary's Junior School, 1 minute, 18.91 seconds. Second position, Runners Athletics Club, 1 minute, 18.88 seconds. And first position, Fusion Athletics, 1 minute, 09.34 seconds. We invite you to remain there, Ms. Lessie, as we move on to event 30. Event 30, D Sports Shop, 4x100 meters, mixed relay under 11. Third position, Runners Athletics Club. Second position, Velocity Track Club. First position, Fusion Athletics. Okay, so thank you now, Miss Akira Lessie. We appreciate that. We invite now Mr. Alvin Rod, representing Frontline Electrical. Event 31, Frontline Electrical Mixed 4x100 meter relay under 13. Third position, Karakou Athletics Committee, 57.58 seconds. Second position, South City Rising Stars, 56.99 seconds. And position 1, St. David's Track Blazers, a time of 55.27 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Alvin Rod, Frontline Electrical. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome once more Mr. Francis St. Hilaire, Marketing Officer, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited. And this event, event 32, Corp Bank Mixed 4x100 meter relay under 15. Third position, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS, 52.04 seconds. Second position, St. David's Track Blazers, 51.79 seconds. Position 1, please put your hands together for South City Rising Stars, 50.76 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Francis St. Hilaire, Marketing Officer, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited. Now, please welcome Mr. Travis Houghton, Marketing Officer, GUT Cooperative Credit Union. And this event, Event 33, GUT Cooperative Credit Union, mixed 4x100 meter relay under 17. Third position, South City Rising Stars. A time of 48.62 seconds. Second position, St. David's Track Blazers. 46.93 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, position 1, 473 MVP. A time of 45.90 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Travis Houghton, Marketing Officer, GUT Cooperative Credit Union. Now we invite Mrs. Delisha Fletcher Hines, Operations Manager, Glenelg Natural Spring Water. And this event is Event 34. D Sports Shop, mixed 4x100 meters, under 20. Third position, 473 MVP. Second position, St. David's Track Blazers. First position, South City Rising Stars. Thank you very much, Mrs. Delisha Fletcher Hines, Operations Manager, Glenelg Natural Spring Water. Okay, we'd like to re-invite Mrs. Hines, Mrs. Fletcher Hines, as we move to event 35. Glenelg Mixed 4x100 meter relay senior. Third position, Beacon Southern Pros. Second position, Ace. And position 1, 473 MVP. Thank you very much, Mrs. Delisha Fletcher Hines. Operations Manager, Glenelg Natural Spring Water. This is the end of this prize-giving ceremony. Thank you very much to all of the winners and the presentation party. Quick announcement, the driver of PAW 652, please remove your vehicle from where it is parked. The driver of PAW 652. Please remove your vehicle right now from where it is parked.
Good evening one more time and welcome back to the Kiriani James Athletics Stadium for the final two events in the 2022 edition of the National Relay Meet. The final two events, the 4x400 meters for girls open and the 4x400 meter for boys open. The athletes are already on the track and they're ready to go. It's expected to be another two very exciting events and we're going to bring it to you wherever you are. We're happy that you're able to stay with us for these final two events as we bring the curtains down on the games in 2022. Bernard, we expect that these two events to be very exciting as some of those we saw earlier on today.
If we are going with a tradition, they will be. It has always been the crowning of any track and field meter of substance. And let's have a look at how they are in lane 2, South City Rising Stars. In lane 3, Track Blazers. MVPs in lane 4, In lane 5, Velocity. Lane 6, is Boca, and 7, St. Joseph Convent St. George.
Well, that's the lineup there for the penultimate event, the 4x400 meters open for girls. And leading off for St. Joseph Convent St. George is the athlete 410. There she is. Everybody seems to be in a measure of concentration and focus. They've been called to the max by the starters.
And Boca is Kedona Douglas with startings off for Boca.
And they're up and running now. The 4x400 meters open for girls. Let's see what's going to happen in this one here. 473 MVP already looking good and making up the stagger here on Fusion.
Now remember, it's one full lap.
Looks like Serena Richards for 473 MVP. She has some reputation with her and a lot of confidence as well as she moves into the lead now. Fusion is making some inroads. Convent is there, and Convent is always very deceptive. You don't always look for them, and they can hold their own. Let's see what happens on this occasion. But Serena Richards is running a very good first leg here for 473 MVP. She had a stutter moments ago, but she's going to bring the batter first to her teammate on leg 1.
And with a sizable lead.
That's 473 MVP. Boca is there. St. David's Trailblazers is also there. The athletes are giving off their very all. It's the final event for them today as we see them spreading out on the track. But it is 473 MVP with a commanding lead, maybe about 40 meters ahead of St. Joseph Convent St. George. I'm sure we're going to see maybe Ashanti Augustine attempting a 400 meters today, maybe. Time would tell. But a good lead indeed by 473 MVP.
Significant gap there, and then there's a small bunching of 3. And then the final 2 teams picking up the rear. So the race really is on for the second as of now.
So the gap has been closed up a little bit here by South City Rising Stars and Boca Secondary. But there goes the athlete here now from 473 MVP. And that athlete here looks as though it's Kurdian Phillip. And if indeed it's Kurdian Phillip, they're not going to catch her that easily. She has a good lead, and maybe she would also extend on the lead.
Oh, it's about
she has.
It's about 80 meters right now.
Looks as the Boca Secondary has moved into second position. Well, there they go. 473 MVP, still in the lead. There's a battle really on for second and third as the lead continued to be exchanged. Not the lead, but the second and third continue to be exchanged between what looks like Boca Secondary and South City Rising Stars. But still up front and about to make the handover now is 473 MVP. There goes Shanti Augustine. I did call for her. And here we see her in the 4x400 meters. Shanti Augustine, better known for 100 and 200 meters, but out and kicking in the 4x400 meters. Dowden it is. Sarah Dowden for Convent is there. That looks like the athlete from the St. David's Trailblazers looking to catch up with the athlete in second position. But it is Shanti Augustine up front for the 473 MVP. And it's going to take a real effort from anyone to catch up with Shanti Augustine. I'm sure she has a kick in her for the finish still. With 100 meters to go, it's going to be Shanti Augustine. And there she goes, changing to gear now and sprinting towards the finish line, going down the home straight. Shanti Augustine. She's going to win this one for the 473 MVP. Wins it now
rather
commanding style as well. And there she is. As we look to see who comes in second now. It looks as though it's St. David's Trailblazers in second. And a real battle here now for the rest of the positions. Boca Secondary looks like in third, Convent in fourth, and South City Rising Stars in fifth. But a commanding run here by 473 MVP. They led the event from start to finish. Serena Richards gave them a very good start, and they continued along that line and won very comfortably in the end as well.
Very much so. The young ladies, they took this as the last event, and they all seems to be well spent.
Well, that's what you expect in your final event. You have to give out all. There's nothing else that you have to compete in for the day. And some of them did just that, to give off their very all. Shante Augustine winning it here for 473 MVP. Trailblazers in second. South City Rising Stars in third. SJC St. George in fourth. The top four finishers in the penultimate event, that's the 4x400 meters open for girls.
And now we get to the final events and bragging rights among the men.
So we see the likes of Kieran Charles, Tyron Jacob, Michael Francois, some of the big gunners here. Notice no Cedinho around. Maybe he's taking a rest now. He did the 4x1 and the 4x2 for the 473 MVP. So GBSS is in there. Ace is in there. Karaku is also in there. Trailblazers. And the Velocity is also, Fusion, I beg your pardon, is also in there.
We have 12 teams on paper, but there would not be 12 teams in this final. So let's see how they line up.
So they get themselves ready, going through the final paces, receiving the final instructions from the officials. So the teams have already sorted themselves out in terms of their positioning in the race. For Ace, we should see Adam Peters, Michael Francois, Troy Mason, and Kieran Charles. Kieran Charles normally starts off the race for Ace. Brent Charles is among their selection choices as well. SAS has been scheduled, but SAS has not appeared on the track. We should also see for GBSS, Kyle Victor, Tyrone Jacob, Devonnie Ferguson, '47 MVP should have the Malik John, Tegan Peterkin, Aidan McIntosh, Michael Cedinho, Albert Joseph, and Quinel Pear. You'd have to select from those 6 athletes. We didn't see Marshall Cedinho in the bunch of athletes, so I'm sure he's taking a rest now. Kieran Charles is there for Ace. Trailblazers is there as well. South City Rising Stars, Fusion, Karaku Athletics Committee. They're there in the blue. So we expect an exciting conclusion to this year's relay meet, but one that maybe we can say with a certain measure of certainty that Ace Track Club would win this event, but we know what happens in these relay events. Some virtual unknowns can emerge, and good strategy can also play a part. But from what we've seen today, Ace Track Club should be an obvious favorite. They've just returned from Barbados as well, where they won gold in the meet there. It's not the same quartet that is here today, but they have a lot of depth in their team, and they can afford to move around some of their athletes.
And it is 400, so it's less. There's less of a chance of doing of really not completing the transitions as they should.
But just for the sake of the games, we would hope to see an exciting finish and a very close one as well. So it's about to be started, it seems. The final event in the 2022 Grenada Athletics Association National Relay Meet. We'll be back here next year under the title sponsorship of the KFC. And this final event is sponsored by Lucasade, maybe quite fitting as well. It's an event that you need a lot of energy, a lot of power, a lot of strength, conditioning, and maybe Lucasade can just deliver that for these athletes.
So we seem to have 7 teams.
So there they are. They've been called to the starters orders. They're on the mark. The start of the final event of the day, the 4x400 meters open for male. A number of teams here: IS, GBSS, Karakou, 473 MVP, Velocity, Fusion, St. David's Track Blazers. There they are, just about completed 200 meters. It's a 4x400 meters. Ace looking good on the inside here in lane 4. Track Blazers is also looking good. But there's no big difference between the top 3 teams going into the first handover. It's Ace, Track Blazers, South City Rising Stars. Kieran Charles, who normally starts for Ace, is now in second on the second leg for them. GBSS now moves into second position on the inside, giving good chase too. But Ace has maybe a 40-meter lead over GBSS, who is in second position. Looks like Tyrone Jacob for GBSS in second position here. There he is, going down the back straight and sprinting real hard. Not known for his ability in the 400 meters per se, but more 800 and 1500 meters. Kieran Charles it is for Ace, with a 30-meter gap over Tyrone Jacob of GBSS. Kieran Charles, Jacob, and then we have a battle for third and fourth. But Kieran Charles is going to hand over first here. And it looks like Michael Francois. We're going to zoom in to see exactly who it is. But it is Ace, followed by GBSS, followed by Track Blazers. And Velocity of Fusion, it seems. But maybe 50 meters or 60 meters lead here now by Ace Track Club out of St. Andrew. A club coached by Wade McSween. Phenomenal coach, producing a lot of great athletes for Grenada. But it is Ace Michael Francois, indeed it is, who is going to stretch this gap here over GBSS. Michael Francois, we see the arms going up really high and power in his way. What a run here by Michael Francois now. And he hands over to Adam Peters.
Substantial lead.
With that kind of lead, it's going to take maybe a miracle of some sort for GBSS to catch up with Ace. Almost 200 meters ahead in the 4x400 meters. And what a run indeed it is by Ace. It's Ace Track Club with 150 meters to go. It's not going to catch him at all by any stretch of the imagination. He's looking smooth as butter, coming on the back straight into the home straight and heading for the finish line, pumping, going on. Maybe he's going for a record of some sort. But Ace Track Club with a phenomenal and tremendous performance to win the final event of the day. The 4x400 meters open for male. Bernard, a great run. And then there's a battle on now for third and fourth. GBSS is in second, but look at the finish here for third and fourth. He leans into the tape now. Even the fifth position from Trackblazers, a good and fitted finish.
That's our
for the 2022.
That's our 4x4 should
meet.
finish.
So although Ace Track Club was out there by themselves and won comfortably, second, third, fourth, and fifth was where the real race was, and what a finish it was indeed. Viewers, we thank you for staying with us throughout the entire day as we witness again the final moments of the 4x400 meters won by Ace in commanding style. We thank you for being with us. We ask you to join us again on the 2nd of June for the private primary school sports, and also on the 4th of June for the Whitsuntide Games. But a truly memorable event under the circumstances. We heard from Conrad Francis, the president of the GAA, but look at the finish here and bringing these fans to their feet, the excitement as we pull the curtains down on the 2022 National Relay Meet. Absolutely. So there's going to be the final presentation of prizes to the winners, but we would have to, from the commentary position, we'd have to leave at this point in time. We want to say a special thank you to the Grenada Athletics Association and the organizers of the event. Indeed, a very, very special thank you to the entire production team. Roger Joseph, our graphics and replay man here. Reggie Joseph, the cameraman. Kirk Oliver, also on camera. Cullen Dragon on camera. Our technical director, Blondell George. And of course, our executive producer, Richie Olivier from TNR Communication. On behalf of Bernard Antoine, I'm Leslie Smith saying thank you for joining us, and we certainly hope that you enjoy the broadcast that we brought to you, and looking forward to bringing more live track and field events to you in 2022 and beyond. Until next time, so long, and enjoy the rest of your evening.